That feels nice. It's getting cooler. It's getting cooler out here. Instead of being 97 degrees, it is only 82 degrees today. It's pretty much jacket and jeans weather. But we're going to be talking about a very special group of games today, a very special system close and dear to my heart. Welcome to Powered by the Apocalypse. Yes, Powered by the Apocalypse, the greatest game ever created by man. Of course. Many people. Now, what is Powered by the Apocalypse? Well, Powered by the Apocalypse is a little bit of a history. I'm going to break it down to you as simple as I can. Way back in yesteryear, there was a place called The Forge. Now, The Forge had a lot of game designers on it, and had a lot of people, and most of them are the worst people you know. It was pretty much indie central. And one of the people on that was Vincent Baker and I keep wanting to say Marjorie, but I know that's Megumi Baker. Now, the thing is, Apocalypse World was the first. This is Apocalypse World. Now, people don't talk really too much about Apocalypse World anymore, because it's fucking old. It is 14 years old at this point. 14 years old. Which is a really fucking old in internet time. But, generally speaking, it has not really changed in the ensuing changes. Because what Vincent did, and I'm going to use Vincent, what the Bakers did, was release Powered by the Apocalypse. Now, what is that? Powered by the Apocalypse is an open license saying, hey, as long as you put this in the corner effectively, and as long as you cite us, you can use any of the mechanics we wrote. Now, you may be thinking, alright, that seems perfectly reasonable. The thing is, Powered by the Apocalypse is very, very simple, and it's built for hacking. You're effectively supposed to hack the shit out of it and do whatever you want with it. As Crusadia so elegantly said, powered by the Slop-Apocalypse. There's a lot of PbtA games out there, a lot of games that deviate from the PbtA formula, but I'm going to teach you how to play PbtA right now. I'm going to teach you how to play it right this second. Now, Powered by the Apocalypse. Powered by the Apocalypse is very, very simple to play. Now, first things first, you're going to take 2d6 and roll it. Usually, sometimes there is a modifier you need to add to it. 2d6 plus modifier is very common, but that doesn't always happen. Now, what you have to do is, if you roll a 1 to 6, this is a bad result. You suck. If you roll a 7 to 9, you get a success, but fuck you. 10 up is usually success. Now, that is the entirety of the game. Oh no! I need to do something. I rolled a 10. That's a success. I rolled a 7. That's a success, but fuck you. The names may change, the ideas don't. However, there's two little things that are but odd with PbtA. That's kind of the nature of moves, of the concept of a move, and the concept of a playbook. Yeah, so wow, whoa, I get to learn how to play PbtA right now, exactly. Because you need to learn how to play it to actually talk about all these games we're going to be going over today. Now, a move, the best way to think about it is that this is how do I want to word this properly, is a narrative beat. In the original Apocalypse World, it was something like go aggro, or things like that. I can't really think of all the fucking moves I've read before. The entire idea is you say something that's usually pretty broad, and then you roll it and determine the result. Now, I'm going to bring up a very simple move, because simple moves are easy to understand. We want to go aggro, PbtA. There we go. This is all that it is. When you go aggro on someone, roll plus hard. On a 10 up, they have to choose one. On a 7 to 9, they can choose one of the above and one of the following. That's effectively what it is. That is the most basic concept of it. Now, go aggro can mean a lot of things. And that's the entire point. It's you are achieving a result based off of something. I'm going aggro because I want to force you to do something. I'm going aggro because I want to beat the shit out of you. I'm going aggro because of X, Y, and Z. And then you have to choose one of these options. I hate moves. I think moves are retarded. I say that in the nicest way possible. Why don't I like moves? Because everything is a move. Every action is a move. Every single thing you do. And every single thing you do must follow whatever is on there. Or it's a GM make it the fuck up. Which you're going to see to be very, very common throughout PbtA games, which is GM make it the fuck up. Hey, I've made this move. Well, I rolled a 9, so I have to choose. They can choose one of the above or one of the following. Well, I think they're going to give you something they think you want and tell you what you want, or tell you what you want to hear. And the GM's like, all right, they're going to do that. But it's like, what does be prepared for the worst look like? It's your forcing your hand and sucking it up. Things like that. What are these things? Well, it's up for the player and the GM to have a fun conversation about. Which is effectively GM make it the fuck up. Some moves, I like to kind of break moves down into a few different categories. Now, they like to break it down into hard moves, soft moves. I don't like this definition very much. That doesn't work, because the idea of a hard move is something that is effectively no roll, just do. Well, a soft move is gooey in the middle. You know, a gooey roll. I don't like this definition. It doesn't work very well. Generally, most moves can be broken down into something very basic, which is do a thing, which is usually you do something and something is the result of that. You learn a thing, roll the dice and occasionally get to ask questions, or influence a thing. I roll the dice and something might happen. That's all that it usually boils down to. You can read every single PbtA game very easily by finding the do a thing, learn a thing, and influence a thing roll. Often you might even have a resist a thing move. Really depends on the circumstance. Now, the other thing are playbooks. What's a playbook, you may think? Well, a playbook is effectively your class. Now, you may be thinking, no, Notepad, that's not quite right. As a PbtA appreciator, playbooks aren't classes, they're just classes, and they do exactly the same thing you think of. I'll use let me think of use Gunlugger. I believe that was. Actually, no, it would be the Brainer. I'll use Brainer, because Brainer's a funny class. Yeah, won't be okay. Now, let's bring it up. So this is the Angel. This is the Angel from Apocalypse World. Every single one of these guys get special abilities. They get special moves that only they can get. Oh hey, when caring for people, get +1 armor. Professional compassion. Sharp instead of +HX when you help someone who's rolling. Oh, if you get an infirmary, some moves literally just give you something. They're not real moves. Now, one of the other odd things is they get a special. They have their own stats to worry about. They have their own things to worry about. In decent PbtA games, I'm making that in the most very light way possible. Every playbook is a unique way of playing the game. As you can kind of see, the Angel is the only one who gets the Angel Kit. The Battle Babe is the only one who gets all of these things. The Brainer is the who gets all of these things. That's kind of the idea. Some of them are more unique than others, and that will always be the case, because some are clearly more favored than others. Now, we'll say it in a good way, this brings that every single character you find is going to be a unique character in the world, and that's they're embodying a particular aspect. In the worst scenarios, hello my fortunate sons. In the worst scenarios, playbooks become your character. Now, you may be wondering, what do I mean by that? Now, I'm going to cite one of I'm going to cite Avatar Legends playbooks. Now, the thing with Avatar Legends playbooks is very simple. All of these, you might be looking at these characters right here. These aren't your character. You don't actually play any of these characters because you don't really actually, you don't make your own character in Avatar Legends. You have a predefined character that you write the name in, effectively. But that's not how that works. It's not about that. You don't understand. It's my characters are unique and lovely and in no way the exact same. And unfortunately, that's not how it works. Not the phone. Because all of these characters have their own set stories, paths, and, well, adventures that they're going to go on. In better PbtA games, you end up with characters who a little bit more vague. I'd say a little bit more vague to work with. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. But we're going to be talking about a couple different games today. About a couple weird games today. But that is, I just want to give you the summary of what the most basic understanding is. Because we're going to be talking about some odd ones. So let me open up my folder here. I say I'm going to open up my folder here. The games we're going to be going over today. Let me open all of them up at once. And completely open all of you up and fantasy onto PbtAs. So the games we're going to be going over today is go all the way up here. Welcome to Apocalypse Keys, Dungeon Bitches, Friendship Effort Victory, and Extreme, come on, get up there, and Extreme Meatpunks Forever. Now, there's a few ways we can approach this. I mean, hello phone, why are you not open? There we go. Friendship Effort Victory, Extreme Meatpunks Forever, Apocalypse Keys, and Dungeon Bitches. Oh, phone, what do you know? But generally speaking, all of these games are... I tried to ask what fresh hell made its way to Earth to inspire this. People voted for it, by the way. People wanted this. People wanted all of these games. Because a lot of these games are actually Kickstarter babies. Kickstarter baby, Kickstarter baby, Kickstarter baby. Weird situation there. Now, we're going to start with Dungeon Bitches. Maybe wondering, Notepad, why are we starting with Dungeon Bitches? Well, because Dungeon Bitches, which is fun to say, is the, well, this is the shortest one, well, relatively speaking. It's 67 pages, double-sided. Double-sided. So, let's do a little bit of a rundown of what Dungeon Bitches is. So, Dungeon Bitches. Let's just Google it. What happens when we 20 USD, a queer RPG, yeah, Dungeon Bitches, quite a few different things. This is Dungeon Bitch. As you kind of see, is a game wherein disaster lesbians get fucked up in dungeons. One of these things is correct. Well, I'd say 2 out of 3 of these things is correct. One's a little bit debatable. Yeah, PbtA mechanics, very PbtA mechanics, all these things. Now, here's the thing. Who wrote this game? $37,000 of a $5,000 goal, $1,666. Now, But noticing the time, their estimated delivery time, you notice that this is a little bit interesting. Now, why is this interesting to me? Well, this is interesting because Dungeon Bitches literally was on Kickstarter the same time Thirsty Sword Lesbians was. Yeah, there were 2 games that were about disaster lesbians at the exact same time. That's why I find it very, very funny. I never talked about Dungeon Bitches, though, because Dungeon Bitches isn't actually very interesting to talk about. But who's Dying Stylishly Games? Well, Dying Stylishly Games, of course, published a lot of different things. Gardens of Yin, Stygian Library, Wolfpack Winters. They're OSR people. Fun fact, this is Adamantine Cellar. It's a point-crawl adventure set, ever-shifting, extra-dimensional garden. It's generating a zero prep session. Oh, wow. Adamantine bestseller. Yep, they are OSR. You may be wondering who the fuck wrote this. Who is Dying Stylishly Game? Well, this is actually a person named Cave Girl. Oh, this is Cave Girl. Now, we have an interesting history with Cave Girl here. We have a little bit an interesting story with Cave Girl for a variety of reasons. One of them is Cave Girl used to shitpost on 4chan. Yep, Cave Girl was very active in the OSR community on TG for a very long time. Why is this an important thing to know? I just find it very funny. Cave Girl won an Emmy Award. Cave Girl doesn't talk about her time on TG very much anymore, because she can't, but generally speaking, Emily F. Allen, or Emmy F. Allen, is our person of today. As we kind of understand, now, she is actually from the UK. A little bit odd when you see on here, this was technically out in Mesa, Arizona, but generally speaking, she's actually in the UK. She is also a fan of the Liberal Democrats of the UK. Now, she's friends of the Liberal Democrats of the UK, which I actually asked, and generally speaking, they are the hyper boomer core. Yes, they are boomer core political party of Great Britain. Why is that fun to know? It's just fun to know. Now, did a little bit of digging on her, of course, and weirdly enough, there isn't too much to talk about. You know, she's Cave Girl. She's done a lot of OSR stuff. That's her thing, her claim to fame is OSR and OSR adjacent things. And of course, we have do you understand that we're edgy and all of these things, and make sure you do all these things and soul points, and you have to look edgy and metal and all that shit. It's always the same shit. Now, what is a little bit more interesting here? Well, she got mentioned in the funny article. Every year I go to the funny, every once in a while. The Lib Dems are also traitorous cunts. Walked back out of the province during the joint government with the Conservatives, got smoked for the votes for their sins. Yep, she's a very popular, she's a big fan of the Lib Dems, apparently. Now, this is the Medium article. I'm going to call it the Medium article because it's kind of hard to talk about this one, because there's some very unique issues here. Now, one of the weird thing, it's Cave Girl. Cave Girl gets mentioned. Yeah, she's actually in this one. Access forms of sketchy sexual behavior in roleplay chat and sending mentally ill people to harass her, while Skogan's ex, Emily Allen, also known as Cave Girl or Emily Allen, claims to Skogan abused her. During their relationship, though Skogan and Cave Girl never physically met. Skogan, in turn, says Erica Muse, currently moderating the OSR Discord that Skogan used to moderate, outed Cave Girl as trans, while Fiona Maeve Geist, who is also trans, claimed that Cave Girl falsely accused her, Geist, of outing Cave Girl as trans, while Ryan Yaksha concurs in this interview that Cave Girl is a piece of work and racist. Yeah, it was like, oh, hi, Cave Girl. It's That's accuser abuse. Guys accused Cave were lying about guys. And then eventually Kiss McDowell turned the server onto another one of the people who was most aggressive in harassing Smith. Horror Twilight and Pima Prowler or Jared Cassidy, self-styled cult leader who disappeared offline after. I swear I am not making this up. Being widely accused of being an abuser in an online gang greaser furry hypnosis fetish community. You gotta love the party of nothing ever happens. It's... Cave Girl's got some... Cave Girl is there. Cave Girl is a person who exists. And we're going to just say, Cave Girl does exist. And she is a very proud woman who is very gay. Very proud gay woman. Just going to note that. What Emmy Award did she? That was Emily Allen Emmy. Let's see. 2019. There we go. Layla Adelman. Layla Adelman. Now, for those who don't know, Layla Adelman, is founder of the NSR movement. Yeah, Layla Adelman is also, How does it keep happening, everyone? How does it keep happening that all these people just kind of know each other? It's so fascinating. But as you can kind of see here, let's just do a quick run. Why bitches? So dungeon bitches are queer women with no place in polite society. That's something you have to know. We are queer women with no place in polite society. Now, as a straight man who is welcomed in polite society, as you can tell, I am very much not supposed to be here. And that's just the nature of the beast. Let's actually do some do some looking around here. Let's I want to find dungeon bitches black lung. I mean, black lung has to be out there, right? That'd be weird if it didn't have that, right? I mean, black lung. It did get funded, you see right here, alternate history setting. I mean, bestiary and guide to monsterhood. Okay, monstrous means in dungeon bitches. Dungeon powers, sort of beings whose presence shape the 12 different named monsters. Oh boy, 12 monsters. We gotta, obviously there's gotta be some Death Spiral, Diesel Punk, Crooked Mile, the 90s punk horror supplement, the hyper carnivore diesel punk body horror setting. But it does appear that for the past 3 years, that one never came into existence. So Death Spiral is crazy cool. So this is one such setting. A lot of meat this Crooked Mile. So I mean there's gotta be so much for the campaign. So much for the campaign books. So let's here. Dungeon bitches stretch goals. Alright, it's funding goal. Teeth. Where are they? Yeah, it's Death Spiral supplement. Yeah, that's... I mean, there's gotta be... I mean, you wouldn't take 4 years to do this, right? That would be... Diceless system, OSR. The Wounded, Hungry, and Forgotten. And no, that's Black Death Walking. That's Apocalypse Cult Wargaming. Apocalypse Cult Wargaming. No, that's Dying Star. So, roughly speaking, as of right now, I guess, we were to look down at these. Crooked Mile, that's even... We've gotten that. We've gotten Death Spiral. We have not reached the Black Lung yet. But we've got this one. Statless Bestiary. It's 12. They get 12. FAQ. Let's see. Let's see. Absolutely yes. Just remember you're a guest in our house. Well, I see. I mean, there's gotta be missing something, right? Death Spiral. We already wrote Death Spiral by Sarah Carapace. So Emily Allen is... Okay, so Emily Allen, so Emmy, Cave Girl is writing this one. So none of these have... This one is not finished yet. And there's got to be something, right? I mean, I'm not losing my mind here. That would be... I mean, let's check the blog spot. There must be something, right? Dungeon bitches. No, I don't want to learn about dungeon bitches. I want to learn... No, that was from 2023. This was a year ago. She hasn't updated this for a year. Got to be something about this thing, right? I don't think so. I don't believe so, everyone. It's a failed Kickstarter. No, I don't think it's a failed Kickstarter. I think that it was just the Crooked Mile. Yeah, I see, it's just taking her a while. You see, like, the Crooked Mile release. To give you an idea, Crooked Mile released last month. It took her a couple years to get to this point. Yeah, KO'd me, final draft stages. We know anything with... No, it's Black Lung. It's probably gonna be a few... Oh. Oh no! Dying Stylishly supports the state of Israel. Oh. I see. I see. Okay, so they are... Okay, so it's getting done. Yeah, so it's coming, it's going to finish. So it's coming soon, everyone. She's just been working on other things. So, let's talk about Dungeon Bitches. Why Dungeon Bitches is a fascinating game, and you should all totally, probably not read it, because it's... Let's see, she'd like to do the JF... Game really did become the GF. Let's see. Constantly in the background and saying they shouldn't be involved in. Considering the OSSR is fake and gay, the NSR ability to fake her and even more gay is impressive. Deluded, let's see. One of you. Okay, so. We're gonna need someone for this. We're gonna need someone even more broken and miserable than me. I'm going to bring him up real fast. Where are you? Where are you? I posted you, and now you're gone. There we go. go. We need to put you here. We need to do a PNG to PDF converter. I should have done this earlier, but I didn't do it because I forgot. So, dungeon bitches. Dungangyo bichanos. Let's learn about how to be a dungeon cunt if I was Australian. So, game design, playtesting, Eric Carapace, as you kind of see here, Monster Arts. Now, game inspired by Monster Hearts, Darkest Dungeon, 1, Original D&D, Retro Clones and Hacks thereof, Best Left Berry, and Corpathium. So, game is kind of packed with angry queer lefty stuff. It's a game about queer women and that the way shared trauma brings us together. If you're not on board with that, then this game isn't for you. Time to be, this is one of those things where you're entering into you are entering into a world that is definitely not for you. I am here, as it was said, I am here as a guest. Unless it had to be so viscerally miserable and horrific. Why does everything idealize disaster as an aesthetic? Are lesbians okay? Because this is an evocative name. And if we're trying to share trauma with one another, you're not allowed to do that. So, here's the pitch. A faux medieval gritty fantasy setting with all your standard crap. Your crap hetero-patriarchal assumptions, political marriages, dowries, etc. Not the best society to be a queer girl in. Luckily, if you thought about getting married off and having to pretend you're happy with that, there's so much for you. There are two options. You can join a nunnery. Or you can run away and join a band of similarly heavily armed bitches, make a living as mercenaries, tomb robbers, and adventurers. This is not the priority. This is a PbtA hack with certain OSR ideas thrown in. This is a lie. So, let's, who are our characters? Female, not straight, and with no place in society. Now, you can be ace or bi, whatever, as long as the straights don't get it. You know, the straights. The capital S straights. This isn't a nice game. Get ready to be you're gonna get fucked up pretty bad, but not really. At the same time, how to roleplay. We are playing as the game mistress here, you know, the conversation. Effectively, you're gonna hear about this a lot throughout this stream, which is the idea of the conversation. What is the conversation? The conversation can roughly be described as the back and forth between the players and the game mistress in this case. It is, everything you do is literally just a conversation back and forth. I do a thing, they respond. I do a thing, you respond. Da 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 da, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We constantly loop around. This is a really pretentious way of saying play the fucking game. Making stuff up, just wing it. 95% of this game is just winging it. Don't worry about it. You know, like, this is what you should be doing with dice rolls. We'll get to that in a minute. You don't need a single permanent. You're a GM as long as you're doing GM things. Now, I did have to do some editing to make sure that Twitch would not get mad at me for this. We might have to do some impromptu manly posting. But we have 4 stats. Hard, soft, subtle, and, well, queer. Can we use the term gay in this? Yeah. So, we have the ability to beat the shit out of you, behave sensitively, avoid things, or be gay as fuck. Those are our 4 attributes. Because I've realized over time that every OSR game definitely needed the be gay stat. Don't worry, let's, so, all you need to know is that the mouth is pretty safe. Dungeon Bitches is weirdly draconic on its way of doing things. Now, I cite a lot of PbtA games, a couple different titles. Now, the idea of being draconic, or draconian, is effectively as close to PbtA, as close to Apocalypse World as possible. Effectively, we are moving toward this, we are not deviating too far from the actual A to B to C, which, generally speaking, there isn't much different. as long as you understand that, there isn't actually much different in this game from your traditional PbtA game. If you've ever played one of those, if you've ever read one of them, this is going to feel very familiar. Now, we're also going to be going over some Deviant games. Now, what do I mean by Deviant games? Now, Deviant PbtA is far away from Apocalypse. Now, most of the other games are really going to deviate pretty fucking hard from the original Apocalypse World method. Now, is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? It depends on what you think. But, just understand, this game is very draconian. You only trigger something if it makes sense in the fiction to do so. You want to trigger a move, you have to actually do the thing. Even down to the fact that this game does have sex moves. Yes, even in Apocalypse World 2nd Edition, Vincent removed sex moves because some people thought they were weird. However, luckily, Dungeon Bitches does add them back in, but it's different now because we're lesbians. Remember that. It's fine when the lesbians do it. Oh, no, can't show that. Yes, of course we've got to this. Now, you have hurt. Everyone has hurt. Hurt sucks. Most things that happen to you, you're going to get hurt. You have been hit by a weapon, you get hurt. Someone tells you they don't like you very much, you get a point of hurt. Build up too much hurt, otherwise known as 5, and you're broken. That's bad. You don't want to take too much hurt, or you get your shit overwhelmed, and that's really bad for you. You want to kind of break that down. If you ever become broken, you're effectively out. Now, this does lead to some interesting connotations where everyone is so emotionally fragile that people talking to them has the potential of killing them, but generally speaking, NPCs don't actually take damage. Well, damage isn't real for them. You get used to it after a while. Most things do 1 damage. So occasionally, someone will take super damage, but it's usually going to be hyper lethal if that happens. So, if you don't sleep enough, 1 hurt, being exposed, get hurt, not enough food, get hurt, get stabbed, getting your heart broken, meeting people from your past who hurt you, having to pretend you're somebody you're not, finding a corpse of somebody you loved, being on fire, kicking the shit out of you, booby traps. Now, when you are broken, you shut down. This is bad. If they get you somewhere safe, you're fine. If your friends come by and nurture you back to health, if none of your companions, if anything tries to hurt you and none of your companions stop it, you just fucking die. You effectively shut down after having things happen. Now, when it makes sense, it's you've been stabbed enough times that you're kind of on your ass and you're like, I'm bleeding to death, please help me. And your friends have to pick your ass up and haul your ass out of there. In less sensible situations, I feel really sad. I need you to take care of me because I am incapable of, doing that. Don't think about it too hard. Now, the thing is, if you do it fine, you replace it with damage. If you manage to recover, you replace it with damage. Now, damage, though, is pretty bad. You don't get much damage. These are always things that eat away at you. You get 3. Well, technically 2. You get 2 damage to work with. You might lose an arm, you might have a bad memory, something like that. Yeah, after you take your 3rd point of damage, you're dead. Super dead. Mega dead. Now, my favorite part about this, if we take a look at the actual page here, Now, I find this very funny. If we really look at both of these, as we can tell, probably this entire section fits on about I would say about half the page. It doesn't really actually take up that much space. But, as you can kind of see, you're going to see this be pretty common. If there's ever a time we can make the title larger, they're going to make the title larger. So, here are bonds. What do bonds do? What's the entirety of the bond page? Effectively, it's emotional connection to another person. Mostly another bitch. Dungeon bitch, I should say. You want, it's emotional connection is strength. Often the most important strength the dungeon bitch has. A team pulling together can use their bonds with one another to deal with the horrible shit that would kill them individually. On the flip side, if it all goes tips up, those bonds can get turned against one another. Uses ammunition as the clique self-destructs. Yeah, weirdly enough, they have a inbuilt system of fucking with your friends and destroying your clique. Yeah, this is the... You don't bond with people, you trauma bond with them. So, anytime you accumulate sort of like current experience, so let's say, for example, you might have it with certain bonds with fellow PCs, you might have an NPC, you might also be the person that you're trying to fucking kill. Doesn't matter, you just have bonds with them, and it's not negative, they're all positive. Well, it's a resource, as you see, you can spend it. So, to give you an idea, what did this actually mean? We'll try to zoom in here a little bit. I'm healing you. I'm healing you. I can spend a bond to heal you better. Hey, deal an additional hurt. I would actually do that when a move would do that. So I get to hurt you more if I have things with there. Give the person in question a +1. Give the person a -1. Give yourself a +1. Or offer them XP to do something. That's kind of the idea of bonds. What it means is like, you want to build bonds with people you don't like just as much as people you do like. NPCs can use it as well. Now, notable NPCs have their own pool of bonds to draw on. Generally speaking, NPCs aren't real. They don't really have many things to actually tie them to the world. They just kind of exist. Competency in general rather than specific emotional connection. This is effectively how NPCs work. A big counteract Key's ability to power through the most conflict by spending a fuck ton of bonds to bump up a roll. So, you have generic bonds. Basic ones might get 1, dangerous ones might get 5. In an overwhelmingly dangerous one, maybe have like 7. And they can spend those bonds to do these things. Hey, technically the GM could just dump a bunch of bonds and just kill you outright if they really, really wanted to. Experience. Generally speaking, ask a question, you get a point of experience. You get you're going to get something pretty consistently. Learn something new, gain something valuable, fuck somebody, let yourself be emotionally vulnerable, settle a grudge, or just fuck someone. When in doubt, just fuck people. Have sex with everybody you see. Does this somewhat encourage you? Does the XP system somewhat encourage you to have sex with as many women as possible? Yes. Does this also encourage you to have sex with as many men as possible? Technically, yes as well. Once again, bisexuals are min-maxing. God damn it. Those wily bisexuals min-maxing their shit. Oh, but I'm asexual. No, you're not. Sorry, King. Nobody's asexual here. You're fucking someone. But no, you're fucking someone. We gotta min-max this shit. When we roll into town, somebody is getting fucked. Exactly. We're very open-ended here. Yeah, and pretty much 5, you get some of your basic advanced moves. Now, these are pretty open. It's not like some PbtA games where you have to like certain marks or anything there. Because the big thing is right here. It's remove a point of damage. It's not hard to die in this game. Not easy to die either. It's kind of that... if you're going to die, it's people making a willing choice to let you die, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of the idea there. You know, up to twice. Default moves. These are our basic moves. These are the bulk of the mechanical stuff. Now, we're going to talk about them. Welcome to the queer moves. Anytime we want to flirt with someone, use the move when you sex appeal to make someone feel good about you or about themselves. Literally, you flirt with everyone to get bonds on them. Be a person you're flirting with for it to work. As long as you're good at playing the game, rampant gayness of your PCs, they can still flirt with men if need be. They needn't mean anything. Between them, you shouldn't be rolling each innuendo and compliment once the scene is nothing seriously escalate. So, effectively, if you fail, they get a bond on you. That's bad. Hey, you roll success, you get to pick one or both of the options below. Generally speaking, you probably want to get a bond with each other, or if they're NPCs, you want to do that. And of course, overwhelming success, big bonds. This one isn't as useful unless you're playing very certain classes. No, I can call them classes. Very certain playbooks, but or you can know you're pretty consistent at getting rid of hurt. Yeah, you could effectively heal them using the power of love. The power of love. Or you can commune with strange powers, because remember, being gay lets you do magic. Oh my god, they turned the wizards gay. But yeah, physically present, some strange dungeon dwelling will act as an oracle. Yeah, effectively, you can do this. This is your ask random questions to the GM. That's what it is. It's the ask random bullshit questions to the GM and pray you get a real answer. Those are it. So, the subtle moves. I want to sneak away from something. You're going to be doing escape notice. As you see, stay acting with advantage to have a surprise. Gives you +1 on the next roll to do so. Get a read on somebody. As you kind of see, take the motivate the right now. Again, ask questions, get things happen to you. They get an experience just like if a bond had been spent. An overwhelming success. Serious leverage over them. Very, very big. Then weirdly enough, they have the steal move. Yeah, this is kind of one of those weirder moves. Like, oh, you can just, unguarded purse, or you just steal shit. This is the shoplifting move. Stealing shit isn't yours. Why dungeons bitches are in dungeons to begin with. Loot's the aim of the game here. It's also your best source of experience. And everyone will get you... Yeah, you get what you want, and everyone with you gets one experience. You pick a complication. Weirdly enough, there's no super success there. Yeah. As you see, I don't know if that's just this early version, this version I have or what. Weird note about stealing. Stealing is the loot one. Don't get loot, you make a steal move. And that's how you get loot. Why? I don't know. Hard moves. This is your combat option. And it's the do everything. Just start smacking people. Get what you want with cost. Pick one of the options in the list above. So does the GM. Take a point of hurt. Somebody you care about is present. Takes a point of hurt. Moves victim. Gets a bond on everyone. So you can't really kill people that easily. On the other hand, yeah, if you're... Pick one option from the list above. You don't really get, you don't pay anything. That's just how it is. How do we endure pain? Oh no! I endured pain. You can just deal with it. GM tells you how many points of hurt you would take. If you accept it anyway, mark experience. Everyone gets. So, an overwhelming success. You give no shits, mark experience, and take no hurt. This is your ability to resist damage. So, if you are going into a dungeon to kill things, bump your heart up because you're going to need it. Obviously, we've got our soft moves, which is the please ask questions. The heal, which is please spend bonds on things to heal people. Oh no. Share somebody else's pain, which is, yeah, it's useful to offer some reassuring. Everyone gets bonds with. It's pretty much the second way to get bonds with everybody. And that's it. Good job, you did it. Looks like the book of erotic fantasy with better art. I'm dying. So, the pitch. The first real stage of the game is working out the game's pitch. You might have a suggestion put forward. Shared agreement. Who the bitches are. What's their driving goal, if any. Safety discussions. Don't forget to have your safety discussions. Make a bitch. Do some hacks. Do setting details. Getting into the action. Everyone's got a class. Now, what you should do is answer your 3 questions. Establish your 2 relationships. So these are our, you can choose your stats, pick your moves. You don't get that many moves, all things considered, opening up. You can hack things if you want, don't do it though. And then our final step. So these are our classes. Now, I did bring someone important to the mix. Say hello to, Say hello to, the Amazon. This is Pro. Obviously, because there's no real character sheets in this game. Because character sheets are for wussies and people who play games. So the Amazon, obviously we're playing British, pro-British, as you see here, a very accurate rendition of my fat British friend. Hard to, subtle one there. I've confided in my homosexual life partner, Asbestos. I beat the shit out of Lumo in town. Favorite weapon, my beaten stick. It takes 6 hurt instead of 4 hurt to not die. Get bond, gain bond if no bond, bond with you. So, this is the Amazon. You do violence. It's pretty uncomplicated. Yeah, you don't have the advantage that a military man might. You probably lack formal training. Your equipment is likely ramshackle and mismatched. You don't have a backing of an entire patriarchal society willing to support your violence and inflict the violence on your behalf. Quite the opposite. Society treats women who kill harshly. Yeah, effectively, you are a combat woman. You rush in there and beat the shit out of problems. These are our stats. You don't really get too many exciting stats to work with. I just put it in hard because hard is usually the best option for a character who wants to beat the shit out of problems. And you get two lists. These are our options. Do you like fonts? I love fonts. As you can see, most characters don't actually have many moves to play with. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 moves to play with. Yeah, we're not exactly dealing with hundreds of options here. Especially when you're dealing with things like favored weapon, which you just get a +2 to killing things, or endurance, which makes it so you don't die. On the other hand, you can survive a lot. There's great comfort to your companions. When you share someone's pain, you roll with hard instead of soft. I always like the moves here. I always really enjoy moves like this, because what you can do is you can actually optimize to make sure you never actually have to roll a stat you don't want to roll. And then you have a bunch of poisons. Or your bullshit won't save you when you're really having in for something. Your murderous impulse will become laser focused. The rest of it, when you lash out against them, they can't spend bonds on you to penalize the roll. Terrible beauty. Fear attracts to a messy lake. When you're covered in someone else's blood or wearing a freshly taken body part from somebody you killed as a trophy, you roll flirt with hard. Add the following to the list. So yeah, no, it's you become covered in gore, flirt with the nearest person, get bonuses. Yeah, there we go. And then here's your sex mood. Despite your grim demeanor, you're slightly good in bed. Yeah, that's your sex move. So start fucking. Then we have the shapeshifter. This is one of those really weird things. Like, this is one of those really weird aspects of the game that I kind of was surprised about, because you're thinking like, okay, you know, we're pretty much human. Like, okay, the first class you see is the Amazon, just someone I want to fucking kill people. All right, fine, reasonable enough. Then you're not even slightly human. The second class we're really introduced to is you're not fucking human. I'm like, yeah, I can understand why people might want to kill you. Steal your, yeah, take many forms. Spiders and the bats will, like, okay, I understand that. Oh, you wore a mask of innocent girlhood. Like, yeah, is that really, like, I feel like we're missing the point here. Oh, women are all predatory beasts that want to eat us. Yeah, no, the thing with the shapeshifter is that you want to have sex. As her most potent ability is her sex move. Yep. Of course, hard and subtle. One, soft and queer. You're a dirty fighter. Intoxicating bites. Horrid form. Fuck me. This thing, it's the blood one. You eat blood. A single mouthful of blood is enough to sustain you for a day, negating your need for food, drink, and sleep. So you're a crazy vampire monster. Hematophagy. 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 Blah. Really shocking a Transformer class would be in this. Yeah, wolf in sheep's clothing. This is her sex move. It's actually probably one of the more interesting sex moves. You literally, your powers of the shape-shifting mimic stir into action. Take on the characteristics of your partner. +1 to one of your stats, which is whatever your partner's highest. Take on physical features of your partner. Your face might shift to resemble theirs. Your fingers might extend into claws. You might gain scars the same place she has them. Next, when you fuck somebody, you're reassigning that +1 bonus. You'll lose the feature gained from your own partner and replace them with features from the new one. As a bonus, when you fuck someone, if you want to become pregnant, you do so automatically, regardless how wildly impossible conception might be. Other girls can, if you want them to, get the job done, as can members of other species entirely. How did this happen to me? I just came back to sex moves. Yeah, sex moves. Get fucking. This game is very important when you have to have sex with people. This is how you level up, man. Yeah, no, it's... the thing is, the idea of a shapeshifter that... A shapeshifter that literally takes on the appearance of people they fuck and partially want to kill. Not a bad idea. Honest to God, that's a good horror thing to kind of think about. Like, hey, here's a creature that wants to bang people to take on their visage. And it could also lead to an interesting drama piece, being this like, hey, you look like me constantly, but that's okay. But then you come back another time, they look very different from you. You're like, wait a fucking second, you son of a bitch. You bitch, what the fuck? Alright, nothing bad there. It's just like, maybe this game though? And then again, the corpse doll. Once a girl, you died tragically so. Attempts were made to bring you back. Your corpse dug up. Unwholesome rites performed. Digged with chemicals to kickstart the process that life had fallen still. It worked, sort of. Your carcass started something resembling life. On the reanimator slab, your eyes slid open. You pulled yourself up, but something had gone wrong. You don't know where you're meant to be. Yeah, you're fucking Frankenstein's in this game. Yeah, because already dead but not gone. You don't need to eat, drink, or sleep, or so on. Unlike other characters, you can use heal move on yourself by stitching your dead flesh back together. When you do this, on a fail, you take additional hurt. Yeah. Fleshcraft, you make a surgical alteration to you or your patients. Group the procedure badly, take up harm and permanent ongoing issues. You were able to make the alterations you wanted, but there are medical complications. GM picks a consequence from this list. You were able to take the alterations you want, improve the... Yeah, just... Again, able to use perfect surgical disguise, improve the patient's anatomy, undo serious ongoing wound, or any other mad science you can think of. New body parts. Oh, skeletons in the closet. Or corpse popping. Reanimate carcasses by stitching part of yourself onto the corpse to operate it. Not that kind of girl in you. Seem to say as a blessing, a chance to reinvent yourself. Engage in necromantic evolution. Respond by rejecting that what you think they know about you. Gain 1 hurt and 1 experience, and the bond is wasted. Necro-romantic. Somebody dead and dying. When you flirt with someone who's undead, they seriously, physically or are dying. Roll soft instead of queer. Now, when you fuck somebody, the whole experience is deeply strange for them. You are, after all, clammy to the touch and might be decomposing a bit. Even as you take comfort in the sense of vitality, you may heal 1 hurt and they get a bond with you. Welcome to dungeon visit. Welcome to dungeon bitches. You can fuck a corpse. Again, the idea that a living corpse has a weird affinity with the dead or dying, is a unique idea. Affected, like, and just, you can do things with that. That's not a bad idea. You have a unique affinity with the dead and dying. Hell, that's a Promethean character if I've ever seen one. And I love Promethean. You know, there we go. You know, being just like, hey, imagine this. Promethean is from World of Darkness. You are Frankenstein. You were reanimated against your will, and it's one of those things where you're kind of wandering around the hospital in the middle of the night. You see someone who is fucking dying. Like they're not getting back up. Cancer is terminal. They know they don't have long left. They are alone. And you're just sitting there. You are a reanimated fucking corpse. You are dead. You know what it's like to die. And you're just there. Someone who is there to be like, is it scary? Like, I don't want to die. I'm scared, but I have to accept it. Fine, all right, I'm in. That seems like an interesting character. I want to fuck... you just want to fuck the corpse here, though. So, after those 2 odd ones, we get the Firebrand. You have opinions. And you've seen how the world treats people like you and intend to fix it. The world, however, doesn't want fixing. Fled to the fringe of society, joined forces with other women who shared your passions and your willingness to act. Had a few riots, fucked a few bored housewives, and you do a few arsons. Suddenly, you're an outlawed enemy of the state. Yeah, maybe being a terrorist would be a... Thank you for that on behalf of others. You do a lot of things with your allies. So, basic character relationships. So, like, effectively, one of the big things was here is that you were literally go down on the line of duty kind of thing. You learn to tell when your comrades are in danger, right? When you takes hurt, you can intercept it. Inspirational. Your natural charm and presence makes you a natural figurehead. Wall out the pain. Presenting you real emotional growth. When you suffer hurt, you may erase one unspent experience in order to ignore all that hurt. Not great. Burning experience, and then anytime you burn experience is like, no. Teaching. You may spend 1 or more of your currently accumulated experience. If you do, the student gains that much experience plus 1. Yeah, you see, her gimmick is that she wants to get a lot of experience, and she wants to get a lot of things to just survive and pretty much power game everyone else. To make sure the scene gets done. You've gotten good at that. You know exactly how to draw attention to your words. Given time, you get to work a crowd. You can start a riot. Your words aren't merely ignored, but instead attract the wrong sort of attention. Somebody or something powerful, unfriendly gets a bond on you. People act, and they do so immediately with great verve. Something simply will not do. You commit to your code of morality is unbending. When you make a significant sacrifice rather than compromise your principles, you get plus 1 experience. To join you in your principle stance, you may spend a bond, have them give 1 experience as well. Sex move. You put all your yeah. Welcome to build as much experience as physically possible and just give it to your friends by having sex with them or teaching them. Oh god, it's this class again. You didn't do enough, just burn a few buildings. So, now we have the Banshee. People think they're helpless. This isn't true. It's no. Mortal Soul is it's like a dike holding back an endless sea of sorcerer's power. All it takes for a slight crack, the power comes through. First in dips and trickles, then eroding a path, forcing its way until it's finally, and the soul collapses, the sea comes rushing for. This is your situation. Your soul is cracked. The tide of sorcery forcing its way through the gaps. It refuses to be held back. Cracks get a little wider, the pressure a little harder to contain. You feel as though you're becoming hollow, a vessel for sorcery to pour into. And when it fills you, you know it'll be overflow and wash away everything around you. Yeah, you are effectively going to explode, you know, as it does. So, ears bleed, people whimper and fail. No, roll the lash out plus 1. Add the following options. Burn, sacrifice the eldritch pinch of supernatural might, blaze. You know, okay, so your blight. Your worst urges have a habit of manifesting themselves, despite your conscious wishes. When you truly, sincerely, venomously wish to harm, but are unwilling or unable to act on it, this move triggers. If successfully directed against the PC, it deals 1 hurt. Roll with queer. On a fail, the frustration festers within you. Take 1 hurt from the pent-up emotion. On a success, your spite manifests itself, causing a victim dire injury through seemingly unrelated means. Overwhelming success. Your spite successfully takes shape in reality. Your victim suffers seemingly unrelated injury. Furthermore, the catharsis is beneficial to you. Take a benefit from the list below. Dominate. When you flirt with make prolonged direct eye contact, you may activate your domination. On a successful roll, as well as picking options, you may make a hypnotic command. If she doesn't obey, she suffers 1 harm. Doc, while pursuing your target, you have an uncanny ability to arrive in places you weren't meant to be. You may spend a bond on somebody to appear in a scene with them. No distances, barriers, wards, or security can prevent you from appearing this way. When you fuck someone, you go all out, and the experience is raw, feral, and a little scary. You may suffer any amount of hurt and get that many bonds with your partner. Your partner can do otherwise. You can get freaky. And of course, the runaway nun. You have motivated by sincere religion or some combination. But a nun didn't work out so great. To adapt to strict rules, maybe you're caught forbidden romance with another sister. Maybe your religious convictions are deemed too heterodox, and increasingly nasty methods are being used to make you recant. So, as the runaway nun, you're actually just an actual literal nun. Now, religious symbolism, cloistered, sanctified. Generally speaking, you're a decent person who does decent things for decent reasons. Have no fear. You're a nun, and you know you shouldn't be fucking people. You and your partner have a choice. Either you confess to failing your vows, in which case your partner gets 2 bonds on you, or try to keep it secret, in which case you get 2 bonds on your partner. Suicide pact sex move. Let's go. Yeah, it's effectively most of the time like you're being a decent person because you're like pretty normal, all things considering. And then you have the Lantern Girl. Lantern Girl can be a little bit weird depending on how you play it. But here's the idea. So, you're not sure why you're doing this. You had a normal life. Normal life, sure, you felt something was missing. You knew you never quite fit in. That's the expectation you settled for from a shitty guy who would suffocate you. You were safe. You knew where you stood, even slightly apart. You figured you'd be able to endure this. This, though, this is different. A moment of madness, you've been swept away in a life of freedom and passion and violence and terror. Tag along and carry the light for your comrades, sheltered behind them. You're in over your head. You know you'll need a paranoid just to survive. The things your companions, madwomen, all of them, take for granted. So why does the idea of going back to your old life fill you with such dread? Yeah, you're very out of your depth and vulnerable. You kind of suck at surviving. Yeah, it's resilience of your allies. Yeah, you want to really keep your lamp going. So, another dungeon to convince you to leave your old life and join her. How did she do this? You have a confidant back home and you left her behind. You get a bond on her. If you miss her, she gets a bond on you too. Yeah, you can just effectively be someone that was swept up in this shit. Like, I really shouldn't be here. Uh-oh. Imagine walking into the games, seeing some socially awkward weirdo. Yeah, they do a 360 and walk away. Or comforting, a reminder that as frightening a situation is, you aren't going in there blindly. Yeah, as you kind of see into the light of your lantern. You have a 6th sense, which you effectively are rolling queer to get through your problems. You know, your soft score, a deer in headlights. Yeah. Yeah, when confronted with danger, rather than fighting or fleeing, your overall instinct freeze, clutching your lantern for support. Overcoming the limitation is difficult, but the more you manage it, the more confident you find yourself. While your lantern is lit, you take -2 to rolls to actually lash out or escape. However, it's yours. This is the big thing. This is your really important thing. You must keep your lantern going. You acclimate to being surrounded in the dark. When light fails, the dark envelops, you can use a concealment to your advantage. You never risk taking hurt for being suddenly plunged into complete darkness or for acting in the dark. And then, yep, there we go. When you fuck someone, things seem simple and safe in the afterglow. You can ask one of the questions of the move, reveal truths, or commune with strange power, or still work stuff out if you have it, and get a truthful answer. No need to roll. And then the witch. Even such traditions, you're a witch. You're a witcher! Hurry, you're a witch! It's witchcraft. Which moves refers to witchcraft moves are kind of useless. You take cross-class moves without taking witchcraft. You also get your sex move. Witchcraft allows you to actually do spell shit. Some of them actually influence your witchcraft. Generally speaking, when you're taking your cross moves, some cross moves are a lot better than others. Generally speaking, if you ever want to get into combat, you will almost always take favored weapon or endurance. Like you will never not dip into Amazon if you want to play a person who actually gets into fights. So yeah, that's which when you fuck someone, you can literally you take a token from them to use weird sex magic. Yeah, no, here's also the wounded daughter. You come to your dreams one night, form of a woman with huge open wound down her stomach, oozing blood and viscera. Help her accept. You drank the blood from her wound, and the power flows into you. Yeah, you're really difficult to fucking kill. It's all about trauma and survival. Yeah, you can't. It's really difficult for you to die. You refuse recovering even the most horrible of injuries, like a rabbit gnawing off its leg to escape a trap, or a lizard shedding its tail to distract a predator. You slough off humanity to evade death's embrace. If you were to be broken, instead you trigger this move. Instead of being broken, you erase all hurt suffered over the course of the next few minutes and recover none worse for wear. Yeah, you can never suffer damage. Never, ever. Not even if you wanted to. Yeah, you never really die. You just go more and more fucking feral. Yeah, weirdly enough, you can't actually die. Yeah, new voice, new perspective. When you tear your skin off, you can take enough hurt to bring back breaking point if you weren't able already. Hurt can be prevented or mitigated in any way. Yeah, painful empathy. Sex move. You fuck someone, their offers anti-furious life within you uncoils and extends. Meeting of your body's conduit to feed. If your partner may collectively decide to transfer any amount of hurt from one of you to the other. Unless you are instantly killed, you will not die. And of course, the disgraced princess. Disgraced princess. This is the charisma. This is the charisma class. Yeah, this is the charisma class. Wealth is power. You still have access to quite a lot of money. My reputation precedes you. At least by name, probably by face too. You can love, do you know, issue commands. Legally enforceable power, your heir of authority. Now, of course, you pulling strings, pushing buttons, you get a read on someone, poison, seduction, diplomacy. Of course, you also get sex move. Your sex moves, for you, sex is about power, and you are the one in control. When you fuck somebody, you can use the act to assert your dominance. You give them a command when you're done. If they follow through, they gain 1 experience. If they ignore it, they take 1 hurt. Now, the funny thing is, all of these sex moves actually key off one another as well. But let's take, for example, let's make a wild example that let's say our runaway nun here. Yeah, we have this sex. If I am playing the disgraced princess, I may instead choose to I can also perform my sex move with her. We get bonds with each other. I also get to say, do what I fucking want you to do, or you're going to take harm. I'm going to hurt you because I'm emotionally manipulating you. How does this keep happening? You do. That might just be like a cup, like a fucking Landcheck nut, like a Landcheck cup. Just to be like, yeah, look at me. Literally, look at my dick. Fuck you. I don't have a real one, but fuck you. Yeah. Yeah, if you could literally just fuck with people effectively. That's the entire point. You know, move damsel encourages you to be somewhat more passive. Rewards your ally for treating you as a delicate princess. Yeah, you are effectively supposed to kind of fade into the background and be that way. Now, also, I'm going to say there's a good chance that this is not the final version of the game. I'm doing my best here, people. But yeah, no, as you kind of see, legendary, when your bitch becomes legendary, after you've done enough things, you get to, you get a bunch of bonuses, a bunch of abilities. You also get to choose legendary moves. Banding justice, you get to bring a dead one back to life, found an organization, embody a greater power, protect the innocent, or abandon humanity. Abandon humanity. Playing safely, what to expect, basic principles, setting expectation, taking control. Generally speaking, this is a lot of debriefing, aftercare, tips for players, metagaming, be gay as fuck as always, of course. Now this is the transitioning in the game. Yes, with shape-shifting magic doesn't reflect the trans experiences. Transitioning is slow and incremental process. Really done. Slowly getting closer to what you know, deep in your heart, should be really fucking euphoric. At its heart, it's an alchemical process. Take the right potions long term, the body slowly reforms itself. Getting proportions right to get the desired transformation is an art. Gotta see, yeah, we're gonna just leave that there. Sex and romance. Expected people are gonna flirt, fuck, fall in love, maybe each other, maybe with NPCs. Just start fucking with people. No question that. Consider when sex happens. You don't have to be. The thing is, it doesn't have to be sexo every single time. It can be you're just developing close bonds with one another. Euphoric. Yeah, we're all good people here. Violence is horrible. Generally speaking, you have one move to really do violence. You don't initiate violence with a goal in mind. Yeah, you don't kind of just fight, because remember, enemies don't have harm. Enemies don't have health. You just keep attacking them until the GM says you've done enough damage to them, roughly. Yeah, you kind of like specific details, grave depth, some question. At the end of the day, violence is a high-stress situation. Trauma is all about how this game ticks, responses, keep track of timeline. This is one of those weird things. This is why I say it's not really a dungeon crawler like it wants to claim it is. Exploring dungeons is one of the core activities of the game. Treasure, artifacts, knowledge. Pay attention to details. Find who's carrying a light source, who's in front of you in the marching order. Because, yeah, this game tries to really encourage you to do these things. But unlike some games, dungeon is the main focus. It's a crucible that tests, punishes, transforms the bitches who explore it. Yeah, so it's kind of the idea is like, oh, keep track of these things, but we're not going to really tell you why. Just do it. You know, light is weakness, but light is also the only thing that you have to work with. You can't see, trapped in absolute darkness. You have no idea what's going on, can't tell who your friends are, can't tell who your enemies are. Being suddenly trapped in total darkness is going to hurt you a little bit. Light forms a little island of safety around you. Be noisy, get into fight maybe, but don't. Yeah, that's really it. That's find themselves in a place that are good. Common people hate and fear you just as much as any monster. It might be less overt with threats, but threat is there. You can't drop your guard in public. Yeah, you can just kind of hang out for a while, assume town near the dungeon, acting as embodiment of civilization with all the benefits and horrible flaws. Yep. Likely to sales plenty of threats. Law enforcement go after the bitches, both of the stuff they actually did, and both charges like tax evasion, sexual immodesty, corrupting the youth. Admittedly, there is a horrifying monster among you, possibly, or, you know, a domestic terrorist, but hey, we're not going to talk about those parts, right? Of course, there are men. It can be absolutely horrible. Particularly when, as is the case in town, they know that you've got the weight of society behind them. The bitches are likely to deal with crap for men who, upon seeing self-sufficient, successful women. I'm not even going to comment on that. Try to put her back in her place. There's your standard sexual predators, men who think they can fuck lesbians back to heterosexuality. Men with anger problems. These men, of course, will target the more vulnerable seeming of the bitches by preference. Not to mention all the ones who do all sort of nasty shit. The society will back the men. Yeah, it's, what do you need? You need food, you need sleep. The idea is, like, you do need combat gear, but we're not going to tell you. You just need to know that you cannot lash out if you don't have the right stuff. Is there an army of goblins in the way? You can't lash out against them, because there's an army of them and one of you. You're going to get overwhelmed and die. Hey, is there a monster that can only get hurt by magic, but you don't have any magic? Then you're not going to fight that thing. Yeah, light. You need light to be able to see. This is why the Lantern Girl is pretty good. You don't have to really actually worry about that. And then weight and bulk. Weight and bulk, there's actually no... there's no weight and bulk system in this. It just says manage it. Reduce costs, describe the environment, responses in play. Pretty simple stuff. Now this is fights with monsters. What is a random monster that we may encounter? A Gorgon. Pack of corpse puppets, near mindless, hostile to the worm and living. A mutilated albino beast, part ape, part wolf. Basilisk drips venom and paralyzes and petrifies. A manticore. What do? Nothing. They don't. Well, there's no stats really. Because remember, they don't make stats. They don't roll any stats like that. They just kind of do, rolling up the dungeon. Here you go. These are your dungeon charts. Yeah, it's pretty light in that regard. Like random towns and stuff. It's very light for what this game feels like it should be. But that's dungeon bitches. Entered class is such a clutch. Such a crutch. Generally speaking. But generally speaking, is Dungeon Bitches good? I'm going to judge. Here's the thing. I have to judge these games kind of on a different metric than you. Is Dungeon Bitches interesting to talk about? Not in particular. Because there really isn't much to say about it. What am I going to say about this game? It's a fairly draconian PbtA game about disaster lesbians going into a dungeon, but it's not really about that either. It's something. It's something alright. And maybe, here's the thing. Maybe if you are a disaster lesbian AP podcaster, this is going to really appeal to you somehow. But I ask you this. Why? Is there anything in particular that really gets the mind jogging? Or is it just we want to ERP with our gay friends? Yeah. $20. Yes, this is 20 United States dollars. ERP with IRL friends. Yes, it's ERPing with IRL friends. And this is performed very obviously, much like something in Emily. I think this was, how do I want to word it? How do I want to word this exactly? I think this was something that was written because she wanted to do something OSR related, but she wanted to make something that would sell a lot on Kickstarter and not just be OSR. Because this was, you gotta remember, this was kind of during a time when OSR was going through its OSR just has chuds in it. And Cave Girl was caught in the middle of that as well, because Cave Girl did a lot of OSR stuff, and Cave Girl, for all her faults, is a yeah, no, chud maxing would be a good way of doing it. You want to know Dwarf Fortress gets specifically mentioned. Do chuds give her the ick? No, chuds do not give her the ick. Is that she was associated with those chuds. This is very important to understand. She was associated with them. Cave Girl posted on TG for a very long time in the OSR threads. There are, if you look hard enough, you can find Cave Girl stuff pretty actively. So if you want to make something more, well, we want to make something more narrative focused. We want to do this. And if you're if you are any award-winning author for a, for a OSR game, you might want to make something OSR but isn't OSR. So here's Dungeon Bitches. Very fancy looking game we can make some money off of and pretty much just write random shit about. Because I give her credit, she's still working on it. She's still making stuff for the game. That's more than you can say for a couple of these. So, on to our next one. Man, we got 3 more to go. So, let's do something, let's see, do we want... We got a couple. There's 3 of them. What are we feeling? What are we feeling, gamers? The nightmare ends. Oh, obscure. It only is gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse. Now, a couple of you know what we were talking about the other night. Hear any more lesbian maxing, I'm fine. We're never making it out of the hood. as long as I don't have to deal with any more lesbian maxing, he says. I'm like, well, I guess I know what game we're gonna be doing now. Here's what I'm gonna do though. We gotta pay Notepad, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit the ad. Hello, everyone. Oh, Spartan. Oh, Spartan, you missed Dungeon Bitches. But now let's go over another game about being gay. Let's talk about Extreme Meatpunks Forever. A role-playing game. So, first things first, we need to explain Dungeon Bitches? Yes, we went over Dungeon Bitches. Dungeon Bitches lets us fuck corpses, so hey, we're doing something right. Can we do the inverse? No. What is Extreme Meatpunks Forever? Well, Extreme Meatpunks Forever is actually a visual novel. And it is a visual novel that is ranked the 49th best PC game of all time. It's the above Fallout New Vegas is Extreme Meatpunks Forever. Only a few points down from Sekiro, The Sims 4, The Phantom Pain, Hotline Miami, Apex Legends, of course, Overwatch, Yakuza 0, Hades, Dark Souls, and Outer Wild. So, the 49th best game of all time. Raw, bloody tough, not slightest misconcerned with civility. A wild, melancholy, funny will take absolutely none of your shit. You might be thinking, this looks awful. And you may be wondering, why is this visual novel 134 megabytes? Because this was a visual novel, and this is the main actual combat system. This was a visual novel made in Unity. Yes, this is season pass, all season 1. You can also get the sequel. Yes, you can get the sequel if you really wish to play the new version of the game, in which they decided to make the game make everyone uglier. For a total of, if you notice this, it actually got bigger. For $25, you too can engage in your very own visual novel. Now, this is Extreme Meatpunks Forever. This is the actual video game. This was made by a person named Heather Flowers. So let's do a little bit of looking on Heather Flowers. Heather Flowers is actually pretty popular. And it keeps happening. You know, working on Snake Farm, The Last Days of Friendship Valley. Now, this is kind of what her thing is. You know, kind of see here. She makes her money, and there's nothing I can fault. I'm not going to fault anybody for making their money. The Last Days of Friendship Valley is Disco Elysium card game, but with My Little Pony. All right, fuck it. Fuck it. I don't care anymore. It just works. So I'm like, all right, okay. Easy enough to understand here. Easy enough to understand here. Now, Extreme Meatpunks Forever is one of those really weird games that gets pushed really hard by people. And this is a game that's going to get pushed really hard as this great and wonderful, amazing product. And it's this very important super game about doing all these things. And that is... This is one of our characters. Yeah, this just kind of embrace the Liana, that's Cass. Yeah. Yeah. Guru gives you the ick. Notepad comedy. Drop a meteor on the creator's house. Kara is the true nightmare. Yes, she is also a Guru person. I'm going to address this right now. She is a very she has her own. Yeah. She likes Guru. She likes Guru a lot. And that's a big thing. Yeah, so, okay, let's, I should open this up. So, this is Heather Flowers. Nothing too exciting about Heather Flowers to really know about. Nothing too exciting to really understand about. Maybe saying, okay, so, alright, seems like a pretty normal person. Whatever, she's just a game dev. Alright, fine. She likes Guru. Fine, fuck it. We're all a little weird here. But, last night, someone, I was sent something. I was sent something of Jameis Plays a Terrible Game. This is Jameis. Hello, Jameis. Kissu, kissu. This was a playthrough of the game. And this is the Meatpunk Manifesto. Rules based on the start of Richard Lamarck's experimental games class, and also Extreme Meatpunks Forever and Gender Wrecked a Little Bit, and the Mountain Goats. So, they're not survival of hard circumstances. We may not hope, but we each trust our fists, and that's enough. Subtlety is for fuckers. There may be a time for clever metaphors, and there are times where you gotta punch a fascist light out. And we live in the second time. Art is political. Don't let art get co-opted by fascists. Bodies are weird and gross, but also cool. Part of the Meatpunk Code is learning how to forge a positive relationship with your body. Make art, make rent, help others do the same. No exceptions. If they do something for you, you gotta help them out back. It's the Meatpunk Code. And meat. Visceral. And of course, jokes are good and punk rock. It has nothing fancy production value. It's about the strength of your conviction and how well it shines through. If your game exudes raw fear, then there's nothing else in the world like it. Now, these are our characters. Yeah, these are some of our characters. You're my best friend, the whole world, and not just you're the only other gay person in this town. You have to understand, people are the gay. This is extremely important. People are the gay. Now, the entire inciting incident of this game is... Yeah, the entire inciting incident of this game is... This is the first lines, effectively, in the game. Giggly, you know, maybe a dozen lines of dialogue in, and we've been introduced to Sam and Jason, two gay guys who are borrowed the made of ASCII art after the game assures that the world isn't too dissimilar from our own. The spelling is least of it. It's the character writing. At least the percent of the game's narrative utterly eviscerates any ability whatsoever to take the story seriously. In the first 20 seconds, the gay white boy Jason literally wants to go to the big city because there's other gays there and he might be able to bone one. Also established that there's a sports fan called the Blood Masons. And start to antagonize a pair of fans of the team that lost, called the Fash Collective. And the two dejected fans get up and hand the drunken gay... This precedes one of our brave gay heroes, staggeringly drunk, starts to antagonize a pair of fans of the team that lost. When the two dejected fans get up and hand the drunken gay white boy his ass, Sam attempts to de-escalate, and the response, I swear to shit, not making up, are the following. Incredibly racist joke. And they're just called Fash 1. Lamau, why'd you come in here if you didn't want to fight with your right for your right to live? Lamau, look at him, he's stumped. Take a moment to appreciate what you're seeing here. This is how developers see the world. We've seen nothing but suggest the alleged Fash Collective has actually done anything wrong beyond fucking exist in this setting. And supports a sports team, the one the protagonists didn't. Their antagonism is treated as an existential threat, while one of the protagonists, being a drunken idiot and starting the fucking fight, is written off. Yeah. It's a very interesting set of situation. That's literally the first chapter, effectively. Yeah. Where was the, Yeah, it's one of those things where you look at it and you're like, oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah, got some palate cleansers, like, yeah, I read through this entire thing. I read through a majority of it. And it is fucking rough. Yeah, this was a fucking rough game to even read, and just how painful it actually is. It is really, really amusing by just how bad the writing actually is in the game. It is comical. Oh boy, Kiwi Farms. She's not beating, yeah, the femcel allegations. Oh god, she's not beating femcel. I saw Punch Nazi from the start. Self-hating one. Oh, yo, oh boy, Kiwi Farms. Yeah, it's the Fash Collective. Unsolicited opinions on Israel. Yeah, this is extreme Meatpunks forever. Now, I just want you to understand that a vast majority of the game is written like this, by the way. So this is these are our protagonists from Extreme Meatpunks Forever. Not exactly our, but who wrote the RPG? This is the TRPG, of course. You know, see right here. Now, by this company called Sinister Beard Games. You probably never heard of Sinister Beard Games because it's by a guy named Oliver Jeffrey. Oliver Jeffrey, or Sinister Beard, they've done a few different games. We've vaguely talked about them before. They get brought up every now and again. Usually they get brought up by something popping up on itch or in association with this, but yeah, these are the guys who actually published the game and actually made the game. See this? I actually got the game for free. Of course I did. Me. As you kind of see all the Sinister Beards things. I don't believe this game is actually on Kicks. I don't believe this game is actually on DTRP. Let me see. DTRPG, Extreme, Meatpunks, DTRPG. It is on there, and it has less than 50 sales. I want you to know that this game has less than 50 sales. It has been out for over a year now. About a year now. How do you know it has less than 50 sales, Notepad? It doesn't have a badge. It doesn't have a metal tier. So this is not exactly selling like hotcakes. You see, it says it's made by Heather Flowers and this person called Arabelle. Now, here's the thing. I think Arabelle is... I think she does things... I think she's the actual writer of the game. And it's a little bit difficult to say because I couldn't find anything on it. She's AWOL. I have no idea where the fuck she is. She's just gone. This is obviously Heather Flowers. No idea where this, what Arabelle would be. I don't know if it's just one of her names. I don't know if it's, just another person. It's kind of hard to tell who it may or may not be. Who it even could potentially be. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those situations where no idea who Arabelle could be. But yeah, Sinister Beard Games. See, it made 31,000 pounds. So if we go to 31,000 pounds to USD, that is about 40 grand. All right, easy enough to understand. 40 grand with the absolute highest being 666 pounds, but no one actually backed it at that rate, but 2 people backed it at 300 pounds. Ain't exactly cheap. But, powered by blood. It's not powered by the apocalypse, powered by blood. We've got Meat Mechs, powered by Crew Rage, by the apocalypse, Bash the Bash, and all these other, we did have a few print goals. We had 2 print goals, 2 stretch goals made. Most of it was we printed things better. Nothing too extreme on this one. This is Arabelle. Let's see if we can find any. Yeah, Drool Honey went away. I have no idea what happened to Arabelle. They could be anywhere. As you can kind of see, they went away. But let's play a game. I had a card at one point, and therefore it must registered somewhere. What happened to you, Arabelle? I want to know. Because as we can learn, game designer, sex worker, and artist from Savannah. This is Arabelle. I have a feeling I've known you before. Do I know you before? Oh, hashtag feminism. Yep, that's... As you can tell, this was one of the main writers behind thing. No idea what happened to them. It's very difficult to actually get an idea of where the fuck these people go. Editing production, these are our editors and productions. Hello, Misha. We've talked about Misha before. She's popped up before. Lauren McCannon, we've talked about. She has shown up before, as well as Ollie Jeffrey, of course. A lot of praise, of course. We've got, where was it? Michael Sands, and Michael got that. Brindley, Passion de la Passion, designer of Maltzer. Hello, Avery. I don't know how Avery Alder keeps showing up in all of these things. It's very fascinating. Yeah, that is Stream Meatpunks Forever, the kind of the setup to everything. Yeah, looks like there's been some issues when it comes to... Yeah, seems like there's been some issues with getting things delivered. So that's kind of common with Kickstarters, especially bigger Kickstarters. But hey, what do I know, right? But we've established that now. Let's look at the game, though. Let's dive into this game. Let's learn a little bit about ourselves and become extreme Meatpunks forever. So Heather's just a face. Disappeared off the face of the net. I don't blame her. So salty porn. It's one of those things. Sponsored by Sinister Beard Games. It's hard to tell who did what in this kind of game, because if we look down at the actual, it's written by Heather Flowers and Ara Bell, based on Extreme Meatpunks Forever. I don't actually think Heather Bell wrote the game, because you could kind of say this is also a weird, like, setting book for everything. But as you kind of see, production, art direction by Ollie Jeffrey, who is Sinister Beard Games. You see what I mean? Like, it's... very odd in that front. We don't know who's who. And Mask gets mentioned a lot. Scroll down here. Welcome to Meat World. A decaying chunk of flesh from a dying god hurtling through the void of space thousands of miles wide. This is a creature upon which we live. It's when you get to the details that you'll notice the difference. Our world's inhabitants. Because this is 2019 in Meat World. Yeah, welcome to Meat World. Meat World's weird. Here's the thing with Meat World. Meat World is the summation of everything horrible, because it's plenty much a planet made of a dying god. And that dying god is pissed, and everything is very weird. It's kind of pseudo-mystical. There's some psychic shit going on, and there are actual literal gods fucking around. Yes, gods. It is also 2019. I want you to remember that. It is 2019. Oh, but Crusadia. This is important for you to know, and this is the most important thing that you must understand about you, Crusadia. Vancouver is in this game. The entire city of Vancouver. I'll skip ahead a little bit here just to prove it, by the way. Not only due to a bizarre quirk of dimensional physics, not only does Vancouver exist, it's the same city, like with cars and everything. It's a beautiful dream. The sky is blue. The air doesn't smell like rotting meat, and everybody there is intensely normal. Anyone who enters Vancouver finds themselves translated. becomes a beat-up car. The bloodstains on their clothes disappear. The name changes something like Chris Scone. They understand a very fundamental level that they are now in Vancouver. Day in Vancouver is too unlike the world they're from. Interdimensional culture shock can only be tolerated for so long, and the day-night cycle is a whole hour faster than it is in Meat World. When you leave, say, the car once again becomes your mech, your tire regains its bloodstains, your name changes back to normal, like Pulsar permutations. You feel as though you've freshly awoken. The details of Vancouver fade swiftly, but overall premise of the experience remains the same. Yes, Vancouver is an actual literal place here in Meat World. And that's just something we have to accept. Now, we need to draft someone in to help us. We got another mech game, baby! See, I think I just killed Crusadia. I think I murdered him in cold blood by just showing him this. But we need we need a man who can help us. I think there's only one man who can really teach us how to be gay and kill Nazis, otherwise known as Vulpes and Culta, from popular game, from the very popular game Fallout New Vegas. Vulpes and Culta. I think he's the only one who can really help us in this situation. Yeah, so this is something we got to understand. You may be looking at this already being like, oh no, and being like, don't worry. So, conversation, we understand that. Moves, we already know about all of that. So, hits and misses, 7 or higher is a hit, 6 or low miss, nothing too exciting. We do have advantage and disadvantage. Advantage, disadvantage works exactly the way you kind of think about it. You roll 3, you take the highest 2, or you roll 3 and take the lowest 2. Easy enough to understand. So, these are our basic moves. We are on page 10. First move we learn is get shit done. This is your do things move. And you may also understand, 12 up, you do it and look rad in the process. Hey, wait a second. Yeah, well, things are slightly different. Because this has a critical result of 12 or better. This does have the critical version. So, hey, you get to do things that go well. This is your do everything move, really, at the end of the day. Hey, fuck around and find out is your get into a fight move. You are taking a swing at someone, fuck around and find out. Heather Flowers goes to the VisiPop school of writing, which is to put fuck in everything. So let's just get it out of our systems right now, okay? You know, right? Like, let's just get it out of our system here real fast. Okay, we're gonna fuck, shit, cunt, fuck, motherfucker, goddamn it, sit, trap, fuck, goddamn it, fuck. Okay, we're good. You got it all about our system. Fuck, cunt, shit, fuck, cunt. Cool. Good. We got all of that VisiPop out of there. Have you watched Hell of a Boss now? Have you watched Has Been Hotel or whatever? Shit, fuck, cunt. You know, get that all out of your system right now, because you're gonna learn that fuck has become less cool. Effectively, you spend from this, and you get to choose from this list. Don't be too don't be too exciting. They also did the thing where they made the fascists look cool. They look infinitely cooler than our lame-ass heroes. And yes, that is exactly what you think. This is the figure shit out. This is the ask questions. It's the ask questions. Now, comfort, have it out. Comfort someone about a difficult subject. Just roll. And you might mark XP, they might mark XP. Easy enough to understand. When you offer something for something in return, roll awkward, and the same shit happens. Nirvana. Get up in their business. When you get involved with someone else's business, you can help or hinder one of their roles. That's how you inject yourself in. Roll love. Roll love. When you make a plan, get organized. When you make a plan of attack. It can be in a flashback. It always has a cost. We'll tell you what the cost is after hearing what you've planned. Roll the dice, roll attention, and then after you roll attention, all that, you can get to pick 2 from the list. This is a very much pick from the list kind of game. Pick from this, pick from that. You don't really get to be too exciting on it. How to harmonize. You're trying to get closer to your mech. Base this off anything you like. Depends on how your character feels at his own body and their mech's body. Because you're piloting giant meat mechs. This is also important. Ask for a scene with you and your mech if you like. Anyway, if you're further apart, take your sinew down by -1 and mark XP. If you're closer together, take it up by +1. If you suffered a connection move in this session, you won't have to make this move if you don't want to. Yeah, because effectively your mech is alive but not. Now, these are paid moves. Something happens. Hey, you get punched, you get hurt. Let's roll with it. You want to check out real fast. You ever get 5 statuses at once? Your character is out of the game. Damn. But you've noticed the word statuses? Weirdly enough, with your statuses and things like that, they aren't actually anything. Yeah, this is one of those weirder moments when you sit down and kind of think about it for too long. Now, the thing is here is like, oh, you've taken a physical condition. You just write down the physical condition here. That's really it. So take a moment. You want to resolve a status. So it's physical healing for resolving injuries, emotional healing for resolving emotional and mental status, or sexual healing, which is the 1982 song by Marvin Gaye. You know, there's no actual sexual healing. Effectively, physical feeling. Oopsie doopsie, I've been stabbed. You roll guts. Oopsie doopsie, I feel I have a stab in my gut, emotionally speaking. You roll awkward. Most of the time, you're going to be trying to remove at least 1 status. Yeah, they catch feelings. You might catch feelings for them if you want to. They aren't really into you. You fall out. Something happens, gets a drop on you while you're vulnerable. Advance a countdown. Effectively, here, you can get rid of statuses pretty consistently. But statuses don't mean anything, really, at the same time. Yeah, so there's like mini workshop for custom moves. Invented on the spot. Yep, just invented on the spot. And generally speaking, these are the actual effects of what you're going to be working with. Hey, you get -1, you roll disadvantage. Another specific move, inflict pain, restrict moves that can be used. They do give you a few examples here. Like, hey, you're starving. Tremors and dead skin. You're shaking and scabbing and rotting at an alarming rate. You've been shot in the gut. Roll gut. You do it, but let everyone around you know. You do it, but it does you. You pass out. Emotional stress. You're pissy. You have anxiety. You're heartbroken. You're possessed. You're out of spoons. You're distracted. You have brain freeze. You have a migraine. Now, that is effectively what that means. You can do whatever you kind of want. Out of spoons. Same as exhausted. I believe out of spoons is a term. There's actually a term. I actually Googled. I forgot to Google it. Spoon theory is a metaphor describing the amount of physical or mental energy that a person has available for daily activities and tasks, or how it can become limited. Experience chronic illness, a handful of spoons, the metaphor for units of energy available to perform everyday actions. Wide range of disabilities, mental health issues, forms of marginalization, other factors that might be unseen burdens on individuals. Effectively, it is you are just tired. So, heart moves. When you catch feelings about someone, declare like you caught feelings for them. You roll with the advantage with any move involving them. If they reject you, you take emotional status. You have feelings for more than one character at once. Crushes can be sexual, romantic, or friendship. Take it to the next level. +1 love, because every character has different love stats with one another. As we can kind of see here, Vulpes and Colta, of course, has an intense love with Caesar. Does not like Atlanteus very much, and has a weird relationship with Courier. Of course, as we all know. No women, of course. We don't deal with women here. However, oh no, at the end of the session, if you believe a relationship has suffered, you can choose to lower your love for one, mark XP, and get advantage on your next roll against them. Generally speaking, the optimized way to play is to fall in love, drift apart, and just farm that XP. I wonder if they feel proud about their Meatpunk OCs. Everyone does. When someone beat an NPC or OC hurts your feelings or stresses you out, tell the GM it's worse than it seems. And you then choose one of these things. Yeah, taking a scar empowers you, but at a slower pace. This is a move to take when you feel drama coming to the surface and you want to go ahead and poke at it. Now, you do have crews in this game. Crews are effectively groups of people that you can, beat the shit out of people. These are the Calibilian Meatpunks. Misa Rosier, Eggbug, Adria, Princess Grace. These are our benevolent characters. Eggbug. Eggbug looks like he's going to eat you. He seems the most out of place here, and it's very funny. But let's be Meatpunks. Let's create a... So, generally speaking, you got a few stats here. You got 4 stats. Attention, chill, awkward, and guts. Perception, alertness, capacity. Chill is your ability to keep calm, focus, not freak out. Awkward is of how you interact with people. And guts is to do literally fucking everything else. Guts is really good. Guts and chill pull a lot of weight. Because it's about getting shit done and fucking around and finding out. Effectively, guts lets you take damage and deal damage, while chill lets you do things. Getting organized and figuring shit out, like, that doesn't... It's an ask question ability. That's a big thing. It's a big ask question ability, which some GMs are going to play well with, some GMs aren't. Now, gear is not... Gear is ephemeral. If that makes sense. You don't have real gear, you just have stuff. It just pops up at that moment. That's just something that you gotta deal with. It just pops up into the moment. So these are our characters, our benevolent characters. We're gonna open up the Meatpunks playbook. So welcome to the Airwave. Look at you. How can they not? You are out there and you don't care what it sees. Your outside is a reflection of your inside. Bring good gay energy. The reflex, how channel that. You display it, flexing a muscle. Now, the Airwave here, as you kind of see, you got basic advancements and things like that. Here, you can carry 4 items with you. Cool. So, let's see what our items are like. You don't get too many stats. 2, 1, 0, 1, -1. Conditions, you do get your mech stats. Your mech stats make a little bit more sense when we get to the mech section, which is long. Now, the thing is, every character will always get their sinew. Now, this is when you spike into your meat instrument and crank that shit to 11, say your mech's name, and roll sinew. On a 10 up, your meat met glows gently, and you get whole to go away at the end of the brawl. They can spend it to do things. But you also get a lot of these things. Be an artist. You spend time and effort making yourself look incredible. Screams, teeth, and nail. Kicking ass look good whenever you do damage. Cross off one of the options listed below. You can't pick a crossed off up until all options are crossed off, at which point you open it all back up again. Yeah, that's kind of your thing. We have the bright child. Love the bright. Love the bride, fear the bride, behold the bride, watch the bride, protect the bride, love the bride, know the bride, guide the bride, help the bride, love the bride, judge the bride, bride. We did learn later on that technically the bright worshipped capitalism, because literally capitalism ate the sun and pretty much steals the sun. Yeah, don't think about that too hard. You pretty much destroy things to make things. You don't get many moves, you get 4. The emblem. Go sicko mode and be hard as fuck. That's your job, really. One of your big thing is you get to this, you get an emblem, and you can use that emblem to eat damage. One of your very important things, your emblem can stand for multiple things. I actually double-checked to make sure if this was a thing. No, this is literally a emblem to say that this is a move that you can choose to make sure your emblem does multiple things. And technically, you can bring out the cross of Jesus Christ if you feel like, and you would just consider it a lifestyle. Your call. Don't worry about it. Yeah, now emblem can take 3 damage before it breaks instead of 2. You have a reputation. Coexist bumper sticker. See my true form's aura, dousing place in psychic kerosene. Alright, let's somebody needs to Photoshop iron side of the bright sheet. Welcome to the Fire Breather. Let's fucking go. Let's do this, okay? You will tear it down. You will break them in half. Don't even act like they can be saved. Raging Bull, Roaring Dragon, Angry Dog, 4 million deaths. Fuck them all. Destroy the enemy. Don't fuck with you. You have a knife. Maybe. Now, I don't know about you, but when I'm going to see the Fire Breather in a dark alley, I'm going to be like mildly concerned that they're drinking shitty IPA and be like, oh no. I would rather get mugged by a real person. Hey, come on, guys. But yeah, no. Their entire thing is being an asshole. Of course, Bullpace is a fire breather. Just how easy it is to actually kind of move things around. Kick it, kick, punch. It's all the same. It's all in the mind. Yeah, it's melee. Anything of your choice right now, as long as they feel they deserve it. Yeah, no. Get nutty. You land a hit on anyone or anything. Yeah, no. As a fire breather, you could just be a mass murdering kill machine in your psycho mech. Psycho killer. Now, we're gonna talk about the honey artist here real fast. I'm going to talk about the honey artist here. I want to explain the honey artist is such a fascinating creature in this game. So, listen, the only reason you think it's too much is because it isn't what you're used to. I assure you, the raw fucking passion I drip off of any goddamn given moment is exactly the right amount. My body's a temple, yada yada yada, but my body temple is more of a pop song, pastel, nightmare, glitter mansion with a pool, slides, and depression. Now, I want you to take a look at this person. I want you to take a look at this. Just internalize it. Is this a friggin' mech game? Yes, it's a mech game. Now, I want you to really internalize this real fast. Now, We're gonna, you got your basic, we got your basic stats here, nothing. So we're gonna go down their things one by one. Moves. Ooh woo. Whenever you display yourself sensually or sexually in an NPC witnesses, ask the GM if they're into it. If they are, roll awkward. Rolls you make against them gain advantage. If it's an OC, the character, ask the player's character instead. If they say they're into you, make a move. They get +1 XP. All for you, baby. Name someone you love and who loves you back. Whenever you do something for them at great cost to yourself, get 1 XP. Rock that body. Whenever you bury your body and your vulnerable connection to it, roll chill. On a hit, you know what everyone's around you thinks of you. On a 10 up, just that someone present might think of you instead. GM and therefore their player, whoever owns the character, can consent. If they do, gain 1 XP. On a miss, you get deep into your feelings just in pen at. Anyone present can ask you a question. Answer truthfully. Monster fucker. You're into cryptids, and they're into you. You can attempt to seduce or make romantic gestures toward cryptids and other non-human creatures. They can catch feelings for you as long as they pass the Harkness test. They must be an adult for their species, have at least minimum human intelligence, and able to communicate. When you reveal your sexy thirst-trapped spine into the yawning, pulsing prod spike that marries you to me, say your mech's name and roll sinew. Name someone. If they aren't present in the ball, they'll make their way toward it. So on. There is a single creature in this book that makes this entire thing automatically 900 times funnier. And then the meat shifter, you're Alex from Prototype. The untethered, you don't like being in the mech in a mech game. The weirdo wisp actually looks kind of neat. I think you get magic powers. Yeah. So, kind of the basics there. So, you get some basic improvements, you get some advanced improvements, nothing too exciting. One of the big things is that once you hit a certain point, you can choose advanced improvement. Hey, change playbooks, determine your future particular NPC. Generally speaking, these are the main two you're going to pick, and these are going to change your character fundamentally, otherwise known as getting rid of your character, or you can shift play. That's kind of your prerogative. You're the bone machine. We're killing Nazis. Let's make a mech. When mommy and another mommy love each other very much, they go to work and into the meat mine. Yeah, effectively, made of meat and bones, really gross and awesome. Unfortunately, so do the fash, the cops, and the forces of capitalism. Yes, capitalism. So, choose your stats. These are your basic mech stats. Corpus, sinew, nerve, and viscera. Or, to make it pretty easy how it goes, doing things, connecting things, using stupid powers, and not dying. Now, you can describe your mech, and the big thing is, you get a bunch of different options. Most of these do not mean anything when describing your mech. As you can kind of see here, Legionnaire 12 technically has -1 corpus. It's red. Its sinew is creamy and fluffy. However, its nerves are dirty, bloody, and ringing, and its viscera is rubbery and tentacled. So it's kind of a disgusting meat mech. However, your options are where things get a little bit bigger. Your options are your powers for your mech. Generally speaking, some of these are pretty weird and kind of funky. Hey, you're thick-skinned. You can dive in front of another mech to take damage for them. Hey, for each session you would take a hit, describe how you look super tough when you ignore it. Anytime you successfully repair your mech, result in an extra mech status. Parrot Scar with another meat mech, as GM. Bedeviled skin crust, nasty gills, violets, maggots. There's a couple things you can do. However, you also get friend guts. Friend guts makes having low corpus actually fundamentally useless. It's really funny because what friend guts does is that makes every single corpus roll now a viscera roll. Do you see a problem here? Yeah, I don't know why. You missed the ooh-woo. We're not going to say fucking ooh-woo. Hey, did I miss Meatpunk? We're right in the middle of it, baby. Yeah, I don't know why this is even an option. There's a couple other ones that are a little bit odd, like, hey, love letter muscles, dominatrix synapses. Love woofers, translucent glass spikes. They sound weird, but they're nothing too super weird when it comes to actually doing things. Yeah, a funnel of liquefied bittersweet memories churn in your mech's guts, pouring from a big intestinal straw when you need a good sip. When you spend time slurping it down, resolve a mental status. More memories need 24 hours to brew after you drink. Other people can drink your memories, but it doesn't do the same thing. So it'll be sweet to learn about some. Organization quickeners. Chameleon bite. Inkcloud pain forget. Yeah. Nerve optics. Nerve optics, brain stems, sucklefish tendrils. A lot of these do things. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to go through every single one because I don't really think we need to. But there's quite a few of these things. It's as long as you are doing things, it's fine. There aren't many weapons. Most of them are just like oh look at all these things. All you really need to know is this last word, really. Is it near? Is it near fragile? Is it face bombs? What doesn't really matter. You get some like this. Roll with advantage on smash rolls. When you find the weapon in the environment, yeah, splash them. Bar and slow. That's really. Yeah, some are like, alright. Low, near, far. Roll your own. Pulses are effectively. All the plus ones, anything, and stat swap things tend to be the least interesting element of games, even if they are really good math-wise. Yeah, they're not really interesting. Like that's the kind of the issue. It's like they're just boring. That's the big thing. Is like there's things that are like, oh, this feels really good. Like oh, this seems interesting. Being like, why would I pick this though? Because you just dump your corpus and just get something for free. There's another one which does what you're supposed to do, which like restricts it to certain things, but it's in a completely different section, and so it's like, why would I ever do that? Dear God. Yeah, get ready for just yeah. Effectively, pulses are a little bit odd. Effectively, you might get as an advancement a pulse. I see your gain a pulse. Effectively, all the pulse is hey, my meat mech is now reflecting something. These are just descriptive elements that you get. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't add to a roll. It just lets you do something. You always know what true north is. Hey, your feeling of touch is extremely good. It's cloud belly, instinct, or whatever. The higher your sinew is, the higher your connection to your mech, the better these are. On the other hand, the higher your sinew, the higher your ability is breaking there. Now, this word right here might seem really fun. It's lying to you. It's lying to you. There's no actual. Weirdly enough, there is no like weird note. The combat's kind of funky. So effectively, the House Goods new stat they all share. Brawl. During the fight, it's an abstract measure of how well the fight's going for you. It may just be who has the upper hand or something more literal. Brawl ranges between +3 and 3. Most mech fights start at 0. Cool. Now, the only way you can defeat mechs or similarly powerful in mech brawl is to finish them. So, decidable like human statuses, name, description, or rule. Alright, you can have a number of statuses equal to your Viscera +3. That's why having Viscera of anything less than 1 is kind of bad, because you don't get a lot of health, really. But let's say, spooked, mud in your eye, hobbled, and you can heal your mech. It just takes time and it's expensive. But let's do this. Throw yourself into your mech ribcage and thrust your neck back into the nerve spike. And no. When you take a hit, you're gonna roll Viscera. And up, you brush it off and how you escape injury, or take a mech status and you roll with advantage. Wow, Viscera's pretty good because it lets you not die. Oh. And then smash, roll Corpus. But remember, we don't need to roll Corpus here. We can roll Viscera. Because we took Friend Guts. Because we took Friend Guts, we can literally ignore this rule and say just roll Viscera. So we're just rolling Viscera. That's all we're doing. Yeah. Fuck around and find out. Set up opportunities for one of your gang members. Then hit on an enemy. Don't get hit. Smash something inanimate. Yeah, effectively what you do if you smash something, you increase your brawl by 1 if you land a hit on an enemy. So let's say I'm in a meat mech fight with my enemy. I punch them in the noggin. My brawl goes up by 1. The brawl is going in my favor. They punch me in the face. My brawl goes down. Easy enough to understand. This is the entire thing, what you're actually trying to do. When you take a number of statuses, yeah, you can get thrashed, fight through it, pretty bad stuff. Finish them. Brawl, hit, you kill them. Fuck yeah, reset brawl to 0. So effectively, you're trying to build your brawl up to just execute them. Yeah, this is legitimately a vast majority of combat right here. And you know what we get to do? We get to roll 1 stat for it. Yep. We roll 1 stat. Yeah, this is making me sleepy. So you're supposed to do fatality on them to actually win. Yes. What you do is you build up your brawl. You do 3 attacks to build up your brawl. You do some problems. Once your brawl hits that, you fatality, it resets to 0. Having literally anything more than a handful of fighters is going to take fucking eons if people aren't taking a good beat to things. If you ever reach -3 Sinu, you black out and you go fucking sicko mode. This is bad. You don't want that. That's literally the entirety of the combat scene. Let's see, how long is combat? Let's learn. How long does combat take? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. That's 6 pages of the Meat Mech combat game. It is 6 fucking pages. And here are our enemies. Enemies, 2 moves. Hit moves. And has 2 set, ooh. Squisher enemies can be killed by spending a hold on smash roll. Yeah, here are our bad guys, which is we can only assume 500 gay men. Yeah, that's actually how. That's it. That's literally the entirety of the enemy section right here. It's 1 page. We're gonna have to do a brief rundown on the world of meat. But to do this, I'm gonna need something to drink. Holy shit, this game got 1 billion Vietnamese dong. Now, saying, oh beautiful saying. Oh beautiful saying. This is important to know. The game it is based on, the actual game that this is based on, looks like this. And in the sequel, yeah, in the sequel, they made every character uglier. Yeah, they literally made every single game character uglier in the sequel. to prove a point, I guess. I want you to look at that. I want you to look at that racist depiction of a black man. and just embrace it. Just embrace the racist depiction of that black man. It's great. Brad looks like a Rugrats character. Welcome to, this is the actual game. This is the, nah, it can't be racist. Everyone is repulsive. This is the, because you gotta remember, Extreme Meatpunks Forever is actually a video game. A video game that takes almost 500 megabytes and looks like this a majority of the time. Yeah. 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 I'm gonna get something to drink. My throat's dying. Looks like a low effort visual novel, and effort is too high effort. It's... Yeah, it's, the thing is, it is an actual visual novel. This is an important thing. It's a visual novel with a combat element into it. But the combat is extremely basic, to the point where you can win most fights in like two seconds because of how the balance is fucked. And everyone talks like that. Every single person talks like they're on fucking Twitter. Oh, it's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better. It's gonna get a lot worse. Got some water. Let's get back to it. Let's learn about the lore. Because honest to God, after this, you've pretty much learned the entire game. It's about 69 pages worth of game. Everything else about the game is its lore. And I'm going to be really, really blunt about the world. Yeah, so as a side, I'd like to make a quick apology for Meat World. It's the planet, the continent, the country, the United Territories of Meat World. So, what is a meat mech? Well, a meat mech is carved from the organs of a dying god to create giant mechs that people can pretty much synthesize with. It becomes part of them and they become part of it. It's kind of, imagine if your car was a transformer. Alright? Easy enough to understand. This is the idea of mechs are a mirror to humanity. So, everyone has to take their VOFD test. Psychological assessment of dissociated capacity and multiple choice questionnaire. Effectively, what you need to do is you need to have dysphoria to understand the idea of pretty much projecting your consciousness to a mech. Now, the thing is, VOFD 0, VOFD 1 are pretty much, you can't really pilot mechs all that much. It's generally a VOFD 2, a VOFD 3 can roughly take on most people. However, VOFD 3, VOFD 4, VOFD 5s, it kind of actually, VOFD 4s, VOFD 3s are our main characters. Experimental mech designs, and this is where you can't actually pilot anything that is that is humanoid. So, the majority of non-marginalized people fall under 1, 2, or 3, since the test is psychological, shift over a person's lifetime. Because the VOFD test disassociation and self-alienation, there's an interesting second-order effect. People who are socially alienated or experience cultural isolation often score higher on the VOFD. As oppression pushes you away from yourself, you may find that there are many other selves you're capable of inhabiting. It's a painful experience, though it does come with one small advantage. In short, being gay makes you better at driving. Being gay makes you better at driving. I want you to remember that. So, most of your enemies, when they're not piloting mechs, are actually just a bunch of gay men, we can only assume, because there's no fash women that were displayed anyway. So yeah, that's fun. So, basic idea. There were gods. Rise and fall of gods. There's been a lot of gods. Everything's kind of gone horribly, horribly wrong for a lot of things. Now, the thing is, there's two gods, of flesh and fire. Oh, didn't mean to hit that button. There's a god of flesh and fire. Now, the flesh god are ancient beings who rose from the sinew of the world before people walked the earth. These are your elder gods. The planet is an elder god. Now, gods of flame need to use people to survive. Capitalism, with a C, is the god of flame. He is ruthless, reborn of Cataclysm. His newest form was created in 1970, called the 7 Days at Night, in which the sky went completely black. When lights returned to the world, so it did so artificially, with a firmament to block it all out, other light, its own dull shine. The bright was made by capitalism's hand. Yeah, there are people who worship capitalism, because capitalism stole the fucking sun. Yeah, capitalism... non-functioning on the VOFD spectrum. Well, clearly not since they're able to talk about game for 2 hours without talking about the lore. Admittedly, it's only been about 40 minutes for this one. Yeah. Yeah, the bright was the bright was made by capitalism's hand, so there'd be no light in the world but his. People's faith in it keep it glowing. In the true sky above, the bright collects the light from the true sun, lets small portions trickle down, and keep the rest for itself. On a rare occasion when it's cracked open to reveal the real sky, it does so with an unrivaled ferocity. To give you an idea, when the real sky comes down, it launches a tactical nuclear strike. The sun is a tactical nuclear weapon. And capitalism is the only thing protecting people from it. Damn. Yeah, capitalism outsources himself, hollows them out, pups their skin and voice. He is, yeah, that's he's taken many names and forms of the sun. Difficult to say exactly when he was born. Yeah, yeah, that's the funny thing. For some reason, capitalism is Superman, and he can do everything he wants and whenever he wants. And the Devil God was killed 31, or the 9-Year War on Godlight in 1990s. The Meat World Atlas, acknowledgement of American genocide. Let's talk about genocide and the foundation of America. Don't think about it too hard. For some fucking reason, they have a desire to talk about American genocide. There's a lot of things that we... There's a lot of things we are and a lot of things we aren't. But generally speaking, this is a person who's probably never left the United States of America, and probably the person that they are dealing with in the UK would also like to not comment on it. Generally speaking, I don't know why this is here. Especially in Meat World, but understand that this is someone who is seething on Twitter constantly. Understand that and learn about it, and you will be far happier in your life about it. Yeah, let's talk about America. We talk about Meat World. It's a critique of modern day capitalism. So, here's the thing. 1,000 years ago, 500, yeah, evolved their own species. Yeah, okay, shit happens. Kulo, Ars Kazu, Patan, among other, cross the seas the Meat World. Their south coast meets 100 vibrant indigenous cultures and act horrific violence and cruelty upon them in the name of imperialism. Let's play a game here. Oh, we don't talk about why we went across the sea. We don't talk about the blood sacrifices. No, no, no. We don't talk about anything that went... Oh, what a day. What a beautiful day. So... more shit happens. We have to talk about history and all that thing, how it's really important. More shit happens. The metal rush comes to close, resulting in the swift economic downturn. More shit happens. So much shit. You talk about how fucking it's so important, but you don't talk about anything. It just more shit happens. Not so great, honestly, now that you mention it, depression. You know, the actual Great Depression occurred, but more, you don't think about it. You know, don't think about it at all. I can only assume World War I happened in the middle there, but we just don't talk about it. Let's not talk about it. This was made by the British. This is made by a. This was. In the 1800s, Southern slave owners got into their meat mix and Buck broke the slaves. Yeah, and the Crimean Wars, you know, Hitler won, and it's, well, yeah, it's one of those weird things where, like, you make a big point about, oh, well, all these terrible things happened without actually understanding that there's a lot of things that actually did happen. My Californians. I do not know where they are from, but this is something that's very common. And in case you're wondering, yes, this person is white as can be. I do not know what their early life section is. However, as a member of the chosen people, I can safely say, don't make me look bad. Don't make me, do not make me look at the 1940s as something possibly positive. Please don't. The chosen Meatpunks appearance. Yeah, it's... Yeah, so okay, the devil was killed by a group of tenacious meat world. The lightning rods of superstition are established by surviving god killers. Cool! We killed the devil in 1931. Then we just skip to the 70s, where the sun disappears. Richard Nixon ate the sun. Holy shit, thanks, Nixon. Yeah, people do their best to take care of another world, so that comes to an end. After 7 days of some divine prophet, the sky lights up as neon pigs, shifting constellations. Because known as the Bright, it becomes a primary source of light on Meat World. Much of the history is split between times before and after. Obviously not. Yeah, MF is constant. Yeah, austerity to politics. We're going to talk about austerity politics, but we're not going to talk. No, fuck it. Government will cannibalize itself in order to feed the private sector. Let's crack down on the unions in the 80s. The God Killer Brigade. Girl boss president Reagan Ronald is removed from office, immediately slips on the banana peels, and falls down 5 flights of stairs and gets pissed on by a dog named Puka. You'll never believe it. The exact same thing happens to male boss Prime Minister Thatcher Margaret over in ours, except the dog is called Yumi. Now, I want you to remember that a proud female president, Reagan Ronald, is viciously insulted. We are girl bossing it in this house, and we girl boss it so poorly. Man, violence against women is good, and remember everyone, violence against women is a good thing in Meat World. Truly, a dark day for the rest of us. Yeah, begins picking up chatter from an extra-dimensional, universe-spanning conglomerate known as Godlight. Yeah, makes first cross-dimension. This seems like a completely different fucking thing. The fungal forest. Yeah, Godlight sends spies to Meat World, only to be scattered across eternity. A secret war begins between the extra-dimensional heavenly powered and the underfunded brigade. Upcame full scale. It succeeds in killing God, the figurehead of the not one of made of me, and dropping the entire dimension into the garden. Yeah, because in 2002 they killed God. You know, God. Did I ever mention that capitalism is God? Like, yeah, is destroyed in the Sunstrike. Sunstrike drops town Devil's Teeth, only highlighted by Samuel Godkiller, newly named Double Teeth Meatpunks, embark on a quest to gather an army with the eventual goal of stealing the sun. Your world, World of Metal, continues, while the world of meat grinds to a halt. Yep, it's been 2019 forever in Meatpunk land. We gotta pay Notepad. Let me just pay that Notepad there. This is what actually, like, Nixon saved humanity from Sons of Mega Nukes. Well, fuck, would be better. Time for a performance review? Yeah, it's... How do I want to word this? The lore is bullshit in a weird way, and not like a fun way. It's just like, it's weird, and haha, look, it's funny. Do you get it? I'm like, oh. This is just dumb. Also, the horse is a horse town in Calliope. It's Angel City in Calliope. Thank you very much. But we'll get to that. Don't worry, we'll get to that. Yeah, these are the regions of Meat World. Each Meat World location has its own fun and exciting world of awful things where there's a bunch of side notes where it's like, aha, look at it's funny. It's a bunch of funny Twitter screen caps. Yeah, it's effectively Twitter screen caps of wait, Mao is Eternal Glade features beautiful beaches, incredibly biodiverse, a giant alligator swamp, and the Yawn, and a group of Maoists who have been living in the swamp. Crocodiles got for 4 to 5 years now. Well, they got there, least of all, but they use natural acoustics of the giant to broadcast recruitment message for miles around. The Homerian sirens of communism, who usually find themselves lost deep in the swamp, make it to the Yawn, quickly realize that the only hope they have getting home is the next person to bring a boat. Eventually, they'll reach a critical mass where they either spontaneously explode out and instantly convert the world to a communist utopia, or kill one another. Why are Maoists in here? Oh goodness. Yeah, it's yeah. Get ready. It's Twitter. It's Twitter funny. It's Twitter screen cap funny. Fucking laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Laugh right fucking now. Are you having fun? Are you laughing? Are you having a funny hee hee hoo hoo ha ha moment? Why aren't you laughing more? You should be laughing more. Clap, motherfucker, clap. We mentioned the cultural capital of Calliope. Found of the North Coast Giants, upside down angel floating in the sky. It hangs silently, reaching into the city below, giant eyes welling with oiled tears. It hosts the great stars of Meat World's burgeoning radio play community. Tales of the World's dozen over-the-top radio play sets, completely with meaty Foley instruments. Or in wax big movies. So its primary advantage, movies don't exist yet in Meat World. Radio star goes about its day in videos in its garage, trying to invent the gun. Also a hell of a lot in sports theaters, clubs, blood sport arenas, underground fights, stuff of entertainment you could ask for. This is the home of the Yada Cottage. Some seconds of it. You won 2 bits. It sprouted from a game of roving wrestlers fighting one another in the streets for tips. Yeah. Effectively, Angel City is kind of, how do I want to word it? Angel City's LA. It's LA. Let's just call it. Let's just call it what it is. It's LA. And welcome to the Pacific Northeast. Yep, the Pacific Northeast. It's also a god because welcome to Seattle, Portland. The worst city ever created by man. Seattle, Portland. Yeah, I guess you could also call it Seattle. I guess it would be Seattle, Portland, Chicago. Yeah, making friends like walking a tightrope. Burn approach means friends will burn bridges with the slightest offense. And Vancouver is there. The entire city of actual... Can I kill your dog to give it peace from this hell? Never. Catch you later, boys. See ya, brother. This whole scary shitty is LA. Angel City is just a metro city. Yeah, Vancouver, literally just the city of Vancouver shows up. Now, welcome to MF. MF is San Francisco. It's also LA. It's also every single bad city ever created by... It's San Francisco, New York, okay? That's what it is. It's San Francisco, New York. It is literally a city taken over by the eldritch personification of capitalism by a man named Capitalism. The whole city is a damn temple to Mammon. Also Israel, I guess. Yeah. Mass Francisco. Do you get it? Do you get it? Laugh. Yeah, the Ultra Loop, Beyond Meat World, various continents. Yeah, this is where things get really. If you are a if you're a guy who likes continents stuff like that, get ready to be annoyed. Uh, Cedo, equivalent of Europe, Europe, Oceania, equivalent of Australia, Oceania, Australia, equivalent of Asia, Africa. It's to keep it stayed because etymology isn't direction based. Arctica, Arctica, which has bears on it now. Yeah, because they make a big deal about like, oh well, it's west, south, east, and all those things. However, uh, they literally just keep Africa as it is because it's just the continents. Africa is in the meat world. Why? Why? Yeah, zoom as far as possible. Why is this even 70 million neighbors parallel realities? Theocracy to take out every world it finds. Mr. C is strangled on the world's barriers won't fall until he does. Literally, capitalism is the only thing keeping us alive from a theocratic nightmare. God bless capitalism keeping us alive. Yeah. Great World Meat, the Guy Museum. So, let's get let's build some human class enemies. Devils are embodiment of consciousness. They're kill 6 billion demon. The faceless work as groups. So yeah, the faceless are oh no, these are completely forgotten, drifted unnoticed, loose specifically. Yeah, they're zombie creatures. And then fascist little shitheads who run around in gangs harassing people. Uh, this is the funny thing. They that's the thing you always have to remember. You should never personify a fash. Never give them names. Dehumanize them. They're not people. They never were people. And you should not treat them as people. Kill them, dismember them, rip them apart. They don't matter. They're less than human. They're less than you. They're weaker, insignificant, and stupider than you. They will never be better than you. You should always acknowledge the fact that they... No, sorry, I was going to say something nice. Shouldn't that? The fash is awful. You should get away from them. Segregate them even. Separate but equal ways. The fash, actually not even equal. The fash doesn't deserve to be equal, right? The fash isn't human. The fash is subhuman. The fash exists in a world unknown to any of us. They are 3/5 of a person, you could say. I love this section. It does my favorite thing where they try really hard to dehumanize the villains and inadvertently make me care more about the villain. Because legitimately it's like, yeah, you just dehumanize them to the point where it's like, oh, well, obviously I have to root for these guys. Make the villains sound like they have a reason to fight back as much as not a non-class citizen. Yeah, they're like just... That's one of those weird things where you're just like, yeah, don't even like acknowledge them as human beings. I'm like, that's kind of a weird thing to say. Like, you should acknowledge them as people, but they're people with flaws. Now we get to cryptid class. Now I want everyone to remember something very important. I want to go all the way back up, and I want to look at this. Remember, you're into cryptids and they're into you. I want you to look at this woman. I'm going to go back to this every now and again. I want you to look at this woman, and as we go through cryptids. Cats. It's a Garfield cat. Feral mechs. Finger crabs. Finger crabs. Fleshlings. Skinless, like, contrast, they all resemble mechs in some way. They work together to achieve their goals. Highly territorially packed tunnel veins. Oof. Well, I understand. Green bears. Animal and plant symbiosis. Lesser ghosts. Meat shifters. Yeah, it's meat shifters. Menmoth. You want a Menmoth of sap flutter around menacingly? On areas industrial collapse for failing bridges, sinkholes. Oh yeah, they could not talk, but they prefer not to. Humans aren't worth the effort to make time. Speaking is a murder on the audio processing. But oh, get ready for this. Welcome to Murder Horses. Half horse, half dog. Half horse, half dog. Mm. Okay. Just needed to make sure that people understood that there is literally a horse dog creature. Yeah, there's a horse dog creature. White woman game. Yes, there is a yeah. Have fun fucking monetizing this, by the way. No, this ain't getting monetized at all. I can guarantee you that. Yeah, white girls, for some reason, they like fucking cryptids. Half dog, half horse. Yeah, people used to ride. They used to literally ride these murder horses. Of course, rat wolves, wide horns. Of course, you can't fuck krakens though, or major ghosts, or small gods, or the supervisors. This is God. This is Mr. Capitalism himself. It's me, Mr. Capitalism. Yeah, yeah. He has the ability. This is also important. The Mr. Capitalism himself has the ability to call down the fucking hammer of dawn whenever he feels like. And yes, they do cite the Communist Manifesto because Karl Marx did nothing wrong, everyone. The Devil God. Emily. Emily is a teenage worker who works at the Interdimensional Superstore, and it's trillions of years old. Get it? Because it's funny. Laugh, motherfuckers, laugh, dance. That's what you want, right? I want to post this on Twitter. That's pretty much it. Like, again, it's like there's a lot of this stuff, like make up a guy to get mad at. They unironically explain like that's how you should be making guys. Just make up a guy to get upset at. Yeah. Then they kind of talk about like agendas, principles, how you should run the game, GM moves. GM moves are always pretty normal. Effectively, a GM move is, let's say I fail a roll. Let's say I don't do well in it. A GM may make a move, which might be inflict a status or introduce a shitty situation. That's what they get to do. That's their moves. You can usually treat this also as a way to play the fucking game. That's also a way to do this. Play the fucking game. But hey, that's difficult. That's complicated. yeah, sinew will fluctuate over the session to play. Yeah, effectively, anytime you're making connection rolls, you're kind of your sinew's going up and your sinew's going down. You don't want to lose sinew. Sinew is bad to lose. Yeah. Make that, improvise. Nothing too exciting. Sneaky tricks. Be a normal person. Love letters, example stuff. Safety code. Weirdly enough, safety rules are way at the bottom of the fucking book. Usually these things are like first. Cheat codes, how to actually do things, important question. Then they do some like, here's some basic session stuff, and these are all just sample quests, and now to kind of get you excited and all that. So, free Meatpunks forever. Is this game good? Not really. Is it like? Yeah, they do. Wait, I have to pray Mr. C Sunstrike Angel City. Yay! This game where you help Mr. C bring human rights to the. It's. How do you explain this kind of game? Like, obviously, here's the thing. I'm gonna try to be. People say I should be more positive, so I'm gonna be more positive about this game. Let's say something good. Let's say something positive. Generally speaking, I think the premise is interesting enough. You're a bunch of people in a horrible, awful apocalypse nightmare world where you pilot gigantic meat mechs to beat the shit out of one another. All right, that's not a bad idea. This is not a flawed premise. Generally speaking, the monster designs aren't bad in this game. I think they look fine. I think what really kills me. Alright. I think it's a combination of the writer is a little self-righteous. I'm right, you're wrong. Post this on Twitter. This entire game is written to be posted on Twitter as, wow, look how cool this is, instead of actually being like useful. In a game about giant meat mechs, why do meat mechs feel like a secondary thing? You've bought a effectively 230-page book, and about not even half of it is actually dedicated to playing the game. And I would like to say the world is interesting, but the world goes as far as a Twitcher screen cap or Tumblr world building exercise. That's as far as the actual setting feels like it goes. And it's like, oh, well, all these things happen. This shit happens. Being like, what does that mean? There's huge contexts of things that, like, oh, well, there was a genocide and it was bad. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty bad. However, like, you gotta understand, like, that shit, like, are you gonna talk about any of that? No? Okay. Like, what do the people actually mean? Well, we're just there. It's just 2019, except we're all in giant meat mechs. It's like, does that work? Are we working with this? Are we not working with this? Like, it doesn't feel like we're in a fucking nightmare apocalypse scenario where we are on a world made of meat and everything sucks. Like, no, it's like, hey, it's literally a world of Twitcher 2019. And that's horror. That's a horror scenario by itself, mind you. Yeah, it's the thing is, I'm trying to be nice here. Because, again, if this world was fleshed out more, honestly, if it was fleshed out more, and you could have the idea, how do I want to word this? It's one of those things where and this was something I was taught very, very early on in my when I did writing. You want to make a point about something, you want to make like a theme about something, you never say the theme. Never say it. Never once. Because if you say it, That's all it's about now. And now you've ruined any other nuance to it. You want to make a critique of capitalism, all you have to say is MF is the super mega city that is eating all the other areas around, and everyone has to dedicate resources to MF. You want to make a big, critique of capitalism? You do that. Everything, all the other territories are being filtered into MF. You want to get into MF? You got to pay a shit ton of money. But there's no money in this system. That's the problem. So we can't talk about that. And there you go. You've got a weird thing of saying, capitalism sucks. You want to know why capitalism sucks? Because a guy bought his way into being the most powerful man on the continent, and he pretty much forces everyone to pay him more. All right. We've never said his name is Mr. fucking Capitalism. We understand he's an asshole. We understand that. We get that. And what are you? Well, you're a bunch of fucking idiots in the boonies riding a bunch of meat mechs. You're disgusting. You're fucking weird. But it's like, nah, man, we gotta beat up the Fash. Who are the Fash? Who are they? They don't exist. It's really fascinating. Because you talk about even, like, normal history. You talk about our history. Fascism. There are people who are fascist. You can point to them and say, you're fascist. Mussolini's Italy, black shirts, you got the Nazis, you got things like that. You can specifically say, okay, you are fascist. But even that really doesn't describe them very well. Because you have Mussolini. Like, let's take Italy, for example. Mussolini and, Mussolini's fascism was actually kind of weird in a way. It was very centered on, well, we want to build the stronger Italian state. Fuck everyone else. I don't really care. Everyone else should serve the Italian state. Everyone is the Italian state. That was Mussolini's fascism. And he went to war over it. But then you have, like, then you have Nazism, which is German fascism, which is a completely different variant of it. Which is, like, that's a very different set of beats of how fascism plays out. Oh, well, they're bigoted, they don't like other people. Mussolini didn't want to give up any of the Jews in Italy because you want to know what he said? They're fucking Italian. Fuck you. Yeah, you also got, like, people like Japan. Japan wasn't really fascist, though. Like, we lumped them together with fascists, but they were their own version of imperial. They were effectively a imperial oligarchy. They used the emperor as a method to justify rampant expansion and imperial expansionism. That was all it was. Everything belongs to the state. That was how Japan functioned. That's completely different. I don't think anyone in Japan would call themselves fascist. That's not something they would call. They followed some of the ideals, but a lot of countries followed those ideals. That's pretty much the foundation of imperialism. Like, one of the things for, like, Mussolini, the actual penning of the fascist doctrine was all of these other countries did this better, did this before us, and now are claiming to be, the good guys here. So we want a cut of, we want a cut of it now. We want our time in the sun. As Italy, we want Ethiopia. As Italy, we feel that we deserve all of Africa. And, as Italy, we deserve all of that. We deserve to conquer all of this shit because we're Italy. We're better than you. It's our time in the sun now. Germany. You got to go all the way back to fucking the 1880s if you want to explain how German fascism came to exist. You got to go even fucking further back. History is a series of events. This is something that's really difficult to understand for some people. History is a series of events that take place one after another. You can't explain something in, like, this weird vacuum. So when they say the Fash, you got to explain what the fuck that means. Because, hey, here's a group of here's a group of assholes. They're just a bunch of racist jackasses that nobody likes, and they are heavily, they're like, fuck you, we're a bunch of assholes. Alright, fine. That's a group that you have now, that players can make a decision about. Most players are going to look at them and being like, you're a fucking asshole. We don't like you. It's, I'm going to use a recent example. With, The Boys. I watched the first season of The Boys, but you get the idea. With VOT. VOT is an asshole. VOT is a terrible company full of terrible people, but you get really the incentive. This is the first season, by the way. I don't know anything after that. You get the sense with VOT is that VOT is run by assholes and they protect assholes. But at the end of the day, you also get an impression that a lot of the people who work just in the muck are just working in the muck. They're not bad people. They're just people. And that's kind of one of the problems, is like, are you your group? And if it was like, there is in, let's say, Extreme Meatpunks Forever, there is an entire subculture of pretty much hooligans. They use meat mechs, they terrorize people, they fuck around in the boonies a lot. Their entire thing is they want to fuck with you. Okay, different. Hey, there's an entire group of people which are effectively PMCs. They go out from the main city, they terrorize people, they loot, they steal, they burn everything down, and they deliver it all back to MF. That is a group that you could clearly say, these people are fucking evil. They are not good people. But you don't say they're just the fash. We're still on this garbage. Hell yeah, we're talking about the nature of the word fash. But we're going to call it there, though. That's my very long-winded, yeah, that's my very, long-winded, series of things. Yeah, fash is when people I don't like things I do. See, Crusadia, you missed Vancouver. That's your problem. You missed Vancouver. So now we will never escape the cycles of Vancouver. So let's see. Let's play a game, everyone. Let's play a little game. What do we want to see next? Do you want to be shonen heroes, or do you want to go on a magic adventure? I'll let you all decide. Do we want to go to anime land, or do we want to go on a magic adventure? I need to take a piss because I've been drinking a lot of water. Okay, let's see. We've got magic adventure, anime. Okay, let's look at anime, everybody. Time to go look at anime. Yeah, we love anime. Friendship, effort, victory. Friendship, effort, victorio. All right, so let's do a magic quest. Oh, God, Brad, go away, Brad. No one likes you. No one likes you, Brad. So, friendship, effort, victory. Weirdly enough, this was not actually on Kickstarter. This is the only Kickstarter that was not on, the only game we were going over, not on there. But as you see here, friendship, effort, victory. And of course, it is very much not a Japanese game because it does encourage you to get an abortion fund. So, therefore, Shinzo Abe is personally trying to kill the developer. So, as you can kind of see, you know, cooperatively designed and profit-shared RPGs. Well, we've talked about Far Horizons before. Far Horizons is a 100% creator-owned, profit-shared international collective of indie TTRPG developers. They've got two big books. They have Friendship, Effort, Victory, and Brinkwood. You've probably heard of Brinkwood before. This is Forged in the Dark, and you know, blood-soaked vampires. Alright, easy enough to understand. Love the game. I like the game. Like, okay, alright. Looked interesting enough to me. I thought about going over it personally. I'm like, oh, it's Forged in the Dark. This is our hot-blooded youth, tense melody, shonen action, boy action. This is the other one, though. Who is the kind of the main person behind it? Well, that's Kamala Kara Arroyo. Kamala Kara Arroyo. As you kind of see, this is her. This is Kamala. This is Kamala Kara. Kamala Kara. Kamala Kara. Poster protected. I'm like, okay, so that's not not easy to work with there. So we're going to have to do a little bit of more. We have to go down to the magic adventure. Okay, there's got to be something. Let's keep digging around. Oh, she's got her own itch.io. Here's her itch.io. It's Friendship, Effort, Victory. This is who I am. Previously, Nicholas Arroyo. They are on Dice Camp. And you kind of see they've got a few different games, a lot of SRD stuff, and they've got a couple other games. But this is Kamala. This is Kamala Kara. You know, I work mainly with Roulite Narrative Time. Largest title, Friendship, Effort, Victory, published by Far Horizons. She's working on Petmon, which is Digimon inspired, and Wild Hunt, which is variant of Face Core, which is also Ruby. Oh goodness. So, friendly neighborhood gamer. Everyone's like, Fabula Ultima, Fabula Ultima. I'm gonna... Yeah, it's, kind of see, this is, kind of... I give her credit. She is talking about tabletop games a lot. She talks a little bit about her own thing. Talk about OVA stuff. However, now here's a fun thing. OVA, the anime role-playing game. I know she's not doing her fucking job. OVA was actually, it did come out a while ago. It's an older one. However, it's mostly from 2006. And a lot of the it's not 90s. And, she's like, oh, remember this game? Remember it was like Besm? It was like this. It was like this. I'm just like, you know, people still do that. And arguably, your game does this. That's the thing. She likes to make a big thing being like, oh, well, ha ha ha. It could be, you know, anime could be used as a descriptor. In other words, before we click related, anime is a medium, not a genre. And then she proceeds to make Friendship, Effort, Victory. But only on Mastodon, of course. So... alright, easy enough to understand, nothing too exciting. Now, this is the... well, there's not really much else to talk about. Not going to lie. Completely done. Here it is. Everything you could possibly want. Shonen action game. So let's dive straight into it. Let's dive straight into it and realize something very important. Shonen TTRPG. Shonen TTRPG. A boy TTRPG. Because that's what we must remind ourselves every single time, is that shonen just means boy. Besm is an honest attempt to make an anime game. This is just a skinwalker. I hate everything about this. I'm sorry, abortion. What? Yeah, abort. Yeah, get poltergeist and gaslight. Did Petmon die? I have no idea where Petmon went. It's in development. Boy, TTRPG, girl on the cover. We will be disappointed further on. Now, let's there's something interesting to talk about. You know, it's about is a Powered by the Apocalypse hack or Shonen Battle Comics. I don't know why. This word right here, this entire like this first like it just physically hurts me. But again, game design and writing Kamala Cararayo, editing, you know, got there. Cover art, interior art by V. Liv Vidal. Remember this name. Now, the thing is, we've actually know Chris Falco. We've talked about Chris Falco before. You may be wondering, why have we talked about Chris Falco before? Go to the Chris Falco TTRPG. We've actually talked about Falconian Productions before, and I actually like some of his games. I liked Eldritch Care Unit. ECU is legitimately pretty good. Little janky, and I want to go over Eldritch Defenders because I'm like, all right. I liked ECU. ECU was very creative in a very different way. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with making something creative and something interesting. And I liked ECU because of that. There were flaws, but there are flaws that are easy to fix. Eldritch Defenders is apparently pretty decent. I want to look into it a little bit more. It could be fun. Fine, cool, whatever. Just addressing that. But yeah, he's part of Far Horizons as well. But the special thanks to all the people here, 2021. Now, this is where things started getting a little bit funky wonky. So, Far Horizons Cooperative has an agreement with the copyright holders that allows the repacking and distribution of particular versions of Friendship Effort Victory for purposes of both commercial and non-commercial. Effectively, Far Horizons Cooperative has a special license for this. So the agreement does not preclude any the copyright holder from selling this copy of the game either by themselves or through another publisher after January 1st, 2031. Effectively, it's saying until 2031, Far Horizon have to have it. Now, this is the idea of shares. So, obligated to pay out profits from the sale of FEV as per the agreed share percentage established at project creation at every sale of the game, physical and digital. Failure to comply will result in immediate forfeiture of the above license, irregardless of the January 1st date. This is a very fascinating situation. Effectively, how Far Horizons does its idea. So let's say, for example, I write it. I write a game. We got some artists and things. So let's say there are 250 shares. Actually, let's just keep it. Let's say 100 shares of this game are now out. So the writer may have, let's say, 10 shares. May have 40. Let's say 55 shares. The artist has 35 shares. So that already brings up to 90, but the editor gets 10 shares. So if it makes $100, so it makes $100, the writer would end up with $5. The artist ends up with $35, and the editor ends up with $10. This is the idea, but we don't determine the shares right away. What we do is we determine the shares by establishing this. 2 shares for 1,600 words, 1 share per 1,600 word for the editor, 20 cover art, 20 shares for full page art, 40 shares for 2-page art, and 1 share per 4 pages of layout, 1 share for 1,600 words of proofing. Why 1,600 words? I don't know. It's kind of a weird word. However, the current ones also, we're not going to comment on the font. The font's god-awful. Let's just accept it now. We'll just accept it. So, effectively, Arroyo ended up with 44.28 shares. Vidal, the artist actually ended up with 310 shares because he did all the art. Layout by Falco, he ended up with 84.5 shares. How did he end up with so much share? Well, he did a 2-page piece, because if he laid out the entire book, he would end up at about a little over 40 shares. So he literally doubled the amount of shares he had. He doubled the amount of his contribution to the project by making 1 2-page art piece. This, let's see. Falco. Under there, we do the editing, and proofing. The entirety of the editing and proofing was by this person named Hirden, which is editing plus proofing. Keep putting a T there. For 23.6 shares. And finally, editing and proofing a second one by proofing for 20.28 shares. Now, this leads to this. Kamala, literally the writer of the project, makes 9% of whatever the profit is on this book. They make 9%. That is such a weird, because like the thing is, Eldritch ECU was just Falco by himself. The thing is, ECU was entirely just Falco, and I liked it. Was charming, and I'm like, all right, he works for these guys. I mean, that's fine. Honest to God, if you want to do something like this, okay, I mean, that's perfectly fine, you know, editing and proofing, maybe get paid a little bit more. It's a bitch, don't get me wrong, and you get double the amount of shares per writing. Editing stuff, all right, fine. I would probably change this to 1,500. I would probably change this to 1,000 and them to 1,500 for editors and stuff, because it's hard to write everything down and then, you know, then do like all the proofing and stuff. Generally speaking, you know, all right, that's their prerogative. But the fact that Falco doubled the amount of his percentage than the actual writer of the game gets by virtue of effectively one piece of art. This VL Vidal gets 64%. If, you know, if FEV makes $100 right now, FEV makes $100 right this second, Vidal gets $64 of it. Kamala Arroyo gets $9. That's so fucking weird. That's super fucky wucky to me. They do, I give him credit, they do break it down, like, there's got to be kickbacks, right? Like, they decide this is getting paid and settle the value shares to ensure that. I don't know. There could be stuff behind the scenes. There could be stuff, you know, everyone's kind of getting, you know, paid somewhere else. It's really hard to know. But this is a co-op. You have to remember, this is a co-op. So probably the company itself, Far Horizons Co-op, is probably getting a chunk of whatever it actually is. There's probably 40% going to the company. Like, yeah, and the thing is, I'm not going to fault Vidal for this. Why would I? I have maybe increased quality game, which increased sales, which may give you a bigger share, might help increase the quality of the game. It does not. It does not at all. This is a uniquely bad game. It's uniquely bad in a very particular way. But like, here's Vidal. Like, I gotta give the guy credit. Like, he is an actually, you know, talented artist. He's Argentinian. He's done a lot of the, that's actually her profile picture. But you kind of see, you know, he's talented. I give the guy credit. He is a talented person. He's got his shit together. He knows what he wants to. He knows what he likes making. And all right, I like this sketchy style of things. He's Argentine. He's an RG. He's from Buenos Aires. All right, cool. Fine, whatever. He's making bank. I will never blame someone for the hustle. Never gonna blame someone for the hustle. I'm gonna think it's fucking weird though. But yeah, no, this was Vidal. That's why I kind of clicked on him, because like most of FEV, if you buy FEV, know that this Argentinian guy is going to get a majority of the money you're paying for. The artist will not. That might annoy some people. That might discourage you from buying something. It is your thing. For every copy this game that's sold, Vidal gets $9.60. For FEV to give an Argentinian almost $10. But again, it's... The thing is... I think the thing there, Crusadia, again, I don't know how much Far Horizon takes off the top. I don't know. Far Horizon could take a dozen off the top. It could take 30, 40, 50% off. I don't know. And they're not going to share that, obviously. Why would they? But that's so odd to me. It's such a strange situation. And even down to the fact that, again, Falco did a 2-page piece that effectively doubled his shares. That he went from 9% to 18% for just one thing. Now, mind you, if Vidal did that 2-page piece, he would probably go, I believe he'd go up to about 68%. Actually, no, it would go to about 70%. About 70%. But Falco and Kamala might have gotten more out of it. A bit. Super. Yeah, no, like this is a very weird thing, and it's all written as an agreement. And if someone violates this, someone's gonna lose their rights to it. So it's just very interesting. And don't forget, this is also the funny part. It's all in Creative Commons, baby. But let's establish you're reading this book. You're probably a little bit like me. You're a fan of wild adventures, of battle manga, hot-blooded heroes. So what is a role-playing game? All right, kind of easy enough. What do we need? FEV, 2d6. The mangaka, the GM is called the mangaka. Yeah, it's the manga. So this is one of those weird bits we're going to get to why this is really weird. You're like already a fan of manga, but let me assume that you aren't. Let's assume you somehow got a hold of no knowledge of manga. It's not impossible, neither is there anything wrong with it. Manga is a Japanese term for comic books. All right, this is the crux of the matter. Just comic books. All right, easy enough to understand. Manga is a medium, not a genre. So, all right, what is a battle manga? Battle comic is a genre of manga. It's a vast genre, so we're specifying shonen battle manga aimed at teenage boys. All right, it's aimed at teenage boys. And remember, it's shonen. Vast body of work. The big three. And remember, this is the big three of Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. They kind of talk about it, and, you know, supporting class of friends, and everyone's happy with one another. All right, you know, that's fine. They understand it. They cite Hunter x Hunter, My Hero, Naruto, Bleach. You cannot actually play any of these, by the way. If you pick up FEV and you're like, I want to play One Piece, you're not going to play One Piece. You're going to play FEV with a One Piece skin suit on. I want to play Hunter x Hunter. You're going to play FEV with a Hunter x Hunter skin suit on. Just know that. It does the thing we talked about with the anime games before. We talked about this in WANime. It's kind of the idea is that WANime games have this really, really bad tendency of making they neglect the fact that Bleach, Naruto, My Hero Academia, Hunter x Hunter, and One Piece use drastically different methods to tell their story, as well as ways to actually deliver content. Naruto does not eat a fucking devil fruit, and he trains actively on different abilities. Deku gets bullshit superpowers, but everyone normally has one superpower. Hey, Hunter x Hunter has fucking Nen. That's a completely different ball of wax to deal with. Adding in Nen changes the entire foundation of everything. Oh yeah, if the game came out within last year, they would have named JJK for sure. Yeah. It's a manga game. Yeah. If this came out in 2021, roughly, is when it was kind of being written, Demon Slayer was not as popular. You had like that's the thing. It was probably not as popular, but as kind of Crusadia said, if it came out within the last year, my guess that Naruto and Bleach would be my guess would be that Hunter x Hunter would be changed out for JJK. Bleach would probably be changed out for Demon Slayer, or they would put a new node in for Demons. Easy. But yeah, no, it's kind of like, oh, you know, manga, battle manga, shonen. Yeah, shonen's Japanese for boy, and it's going to be really fucking funny when we get on. You know, player characters and things like, yeah. Throughout the book, they are referred to as shonen heroes. This is just one of those things where you sit down and you're like, you made a large point of saying this. Why do you like, I'm going to call them shonen heroes. Why? Because it makes it infinitely funnier when every character is now called boy heroes. They do use the term Zakos, which I have still not found any fucking evidence of anyone referring to them as Zakos, really. I've saw like one where it is specifically like Gundam. You know, rolls, trigger moves, basic moves, pretty simple stuff, forward, ongoing. They do have inspired and shock as disadvantage, arm, experience. Okay. So here's our you're going to see consistent characters throughout. I don't know what happened to her spine, but I am assuming it broke in about 17 different places. Now, we do have a character for this. We do have a very powerful character to help us today. But we can't bring him out right now. That's an important thing. We can't bring him out. When we get to characters, we'll bring him out. The hero of time. The one and only man who can help us. The real shonen hero. Let's see, you know, Demon Slayer felt really fresh and it's ultra stale because instead of smart use technique, grows in range of their powers. The scribs swing their swords harder. Yeah, based on a genre for teenage boy and filled with boring garbage, aren't they? Oh, goodness. Yeah, fucking Why does he have very detailed V lines? Yeah, no, this man is what we like to call slut maxing. So we're going to, let's learn about slut maxing with this man. Now, I am not the type to we're gonna reduce the size here. I just want to help you understand. See, this man, if we assume this is his line, this man's dick is like there. Like 1 inch lower, and like this man like his wiener is like out. Like he is like 1 step out for his wiener just coming. His dick is coming out. There's nothing here. That man is he is fucking Cloud Strife slut maxing. So, first things first, and I highlighted this line because of this reason. Mangaka, that's you, the MK. You're the GM of FEV. Exactly what kind of setting you use doesn't matter. This is page 15. It's not about shonen battle anime, it's about the themes repeated through shonen battle anime. It isn't a generic anime game. It only really works for battle manga. What the fuck do you think all of these fucking anime games emulate? What do you think they emulate? You think they're emulating fucking Monster? Or you think they're fucking emulate the fucking deer one? There's gonna be Nichijou. No, it's battle manga, you fucking idiot. Jesus. Popular shonen battle manga, like Dragon Ball, Naruto, and One Piece. Every day I wake up. Yeah, Anyways, to GM. Generally speaking, experience life of hot-blooded youth rebelling against the world. Emotional strife. Yeah, principles be anime as hell. Screaming your childish ideals with resolute conviction. Never ever come off as smug or superior. Yeah, kind of the basics of things. These are your basic moves. They kind of open up with the mangaka move. It doesn't affect Shonen at all. It's never important. Random thought of a fascinating see One Piece game. Intentionally use exponential scaling. You trade hard enough, you can go from cannon fodder to little demigod. Damn, I can't play Light Yagami in FEV. See, the thing is, the horrifying thing, Princess Inkblot, is that with the official, the very official One Piece RPG, played by Oda himself in his grade school days, you can do that, and it's really funny. It's actually not very difficult to do that, and that's the amusing part. Oh dang, nice. Because I kind of joking, of course, but effectively, way back in the day, Oda played a game. I'm gonna call it effectively Pencil Wars, and this is where he got a lot of his young inspiration for some of like One Piece's characters came from this when he was in grade school. All that you do is that you would get a normal pencil and you would write down and you would mark on the sides of it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, because that's what it was. And then you would have 100 points to distribute among all of your powers, and you have to give everyone a cool power. So it could be like Gum Gum Gun, Gum 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 20, and we have Gum Gum Punch being like 20. And then you could do Super Duper Punch, Super Duper Punch for like 50. Pick nose for 0. Laser bounce will be 40. There we go. That'd be your basic idea. And you would just roll against your friend trying to reduce their health to 0. So, and there's a little bit of weird strategy to this. Because you could split up your points very evenly, you're not going to do a lot of damage, or you could put everything in 1 and do 100 damage right off the bat. But you want to know how you scale things exponentially? Let's say we're going to play Luffy Pirate King. Remember what? Yeah, I'm doing my best here. Let's say we want to play Pirate King 2B. We're playing Luffy. However, we only start with 100 HP. We're pretty fragile. Here's all our various gum things. But let's say later on we want to increase our power. And we could say, okay, we're increasing our powers here. We're bumping things up a little bit. Change some of our abilities. We're changing some of our abilities, and you're effectively just increasing your dumb power, your dumb power level up to just roll better. Because they're going to get strong, your enemies are going to get stronger, their HP is going to get bigger, you're just going to keep throwing more dice at the problem. That's how you do it. Boom, done. I'll take my money back now. I'm going to get the one pan. Luffy, probably. Original the character, do not steal. Like, yeah, that's how you just scale it. But yeah, no, MK move. We already kind of talked about MK moves. God, I still hate this fucking font. It's the worst font ever. But yeah, this is one of those games where it's like, please make your moves, but don't say what an actual move is. Changing your ideology, offer opportunities, and to move back on them. Generally speaking, it is do something. Now, FEV is based around arcs. Arc is a single series of linked threads that progress and grow. Effectively, an arc is an entire series of play. This is your war arc. This is your, this is the Zabuza arc. This is the Rain Village arc. This is the fucking hero tournament arc, or what the fuck it is. Doesn't matter. Effectively, you might say, hey, I have idealism. This is the Let's see. I know. Judge Judy Kyson bailiff arc. So we're on our bailiff arc. What's our bailiff arc going to be about? Well, obviously it has the need ID, of course, you know, the bailiff arc. Now we need to copy 3 to 4 threats. Now who's like, oh man, we need some threats. Of course, we need bailiff John, who is a who is society at TM. Who is society? We have the courtroom. Actually, no, it would be well, bailiff John is of course gonna be a lone wolf. I can spell fucking wolf. The court, which is society, bottom text. And I don't know. Yeah, Akihabara court landscape. Okay, we've got our threats. What do our threats do? Each threat's going to get a number of hordes, and they got things that they want to do. So, hey, we got a lone wolf. Well, we are, of course, Bailiff John is a lone wolf. He's a wanderer. What he wants to do, he's wandering around trying to inflate. He's on the bailiff arc, baby. He's our main issue. Society bottom text. We, of course, we are the corrupt government. Corrupt government. And then the landscape, we got afflictions, you know, strong bodies can get ill. Landscape, location itself is a threat. What is this? What is the, it is, let's see, it's a maze. There we go. Use and redirect. There we go. Boom. There we've got it. We've done it, everybody. We've created an arc. Play through the arc and things are go. Luffy B Totsuyuto. We enter the ultimate card. What even is a PbtA? One of the goodest PbtA to ever apocalypse. Bad and pre-contextualized version. But yeah, no, it's yeah, here's budget Asuka on fire. Now everything is drawing down the track. There's a problem, there's a threat that's always drawing closer. In the distance, it's drawing close, on the horizon, too close for comfort, and it's right here, right now. Oh no! What's going on? Well, we want, oh, well, there's different PCs and NPCs invested in the arc. Well, during the bailiff arc, our brand new, our cool character, Sakuna, you know, Sakuna, very different from Sukuna. No, Sakuna doesn't want to go to jail, and he's doing his best to fight against the power man. While EG, yeah, that's his name. Well, EG's trying to do his best to beat bailiff. Yeah, you get what I fucking mean. I've watched like 3 clips of Judge Judy Kaisen. That's about right. Yeah, you know, we got our, you know, Gojo shows them. Gojo Satomura. Omiji's somewhere in there as well. You know how. So, first session, bring the game, describe the situation, nudge the players. Pretty simple stuff. Very, I will say, a lot of the artwork feels very disjointed at some points. Like, some you can see that are like, okay, like this feels like it's one piece. One piece of art, I should say. But then you look at this, like, this seems like completely, like, something completely different. This seems like a completely different art piece. I don't even know who the fuck, like, this looks like it's from one of those fucking lo-fi, you know, beats to fuck to or whatever. Yeah, some of them look very different from one another, and it's little odd. That's why I say it's like, it's just generic anime slop. It's anime slop. Yeah, fill out the first session. See, this is a little dubious because it doesn't exist yet. We're working on it. Give it time. Until then, use some loose leaf and we'll mention the section to be on the final version. Yeah, that... Sakita dick. Fortissimo TTRPG stays winning. What if Gojo was called Gogo and he was a hot chick? All I'm saying is we can make Gojo Gogo. Go-Go Jo, there we go. Go-Go Jojo. He's a monkey. That's an obscure reference. Yeah, and, mention facts after the first session. And the end of a villain. Powered by the Apocalypse Engine and Friendship FEV by extension does not do forever campaign. I do find it odd that legitimately what you're supposed to do in this game is roughly do an arc. You do an arc, reset characters, do an arc. For a battle manga. For a battle manga. Famously short battle mangas. The famously short ones. It's not even done yet. They have a license in 2023, sort of. Let's actually, I'm curious. This is FEV. Actually, no, I want to do One Piece. How many arcs are there? Let's see. How many arcs are there in good old thing? Let's see. We've got 1, 2. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 38, 39. Technically 30. We'll say with 38. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 9, 50. Let's call it space. About 50. There is about 50 arcs in One Piece. Well, yeah. So there's quite a few arcs in One Piece, but you literally are. Yeah, you fix it up. You pretty much reset it at the end of an arc. They'll go back to their development or go through a similar development they experienced with their previous adventure. Yeah, whenever defeated, every player resets their character. They lose all but 2 moves, their techniques, and their transformations. Yeah, because that's just one of those weird moments. You take a step, you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, and average people, Zakos die instantly. You can bond with villains and generals. And they do all have their own different special moves and the special tracks and things. This is the example of a example general, Pomelo. Pomelo serves Lord Refrigerator. He exemplifies proper manners. He works for Refrigerator's army, and he has some special moves. He can transform into an ugly beast, strike with elegant or bestial grace or wrath, be secretly or overtly menacing. But he is also angry and insecure. If you deal damage to him, he might mark that. And if he's angry, he gets all of these moves. If he's insecure, he does all of these moves. But this is how you actually deal damage. But let's find a villain. So this is Refrigerator. Frieza. They want to acquire immortality. They're smug superior. They have generals of Durian, Pomelo, and the Breakfast Force. They even more threaten to destroy the toy with your but lash out in desperation with a sneaky strike, and they get a bunch of other abilities. As long as the general is alive, you cannot kill the villain. Dara, I believe this is a One Piece reference. This is legit. Teo is literally just a Shaman King reference. Yeah, it's a little self-referential. Yeah, it's not even big 3 villains. That's the worst part. Dara is literally a Madara reference. This is Frieza, and they have the fucking Shaman King. It's the Shaman King, man. Or Aizen. It's not even like the fact that it's just like, yeah, it's the Shaman King. It's Aizen. Oh, jeez. Yeah. So, effectively, most everyone's going to do 1, 2, or 3 harm to you. And most of the time, that also means you're going to be doing 2 harm to you. You're not really going to die at all. And now we get into one of the stranger aspects. There are no stats in this game. Nope, no stats. There are no stats to think about. Whenever a villain ends, the arc resets and your character goes back to basics. That is to emulate the fight-train dynamic of shonen battle comics. Let's call it shonen battle. In the previous draft, stats were retained, so your character didn't fundamentally change. Bonus of these kinds of games, yeah, like... So they remove stats entirely. There are no more stats in this game. And here are smug child fighting yeah. This is one of those weirder bits. So, basic moves. When you are in battle, you can act under tension. Well, actually, battle is you enter battle mode, effectively. If you act under tension, that's you doing things. You roll 2d6. There is no bonuses. There are no anything. It's legitimately, you roll 2d6, and on a 9 up, you succeed. I have no fucking idea why the math in this game is weird. Math is fucking bizarre in some aspects. If it was like 2d6 like an 8 up, alright, easy enough. Hey, yo, fuck man, yo, it was this one. I think it was it's not the company owner. He's literally just a completely different guy who's just part of the co-op. So yeah, I think he probably ended up doing this one or another one. But yeah, act under tension is your do literally fucking anything and the math is fucked on it. Yeah, also, to give an example from a playtest, the Shonen Warriors. Why is it called Shonen Warriors? It's so goofy. Through the jobber into a precarious and buy time for an escape. So, get up. When you inspire someone to try to ignore the pain, 2d6, 6 up, they heal 1, and you get a tie on them. A 9 up, they're inspired. I don't know why there isn't a 6 up option, one above. Like, 6 up, you do it, but you take consequence. 9 up, you do it without a flaw. And it's like 12 up, you get a super success or whatever. No. Yeah. It's a support move. Hero is down, maybe physically. They do explain a lot, and I will say that there's a part of me that likes the fact that they sat down and explained some things. Like, this is what we were doing when we were thinking this. Another part of me the thing is, one of the things here that makes this a little bit weirder to talk about is this. Were these added? Were these like, okay, here's some dev notes. I just want to talk about like why we chose to do this. This is how were the dev notes here because they genuinely felt like adding dev notes, or was it because we wanted to bulk our shares up? I don't know. It's a really weird thing to kind of think about, and it does take those to be a little bit like, oh, because these are like, this is a full fucking page explaining why getting up is important. This is the actual rules up here to give you this to establish what I mean by this. The actual rule is here. This is the only part of the rule that actually matters. None of this actually matters. Like, this is just like why we are doing, like why we did it this way. You know, figure things out. This is the only part of this move that actually matters right here. This is all that this section is. What's act under tension? All act under tension is this. All this particular part is. it's really funky in that front when you start kind of breaking down like how much room is, I wouldn't say wasted, but like how much of this is just dev comments. But yeah, no, figure things out is your thinky move. Listen to me is your manipulate move. Yeah, 6 up, you gotta promise them something. You know, oh, they mark experience. If they refuse, they need to act under tension. Pretty easy stuff to understand. What's your story? Ask more questions. Now battle moves. Now, when you battle a gang of faceless goons. Ooh. Yeah, so when you defeat them and you choose one, get a good warrant, you're inspired to come out unharmed. So you ignore Moog, no place shown in battle comics, and flurry and flash by the hero of them pose any threat. Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, if you notice, you don't actually roll it. They don't tell you about rolling anything here, but it's like, hey, if you have the opponent's ears, you roll 2d6, 6 up, they consider your thoughts, and you choose one. You choose 3. Yeah, it's just like, oh, you gotta have again, this huge section. This is like a page and a half, effectively, of just explaining why the move is the way that it is. And it's like, all right, that's... okay. So fighting a serious battle. So this is the actual... If you want to actually hurt someone, you must fight a serious battle. Big spot or a key moment in the fight. That would be a 2-page spread or a zoomed in on a manga, manga. Narrate what happened. 6 up, you hit him hard. Takes harm, and you are hit by a counter attack. Choose 2, pick 1. So your opponent is winded and staggered, strikes power, breaks their defenses. Find on them, you have their ears, prove them wrong. Yep. Put someone at a disadvantage or affect the environment, and this is what you roll. Get an advantage, inflict harm, get advantage, inflict harm, do something else. You want to kind of do making openings section. And then you can play Yamcha. Do you want to Yamcha max? You could just choose to comment on a fight instead of participating. If the explanation has a negative effect, you can literally say he's going to lose, and they have to act under tension. If a PC, NPCs take the condition. Like literally, Yamcha can sit on the sidelines, narrate what's going on, and someone just explodes. Because everything should be one-on-one. Yep, every single fight assumes to be one-on-one. Deep dive, this is Skinwalker. Yeah. In fight is spoken to the mangaka often, especially the anime adaptation of characters not finding comment on the battle. Or you can transform. First come out. Or when you take harm, you can either move down the status track by an appropriate amount of harm or negate all harm taken by a condition. Weirdly enough, fights can really drag on in this game. If you're not hitting really hard, or you're missing a couple rolls, or they're missing a couple rolls, and they're not doing really well, or the game doesn't want you, fights can either take a very long time to whittle them down, or it's going to take a long time to whittle you down. This is like 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage. The ultimate technique. You're on your last leg, and your opponent go at each other with your ultimate moves. 6 up, you defeat your opponent. If they're a villain or general, force them to retreat. 6, 8, 7, you fall unconscious. 4 isn't over. Particularly, as I say, the opponent is still strong in similar state. Hero draws the last bit of attack for a final attack. This attack, I'm charging up for multiple issues, and this is our only hope. Yeah, it shouldn't go on for. This is literally how you prevent what I was just talking about. is you either do that or you do the Deus Ex Machina bullshit. Because this is effectively how things go. So, one, you go from ready, you mark, ready, dirty, first blood, beat up, last legs knocked out. And if you choose to, once they're knocked out, Bacchus checks, they either fall unconscious or keep fighting. Keep fighting, they check off their dead box, clear everything. This is a weird variant of, I think TBZ did this a little bit better, but this is kind of the same idea in TBZ. If you take all the damage again, you just fucking die. Knock out their dead box was checked, they awaken a little later. You clear all your status pretty quickly. One person, sometimes you just have to beat someone with some sense to the other person, realize they are wrong. Because there's also conditions. Yeah, you can take conditions instead of getting hit. Hey, I'm going to get punched in the face. I can instead feel sad about it. Generally speaking, what you should do, you should start off with afraid. You go to insecure. You go to angry, and then finally go to hopeless. Because if you start off as afraid, you can just get rid of get up, which is a heal, but if you're in the middle of a fight, you're not exactly healing yourself. If you're proving them wrong, you're effectively saying, fuck you, I'm not going for that route. I just want to beat the shit out of you. Making an opening lets you do a little bit of harm or get advantage, and fighting a serious battle actually lets you beat them up. However, so, whenever you take harm, you may mark a condition instead of taking harm. Okay, easy enough to do, but you unmark them by doing something. Say something you really shouldn't to someone you like. Fall into your knees, metaphorically, and scream about your doom. Curse yourself about how pathetic and cowardly you are. You can literally just say, oh no, I'm such a coward. I'm so afraid. Rip shirt off. Time to beat the shit out of Mega Satan now. Yeah, it's ooh. Yeah, that literally you can just say these things but not really mean them. Unless GM's like, no, you don't get to do that. Yeah, ties. You get ties with various people. You want to have ties with people. Ties are good. Ties help you. So you spend a tie before a check, inspire them, choose at any time. For them experience, they do what you say, deal harm, they deal them harm, protect when they are dealt harm. When you spend, you have an NPC, you can ignore their counterattack, deal +1 harm when you do. Beat the shit out of them, be friends with people, and kill them. I'm your best friend, Kakumi-chan! Punch breaks nose. Wow, Kakumi-chan! Yeah, or it's like, +1, add 2, add 2. You can just spend is what you're doing. Now, this is techniques. Techniques are really funky. Because they don't do anything. Yeah, the point of techniques isn't to give a mechanical advantage, but to move the narrative forward, add spice to your actions. You know, they don't really do anything, they just give spice to things. Famously so. Yeah, you also get an ultimate technique, are marked the same as any other technique, marked with an asterisk. Only ones you pull at the end of the fight. They work the battle move with the same name. Take angry, slur someone, take angry, slur someone, take angry. Slur maxing racism build, insult core. So, was it sense I have no hope left. Defeat is sure, death is looming. Then from the depths of despair comes a well of valor. That's an awakening. This isn't unlocked to start playing. You need to unlock it through advancements. Once you do, you can use it at any time, but only once. Unlock a transformation. Narrate how your situation ends without needing to roll. You can beat up your opponent, accomplish any tasks, or simply do whatever you want. Now, this is now we were trying to track how many men are in these pictures. These are our, everyone with a check mark is a man. We came up with the conclusion of. Man or twink, it is your prerogative. Now, here are our various playbooks. Now, I'm going to bring out a special character. This is a character that we spent a lot of time deving to make perfect. Say hello to Rape Man, because you can make Rape Man in this game. You may be wondering, I'm drawing from the classic shonen action hero, Rape Man. You may be wondering why I'm doing this. It is solely to prove a point. There is no other greater reason here. This is to prove a point. This game is really nothing. Because you can kind of write in whatever you fucking want. Yeah, this is pretty easy to make a character, of course. That's lust for battle. Unbreakable spirit. But let's go over our playbook. As you can see, XXX Sephiroth Cloud XXX. If I don't know who he's for. It's just explaining what playbooks are. But this is the Avenger. You're assassin type character. You're a loner with a dark past. You do have to write in what your eyes look like. You can be any of these things. This is your 3 techniques. Techniques don't do anything. Always remember that. I just started watching and see this. Yeah, welcome to 4 hours into a stream about skinwalking PbtA games. It's great. But as you kind of see, a lot of the Avenger moves, like, okay, who wronged me? You get to choose 2. Don't pretend to understand me. But remember, you have to lose these things. Do you get the joke? It's all according to Kiku. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's a friendship move. Get all the basic battle move. Episodes you apply, it helps you get revenge. Enemy move. Someone tries to stop you from committing revenge. Lose your hold with it. Yeah, I don't know why they're called holds. They're ties. Avenger improvements. Ugh. All of these voices inside my head. Luckily, that's not the Rape Man's class. We're a tireless warrior. The Forever Young, you could just play as Shota. However, this is also your Luffy character. You are your silly name, your weird name. Yeah, this is your Luffy. Because you get the Nakama ability. Yep, you get Nakama, your special friends. When you take 4 improvements, you can do the following. Retire your character. Create a second character. Change your character to a new playbook. The Guardian. The Guardian is too busy being a guardian. You beat the shit out of people, but you don't actually beat them because you choose this. Yep, you are the brick shithouse man. You can also choose to be Naruto, I guess. Kind of like yeah, you have a parasite in a way for some reason. Knows about your parasite. Who's your host type? Ooh, you got some parasite the Maxim abilities. They actually get like actual moves. They actually feel like they get a lot of things to play around with, which is like, oh, okay. The Inventor, or because you can play just a robot. And my personal favorite, the Jobber. You can play Yamcha in this game. For some fucking reason, you can play Yamcha. I don't know why Yamcha's in this game, but you can in fact play Yamcha. Yeah, it's you could play the Mentor. If you create a mentor, you get some special, forbidden techniques. Or some mental moves, but it's also 4 fucking character sheets. You're the rival. Yeah, you're the rival. You're doing that, not in front of you. Yeah, rival. It's again, it's weirdly like skinwalking, but don't worry, you can play the straight man. Straight man moves is obviously our previous 2 games. The straight man could not exist in it. I've had it up to here with this, everyone. She said the line. Literally me. Straight man is woman. Yeah, no, it's... Yeah, but... You do get some special playbooks, you do some things, you can just retire your character. Friendship speed, unthreatening. Or the tireless. Tireless is like your Goku's. You get this, you're addicted to fighting and training, you live to grow your own power. You get an extra condition. If you hit determination, you can't use your ultimate technique, but you're also like, I'm gonna go fucking sicko mode. Yeah, it's like, danger, daredevil. Demon's grin. Friend or foe. Break the spear. Wounded pride. Yeah, no, it's they get some basic abilities with you, and that's it. That's the example of play. Of how everything works. They do add in some custom moves, some custom abilities to kind of think about. It's a lot of, oh, it's a ring battle. Tournaments are like, ebb and flow. We introduce the concept of an advantage. Basic moves. Serious ring. Ending this quickly. Technically legal. When you're a free-for-all tournament, try to flee your current opponent. Surrender new character advantages, like... It can be worth to add this to everyone option. Keep up, champ. How do you, like, add in things like battlefield control? Here's some further reading. Add in advanced fuckery chapter of Apocalypse. And that is FEV. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with FEV. I originally looked at this game. I was like, oh, I'm going to put this in the anime case because it looks like a shonen game. Fine, cool, I'm going to do that. But then I read it, and then it was like, oh, it's PbtA, and it was amazing how much my enthusiasm was shot in the head with a shotgun. It's amazing how much my enthusiasm had its brain splattered across the pavement. It's weird. Would it being really hyper-specific give it an advantage? Maybe. Love PbtA games. Fuck you. It's would like it's like the thing is, if this had a different theme, if this was a theme about, hey, you're at the last arc of your bullshit manga or whatever, and this is the final arc, you've got all your bullshit superpowers, you're just bringing them all to bear effectively. All right, fine, okay, we can make that work. That's a fun little pitch to work with. Like you were the end of a very long battle manga or whatever. All right, okay, fine enough. If it was like a really specific idea, maybe I could get behind it more. But like, oh, it's a statless game where your moves are kind of meh. And you look at it, you're like, what's the thing here? What's the part that we're supposed to be really invested in? Like, I don't know. Is it the art? Art seems schizophrenic. If it was like Gintama, where it's a gag manga at first, then maybe it would still be shit. But that, not even like a gag manga. Like if it was just even if it, I don't know. It's hard to explain why this doesn't work very well, and it doesn't do it for me. It might do it for you if you really, really hate yourself. But even as you kind of see with like Rateman, like there isn't really too much to do. Like, you don't do that much. Like, oh man, cool. Like, what am I? Like, what do the techniques do? They don't do anything. Techniques don't do anything. Like, okay, techniques feel like they should do something because they always do something. I can just put down domain expansion ultimate cum works and nothing matters. Cum explosion, oh my final rubber, doesn't really matter. It's just like, oh, it doesn't matter. The only one that matters is your final technique and your ultimate technique, but the only reason it matters is because that's what you're going to be saying with when you make the ultimate final technique move, whatever. It's like, oh. That feels really, very underwhelming. The ultimate what? It's literally an ultimate technique. That's all it is. You make the ultimate technique move, and then you do that. Yeah, the rules for writing in a technique is you write in a technique, and it just happens. That's what it is. That's the actual rules. It doesn't do anything. And that's one of those parts where you're like, oh. That feels... You're like, what? Like, that doesn't feel right. Like... It's one of those things where I look at it being like, have you ever read? Like, it's like, have you ever read battle manga before? Have you ever, like, watched one of these, like, one of these anime before? Have you engaged with the source material you are supposedly versed in? Because it really feels like they aren't. That's the weird part. It really feels like they aren't. Or there was a point in its development where it was hyper, somewhere in development that they had to change it because they were trying to do something that they were no longer allowed to do, if that makes sense. Oh, we want to make this very particular game. We want to do something cool with this. No, you can't make that. That will not sell or something. I don't know. I really don't. I really do not know in that front, because that's a... Oh, jeez. Okay. We are going to do our final game. The final one, everyone. Get ready. It's time for the Apocalypse Keys, which may look like it's almost 400 pages, but it's really, really not. So, Apocalypse Keys. Let's talk shop. Yes, it's going to be a fucking long. So, So, Apocalypse Keys. TTRPG. What's the gimmick here? Well, it's an evil hat game. And here's the thing that I find funny. Literally second comment here. Second fucking comment. A review of Apocalypse, why it's bad game design. And I read this, and it's really interesting. Actually, it's very fascinating. Here it is again. It's completely Evil Hat. We love Evil Hat. Evil Hat has done nothing wrong. This is Apocalypse Keys. It didn't make that much money, relatively speaking. This wasn't a super smash success or anything like that. 165 out of a $30,000 goal. A couple people bought the $175 version. I haven't seen any comments of something going wrong. Timing of the stretch goals. Apparently, some of the stretch goals aren't out yet, but there were also a lot of stretch goals, so you kind of see the number of stretch goals that were funded. And one thing to note, anytime you see contributing author here, there is a very distinct chance that a contributing author isn't getting paid for anything. Must I remind everyone of the Blades in the Dark. Must I remind everyone of the Blades in the Dark Kickstarter, which still has not delivered their volunteers. Oh God. So, yes, who's the main person behind this? Well, that's Ray Najati. I'm going to mispronounce your name, man. I'm going to mispronounce. This is Ray Najati. They creative force behind Sword Queen Games. And won a Nebula Award for Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Because don't forget, everyone, I can never escape this game. It won a fucking Nebula Award, by the way. I want everyone to know that this fucking game won a Nebula Award. I will never not be angry at this game. But that's how she did her free labor for TSL, and now this is her game. She works on, she's a Gauntlet podcast, she's big, big actual play work. Here, and tweets are protected. Posts are protected. Well, oh man, we can't really do much there, but all right, we can do the full-time job, helps me manage. I'm non-binary, asexual, pan-romantic, and polyamorous. Full-time job helps me manage my disabilities. She is actually, he is from the Philippines. And that's just something you kind of gotta acknowledge. Filipinos were a mistake. I continue to say Filipinos were a drastic mistake. So, Sword Queen Games, obviously, here we go. They haven't updated really anything since 2022 here. Don't know if they make anything. They still have 135 members. It could be 135 free members. It could be 135 people who are actively doing things. Hard to really get a read on that. Now, see, she does have a Tumblr. He has a Tumblr. I'm going to keep saying she because I'm so sorry, man. But played Apocalypse Keys. They Filipino. There we go. It's .io. Community Jam, Attack and Dethrone God. This is one of their other games. But yeah, I'm like, all right, let's what was it was Ray Najati. Ray Najati tweet protected. I believe they are on .cam. Nice game. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Because interestingly enough, who do you think's behind the new Tomb Raider RPG? Woo! TSL, baby. Yes, Ray Najati here is actually one of the people behind the new Tomb Raider TTRPG. That's one of those very weird things that people are commenting on. Because it's a very weird game, and it's a very weird reason it exists, and people are very mad about it because it has the audacity to exist, which personally I also believe in, that it has the audacity to exist, and I find it very, very strange. I'm like, alright. Yeah, here is Sword Queen Games, support me on a lot of different groups they're a part of. And that's just something you kind of gotta accept. They are on a lot of different kinds of groups. A lot of different kind of people are involved with him, and that's just the nature of the metaphorical beast. But who are the other people? Well, system consultant, of course, we have Avery Adler, because Avery Adler is legitimately everywhere. And this is just what she does now. She is an infection. I mean, she is a person who shows up and is a very popular person. It's the art of asking Avery Alder to write games for you because Avery Alder is the only person who seemingly exists in this way. The other person is Josh Hittite, otherwise known as Ostrich Monkey Games. He is involved pretty well. Has he done anything worth talking about? No. I couldn't find anything he did, and is his profile picture exuding sexual predator energy? Yes. I don't make the rules. I'm just saying there's probably a hidden dungeon with a femboy in it. There is a hidden dungeon somewhere where a femboy is locked, is chained to the wall with that man, with that, you know, as his only, you know, fucking, you know, Plato's cave going on. Of course, TTRPGs for Palestine, God bless Palestine, and all the other things there. Ostrich Monkey. So, who else is involved? Of course, we got Sean Knitter, we have Gabriel Rincon, we got a bunch of fucking people on this. One of the other weirder ones that popped up was, let me fast, was Kiana Shaw. Now, I looked up Kiana Shaw, and now there's one thing that I have to know about Kiana Shaw, is that Kiana Shaw's blocked me. I don't know why, and I don't know where, but Kiana Shaw, somewhere around the way, has blocked me. Now, as a game never gonna finish that. I don't know why. Maybe there's a good reason for it. Maybe I'm just a terrible human being. I don't know. However, Kiana's very bad about actually hiding her shit. Because she's on Blue Sky, and here she is. Now, as you kind of see, you know, this is her thing. You know, freelance design and editing. All right, let's self-publish games. All right, TTRPG safety toolkit. If you've ever seen the TTRPG safety fucking toolkit, it's her. She's the co-curator of it. She's one of the main fucking people behind that shit. Why? I don't fucking know. And academic work. Yep, she's done a bunch of shit. Yep, you know, check the weather, not raining. Bunch of, this is why one of those things, Kamala Kara. Huh, weird. She showed up again. How does this keep happening? How does this keep happening? But yeah, this is, for those wondering, this is Blue Sky. This is, not Twitter. It's for Twitter for people who realize that they fucking hate Twitter. So they just decided to join their own Twitter. It ain't, I don't expect that. It's great. But yeah, so freelance portfolio, freelancing pieces. Lake Spirit, Darkhold, Ultimate Micro RPGs, Hearts of Wulin, Chikashi, and It'll Keep Mysteries. She's written for Wizards, baby. Die the role-playing game. Cyborg. Yeah, Apocalypse Cleese, Cloud Emperors, Lands of Eve, Pathfinder, Die RPG. The usual group of people. So I'm like, alright. What are your self-published works? There's got to be something here. DM's Guild. System agnostic cyberpunk setting. Solo journaling game. Do Asian people count as BIPOC anymore? Get back to the femboy milking chair now. Yeah, as my body, you know, journal descended, 2-player game of Wretched and Alone jams, a lot of jams, a lot of DM Guild stuff. She is very much on DM's Guild. She's a 5e, right? The only one that I know that she was like a part of was this, which was Archon. And I got this like 3 years ago, and I've never touched it again because it's legitimately, how do I want it? It's actually a, it's weird because it's actually a, well, it's not anything actually. That's the funny part. It's not anything. Kiana's of course on here, but she hasn't posted anything there. She does have a couple other things to poke generally. Want to pay $25 for not an actual game? Cool. Oh, she's on TikTok. She's on Mastodon, obvious. This is her Tumblr. Nothing too exciting here. There we go. She's technically from Canada. I'm really fucking sorry, Crusadia. You're not beating the allegations for anything. Where do you currently work? She's a freelance game designer. Worked at Larian. That's one thing I always thought was funny. She actually worked at Larian for a while. So anytime you notice something annoying about Larian Studios, understand she worked there for 4 months. Narrative designers, publishing goblin, setting writer. Very, very normal. And of course she's on Twitch. Well, of course on Twitch. I can say that. I'm on Twitch. But, or you can buy your own stuff on Throne if you want to. But, we don't care about people anymore. But yes, it's just Hittite. We're dealing with the normal people. Kieran Gillen, you know him from the TTRPG. You know, we've talked about Sebastian before. He showed up in a few different places. Jen Martin, we've talked about her before. She showed up in a few places. I've talked about Logan Timmons. Logan Timmons is funny because Logan Timmons wrote a game about himself, about being Logan Timmons. This man's ego is beyond human. I can only assume he's a hero. And at this rate, he's either going to become the Unabomber or he is going to become Chris Chan. There is no in between. I don't make the rule. Yeah, you cite yourself there. Yeah, all of these people are doing things. Here's the full team of people. Whole smorgasbord here. Later months, more recently, we may necessarily cut our expenses. And Apocalypse Keys kind of went over with a dull thud. That's one of those things you got to remember about Apocalypse. This one kind of went over with a dull thud. Now, you may think, well, that doesn't mean it did really well, actually. Electrum DTRPG means that it did not sell like 1 billion issues. It sold anywhere between 250 and 500 and 499. Could be any of those in there. I feel unsafe for that. It looks so generic. Yeah, there was a few things about this, and I should muse about it a little bit. When they hyped Apocalypse Keys really hard, and I do mean hard, for about 2-3 months leading up to the Kickstarter, even after the Kickstarter, there was a lot of hype. Oh, Apocalypse Keys is going to be the next big thing. This is the next big game. Big game. Big, 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 big. And it kind of popped out, and it had such a resounding effect that people forgot about it. Now, Wuso, our resident Argentinian, he had a conspiracy that the... Hello, phone. Say something important, phone. But the conspiracy laugh track, one of the things there is that he was convinced, and arguably it made sense, that Evil Hat was trying to position Apocalypse Keys as their new Apocalypse world. Because they own Forged in the Dark, they wanted their own Apocalypse world, which does have a weird amount of sense to it. Which, we don't own the Apocalypse world, we don't own the Apocalypse world IP, however, we do own Apocalypse Keys, and now it's powered by Apocalypse Keys. It's very different, therefore we can claim some... Therefore, we can claim some things. Apocalypse World do have some baggage with its main dev. Not really. Yeah, it was literally like we can make our own without having, like, we don't have to pay people, we don't have to worry about it, and we can make it our own license. It's the same shit that happened with Powered by Lesbians. Remember, this is a license that they own. They own it. Always remember that beautiful thing, is that by sheer technicality, they control this, and Evil Hat Production LLC, it's a very powerful thing to fuck around with. They pretty much want to do this with Apocalypse Keys. It didn't happen, really. But we're going to learn why. Let's open it up, and let's learn about a magic adventure. about Apocalypse Keys. So, let's just call a spade here. Yeah, let's just call a spade here a little bit. Go all through here. It's odd looking. This is an odd game. The end is nigh. I'm going to give you a brief rundown on the lore. Imagine, the best way to think about it is that there is a group called the Division. The Division wants to stop the world from ending. The world's going to end because Harbingers. The Harbingers of Doom are going to try to open the ancient doors of power that are going to effectively give them godlike superpowers and destroy reality. This is bad. You are Omen-class monsters. Monsters, freaks, and other weirdos who have been given superpowers, or have superpowers, and you're the only thing standing between the end of days and survival, and, you know, a brighter future. There's one problem. All of you are effectively destined in some way to become a Harbinger yourself. You are the worst people to do this. Everyone is Hellboy. That's the best way to think about it. Everyone is Hellboy. The Department of Interdimensional Vigilance and International Security Interdisciplinary Operations now. So, it's a role-playing game. Basic idea, solve mysteries. This is a weird point that we're going to have to talk about there. It is very inspired by Hellboy. I have no fucking idea where it came in from, but it was. Apocalypse Keys, Apocalypse and the Holy Apocalypse. But yes, no idea really what occurred here, but yes, it's inspired mostly by Hellboy, but Men in Black, Lady Victoria and Gentleman, Doom Patrol, and Marvel gets mentioned as well. But yeah, weird note, you need to introduce a mystery. This is a game about solving mysteries, not anything else. And that mystery is kind of... we're going to talk about. So, making a move to do a thing, do it. Roll the dice or decide. Now, this is where things started getting a little bit funky-wonky. Now, normally, we've been dealing with games that have stats. FPV had no stats. Apocalypse Keys has no stats. You do not have any stats on your character sheet. On the other hand, contrasting this, of course, is that you have a, you got darkness points. That's one thing that's a little bit weird. You're going to get darkness points. Anytime you want to make a roll for something, you're going to take your dice and you're going to say, I'm going to spend 2 darkness points on this. Use my little darkness pool, and I roll my dice, and I say, oh, I rolled a 6, 7, 8. I got an 8. That's a perfect success. This game does introduce a new element to it, though, which is to say, you can get a perfect hit on an 8 to 10, and you can get a disastrous success on an 11 or higher. Effectively, the normal PbtA structure of fail, partial success, full success has now been turned into fail, perfect success, partial success. It's odd. I don't know if I like it or not, but I'm feeling that I'm not vibing. I am not vibing with it. So basically anything that's weirdo solving weird threats secretly. Yeah, pretty much. You are really doing very large threats here. You got your basic moves. We're going to be going over. You got your playbook moves, your ruin moves. We'll talk moves. Your very basic summary. Again, do it, roll the dice, always consequent. Now, this is one mechanic that we're going to talk about, but it's dumb. The powers of darkness. You get super cool special powers of darkness, infecting your body that lets you do crazy supernatural abilities. They don't do anything. Notepad, what do you mean they don't do anything? They don't do anything. These are narrative cues to your ability, other actual moves. You have colossal strength, for example, but you don't have actual colossal strength. That's not an effect. You use colossal strength to inform your abilities elsewhere. That makes sense. And now you're possibly seeing some things that are a little bit odd about this game when it comes to its primary pitch. It has a very strange problem where it really fucking hates the fact that it's what it is. And I notice this all too often with these. I don't know why. Every single goddamn time I see these games, it's the same thing where they really, really hate the pitch that they've given you. I'll use an example. This is Ramboy Manletity, my favorite Ramboy. I wear the cruel crown of prophecy. I embody the promise and inevitability of the apocalypse. My heart is blunt, aggressive, and demanding power. Now, the thing is, these are his two powers of darkness, weapons from elsewhere and emotion amplification. These don't do anything. These don't do anything by themselves. These are just right in. You could put anything in for a power of darkness, technically. Doesn't. Like, it doesn't really matter what it is, it's just what it does. That's just something you just have to do. And I feel like that's missing the point in some things. But then we get darkness tokens. Darkness tokens are your main currency. How do you get darkness tokens? Well, you get darkness tokens by doing these things. Anytime you feel unloved or abandoned, overreact with violence. Ask someone to give me their best shot and not hold back. Ask someone to love me and only ever me. Embody a condition that affects me. Whenever that occurs, you can choose 2 to 4 darkness tokens. You just get them. Now, I'm going to ask you all a question. I want you to imagine you're sitting around a table, and you're sitting there, and you're like, I need some darkness tokens. Hey, GM, I'm feeling unloved and abandoned. Okay, are you? Yeah, okay. A lot of these moves, a lot of this darkness token stuff is very player facing. The player is announcing they are feeling unloved or abandoned. The player is overreacting with violence. And even if like the GM is like going with it, in that every single playbook actually has a different amount of these, and some of them are a lot less precise than others. A lot of them are very loosey-goosey in that regard. And what I mean by loosey-goosey, I do mean... I'm gonna... ASMR opening a plastic bag. Opening 2 plastic bags. Batteries. I don't know why I pulled it open. But it's like, oh, I'm just going to arbitrarily decide something. I'm going to get this because I feel like it. This is your main fuel to do almost anything in this game. And yeah, you see this though? Oh, after a move, if you have 5 or more tokens, you are torn between and you gotta take a problem. Very rarely will there be moves to give you darkness points unless you already know about it, like it's your move. Now, if you never want to reach 5, you will probably not reach 5. And there's no real incentive to reach 5 either. So it's kind of a weird mechanic. It's like, alright, The player decides how many tokens they get. The player decides how many they get. And then you have what the darkness demands of you. You get a special character that's like, what does the game actually want? And, well, you choose it. The darkness wants me to embrace and strengthen my prophecy, to betray those who love me most. That's what the darkness does. All of these voices inside my head, cracking it around in the circle of dread. Frustration is building. Bang, 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 pull my devil's trigger. That's what they want to do. Then you define it. It's very open and very wibbly wonky. And it's like, okay, all right. For an advantage for doing this? No, not really. It's like, oh, the greater access to the new moves and possibility. Not really. Bonds can be used to reduce or increase rolls. Bonds are actually pretty fucking important, by the way. Bonds are really important in case you roll a disastrous success, which are sometimes worse than an actual fucking failure. If you want to manipulate yourself and your friends to effectively get into a perfect equilibrium state where you are not ever really threatened. Yeah, it's like, oh, well, but the more you get, like, oh no, you can... Not how they are coming closer to being a harbinger. Oh, conditions. Conditions are conditions are also kind of weird. You can't die in this game, fun fact. I want you to remember that. You cannot die. And what I mean by you cannot die, if you take damage, let's say I am shot with a gun. I am not actually shot with a gun. I am obsessed. I am despairing. I am lovelorn. I am raging. Something like that. Everyone's got something slightly different, and guess what you can do to embody darkness? Embody a condition that affects you. And even if you do mark your last condition, only a breaking point occurs. The world is now wounded, warped by what you allowed to come through. Yeah, everyone's got one of those. Some of them are a little bit less thematic than others. Yeah, follow the instruction with the keeper to play out. This is a big moment, but it's really not. What do? You use the move to clear your conditions. Or you use one of the special moves. Get XP. Get 8 XP, and you advance. Generally speaking, advances are pretty, like, rigid. You get a couple moves here, get a couple moves here. You're not getting too much. And, like, okay, now you may see ruin advances. Effectively, there's two ways to do things. Experience is you are doing things, you're answering the right questions, you're succeeding at mysteries, blah, blah, blah. Ruin happens when bad shit goes down. That's the closer you are to your actual destiny of being the harbinger, of being the end of the world. It's bad. Ruin sucks. Ruin is universally the worst thing you can ever have. You don't want ruin. However, you get ruin moves. Ruin moves from another playbook. You permanently mark a condition or gain a new ruin condition. However, most of the ruin moves actually just give you more ruin. They're usually not even as helpful. Like, it's one of those weird things where you look at it, you're like, why would I ever want to get ruin? That seems like a bad thing. Seems like a bad idea to pump my ruin up. And you're like, alright, okay. New ways to gain darkness tokens, changing playbooks, ruining, keys of the apocalypse. Now, this is keys. We're going to talk about, okay, no, we're going to talk about keys, I guess. Okay, so, basic idea. It would be easier if I actually wrote this out. We're going to write this out the best I can. Do we have You can buy the mystery tracking pad if you pay $25 billion to fucking evil. Fuck you. So here's the situation. Here's our mystery. Now, we might have some keys over here called, let's say we have the door. Let's say we have a thing called the door, which we need to do. And we have the harbinger. Okay, easy enough to understand. These are our facets. These are locked in stone, effectively. We might have, like, let's say the library of doom. All right, these are things. All a key is, at the end of the day, are clues. You write in, you get a clue. And then what you're going to do, let's say we get a couple clues. Say we get 3, 4. Let's say we get 4 clues. Now, let's say we need to solve the mystery. Let's say our mystery is difficulty 3. Okay, difficulty 3, not a very complicated mystery. So, clue 1 and 2. So we're like, okay, we can say during a very specific move that clue A is going to go here. Clue B ties to here. Actually, let's say clue B goes to the Harbinger. Clue C goes to the Library of Doom. And clue 4 goes to the Library of Doom. So we've connected all our clues with our facets. We have uncovered keys. And we know about facets. We connect a key to a facet. Now, what happens now is here we have a +1. All it would be is complexity minus the number of clues we've connected to the facets. As long as we can justify them as well. If we can't justify them or they don't make any sense, it doesn't matter. Now, you may think, okay, hey, we're going to, we got a +1, we've solved the mystery, something like that. No. What you're going to do is you're going to make a special move, which means you're going to roll 2d6 and then determine the result. I rolled a 3 and a 3, 6, 7. We fail. We can't solve the mystery. We gotta find more clues, connect them to the facets, and make the roll again. But we might tick the shitty clock, the shitty nightmare clock more. That's bad. That is, welcome to the concept of facets and mysteries. That is it's a very funky way of doing it. But this was also from another game called Brindlewood Bay. Some of you may know Brindlewood Bay, some of you may not. The thing is, Brindlewood Bay works effectively on Schrodinger's mystery. Which is to say, the mystery is not real. It's just a bundle of clues interpreted. So there we go. That would be that is effectively how Brindlewood Bay does it. It's a Schrodinger's mystery. Mystery does not exist until it does exist. Oh, well, we found a will of Old Man Jenkins that was recently changed. Oh, well, we found some mysterious, boot prints into a place. Oh, no, we found Johnny's body. Oh, no, or whatever the fuck is going on. We deduce that, oh, Old Man Jenkins got his will changed by his daughter Darla because we found the boot prints that were women's-sized shoes and she killed Johnny. Therefore, that's the mystery now. But another group might take the same clues and turn them into something different. This uses the exact same method. You are not actually pursuing a real mystery. You are pursuing a Schrodinger's mystery. One that doesn't exist. Why? I don't know. But it is a Schrodinger's mystery. It is a mystery that is not real. I I do not like these kinds of games. I think they are dumb. Yes, everything is the ancient doors of power that do crazy bullshit. So here's your basic moves. Do something. You want to do literally anything, you unleash the dark. That's it. You want to push past your limits, you roll this. You can't even be like, oh, well, I'm good at this or I'm bad at that. No, you just spend darkness tokens. Everyone's good at everything as long as you have dark. As long as you are being a brooding fucking edgelord, that is what you're doing. But like, if you're trying to get through a problem, you're rolling power through darkness. That's your kind of your resistance roll. This is your trying to connect to someone. You need bonds, clear condition. This is like part healing, part bonding one. It's a little bit fucky one. But then torn between. This isn't even a fucking choice. You get three options. Oh no, mark ruin and get closer to your ultimate demise. Describe how you diminish in power and more, the pressures of humanity. You lose all your darkness tokens you probably already spent getting here. But it doesn't do anything. Spend a bond with someone. Describe how they directly and inadvertently help you regain control. Spend bond, and just ignore it. Now, what do I mean by a critical success? Let's say we want to make one of these. Unleash the dark. We choose two of these, so it's like, okay, I get what I want. Avoid reprisals, get the upper hand, expose weakness. However, 11, control fault, you go too far. Choose one, but the keeper chooses an unintended consequence. Yep, so it's like, I avoid reprisals. However, something bad happens. That's a success with consequences. That's all it is. This is your fine fucking keys. And every mystery has a set of keys that you will actually have to write down, and you will just find them. When you were searching for clues, we're going to grasp keys. I found a key, everyone. I didn't find a key, anyone. I found a key. That's legitimately all that it is. Ooh. May choose remark, yeah. It's, you uncover a key, it's... Generally speaking, if you want to manipulate the averages to be perfect, you never spend more than 2 darkness on any. You should never spend more than 2 darkness. Because if it's too high... Because if you spend 3 darkness, you actually push yourself over into 10 territory. You have a higher likelihood of succeeding, but you also have a higher chance of botching the roll, otherwise known as a success with consequence. You don't want that. On the other hand, you spend 0, you have a higher chance of rolling average, which is a fail. So you spend 2, you have your average default to 9, which is good. 9 is fine. More likely than not, you will succeed or have a manageable way to bring your ass back. That's one of those things, like, it's kind of weird to be like, why would... Darkness points are a weird mechanic. I don't know why they're in. They feel like a weird mechanic that sounded good on paper, but did not sound good anywhere else. Yeah, telepathy, study an area. Again, use grasp keys to do so. What are you doing? I'm using emotion amplification to find keys. I'm using my weapons from elsewhere to find keys. Yeah, you're just going to find information. Just give out information. But you always got to make sure they grasp the key correctly. Feet. And this is the final ultimate super move to really determine it. And this is like where things get really stupid, because what it is the complexity minus number of keys connected to facets. This is the actual bonus you're going to be getting. So if you have a complexity 4, but you only have 5, but your 5 keys connected, so you would have a +1. Hey, I have its complexity 8, but we only have 6 keys connected. That's a 2. You Can't augment this by anything. It's a flat fucking roll. It is a flat roll to determine that your theory was wrong and you should just go fuck yourself. It is a flat roll to see, oops, sorry, the Harbinger wins. So you want a +2 on most things, or +1. On the other hand, you could roll an 8 to 10 and get perfect success. It's a really weird mechanic. Really weird way of doing things. Where it worked in Brindlewood Bay, because Brindlewood Bay was little tiny mysteries solved by little old women. This is apocalyptic Hellboy mysteries, and it's like, oopsie doopsie, you just fucked it up, Lamau, fuck off. I'm like, oh no. Yeah, these are some of the, just gonna zoom past some of the, pretty much the Division has special moves as well. Each of them do something slightly different. Each one is weird and a little different to manipulate your actions. And you might take one, you might not. Eventually, everyone's going to get probably 2 of them. But that's kind of that. Something stuck in my teeth. So, subcontractors. Pretty easy stuff. Now, ruin moves suck. You don't want to do any of the ruin moves. You only get ruin moves if you advance your ruin, which brings you closer to actually fucking dying. Retire your character and become the Harbinger of Apocalypse. Yeah, that's kind of the... kind of zooming through this section because it's... no, it sounds kind of fun. It's... how do I want to word this? If it leaned into something deeper than what it was, because it's very surface level. And if you are running this game... I'm kind of zooming through this, but if you are running this game, prepare to have one of the most stressful sessions of your life. Because there's a lot of interpret bullshit kind of thing. There's a lot of roles and a lot of abilities and a lot of skills and things which are GM come up with something fun. Randomly, seemingly. Just come up with something fun. As a player, even though hearing people playing, going over stuff there, it's like, okay, this seems like it could possibly be fun. On the other hand, you are build up edgelord points until a certain point where you should stop building up edgelord points, burn all your edgelord points, and then still fail. Still fail in your deduction, even though you thought you were very clever. You failed in your deduction because you rolled too well. Or you rolled too poorly. And it's like, oh. Yeah, so there's a couple playbooks. We're going to go over each of the... open up the playbooks. So, these are our playbooks in degree of complexity. So, the summoned is Hellboy. This is all your various things, and generally speaking, you really only need this sheet and this sheet. Though I would, if you want to be really particular, get this sheet and this sheet. That's all you really need. But each character sheet is actually 5 fucking pages for some reason. But yeah, no, it's kind of see their abilities just to be big and scary and... So, like, what's the Surge? The Surge is going to get consumed by their power. They're going to go sicko mode. Feel overwhelmed or numb. Given to my power. Ask someone to use my power as they see fit. Ask someone to punish me for my... Ask people to give me things. Yeah. There aren't many of the classes. Some of them are a little bit, some feel a little bit more thematic than others. Especially when you're dealing with like your Abe Sapien class, or you're dealing with the I'm actually the protect. The Fallen is I am the fucking villain. I am. Yeah, I am the actual villain. I am the actual problem. I am going to min-max my demise. Yeah. You would ever build a secret work towards claiming your glory and power. Mark 1, ruin. Mm. Mm. Yeah, it's... Yeah, you know, then you have the Hungry, which is probably the most complicated one. Weirdly enough, there is really no just dude. It feels like this is the kind of game that needs a dude playbook. Like, you're just a random guy. You're no one important. You're not a... improv is skill. Too much improv. Crunchy system will take some of the burden off the GM's improv. Yeah, it's... Again, now imagine 4 people being constantly edgy at one another, and you're also having to manage all of this while coming up with a mystery that they're bullshitting minute by minute. And you have to do this all perfectly, or you fucked up. That's what I mean, like, there's a lot of fucking pressure on the GM for this one. Like, a weird amount. Like, Powered by the Apocalypse games have always had an issue about having a lot of pressure on the GM. It's the GM's responsibility to do everything. It is the GM's responsibility to make something fun happen, to not be arbitrary at that moment, to go along with the player's plans, but also adapt to the player's situation, react accordingly to every single situation, react reactively, and actively react to different situations, all at once, with very little guidance. There is no guidance in this. This is just fucking do it, or just wing it. And everyone is edgy. Everyone's got powers like this. And everyone's doing things. Especially when you start taking ruin powers, where it's like, I ruined reality. I'm like, Like, yeah, you can, really fuck someone's day up a little. Probably the summon's the absolute easiest to kind of understand. Surge is... okay. The Found is like your Abe's... Found is Abe Sapien, effectively. It's like, I've been found out. A couple different characters. Again, there's no... It feel like, why do I mention, like, it feels like there needs to be a dude character. It feels like there needs to be a dude character to, like, to nail everyone else down. In a world of crazy, kooky monsters, other players often suggest the results of their rollers. They can, but this one doesn't really encourage you to, because there's such drastic consequences for literally every fucking roll. Like, let me bring up this one. So, I'll use this for an example. So, when you go against a colossal otherworldly opponent, spend intelligence, you taunt them and keep their attention. So, you have golden opportunity. Choose one ally, get a bond, uncover a key at great cost. What does a great cost mean? And if you are making this As a player, what do you mean? What do you want? You want a key. You are totally incentivized to take a key, but what's a great cost? One GM is going to say one thing, another GM is going to take another. The player is going to suggest something that's totally a great cost. Yeah, for realsies. It's not really going to be a great cost because they have zero incentive to say that. But I'm doing it because it's fun. And people don't do that. Or it's like, oh, hey, you're locked in an intense battle and you could not stop until your opponent is destroyed. What does that mean? How long is that going to take? Is that going to take 20 minutes? Is that going to take an hour? Am I going to be doing nothing for the rest of the session unless someone spends a bond on? It's arbitrary. And it's like, oh, well, shit. And it's not like it's not like, oh, I'm fighting a monster that's like, okay, we can do like a combat system. There's no combat in this game. And it's a lot of, the keeper will tell you what happens next. The keeper tells you, the keeper tells you. Again, this is what I mean. Like, there's a lot of things that the GM is thrown at and being like, just improv. And do you want, I think another way of thinking about it is, do you want to pay $25 to be told to improv? Just wing it. Just wing it, bro. That's the part that always annoys me about some of these games. Is just wing it, Lamau. Like, that's not a rule. That's a... Yeah, a lot of this is just like, how to play the game properly. Oh, how to play the game. Like, this book is fucking huge. And, like, a lot of... Like, each of them have, like, oh, here's some special moves that you can bring to bear. Like, alright, so play the fucking game. I know, wow. It's standing. We never have done that. But, like, this is literally the entirety of how combat played out. Yeah, this is what I mean by like, oh, we're going to endanger the monsters. What does this mean? Nothing. It means nothing. That's the problem, is that a lot of these mean very little. It's like there's no combat in the game that feels like it should have combat. Yeah, it's like you have the Doomsday Clock. Every single mission has a Doomsday Clock, which the GM may always tap. But you shouldn't tap it. Never tap the clock unless you absolutely must or someone does something absolutely wrong. But you should also tap it, because if you don't tap it, then nothing's fucking happening. Because this is effectively how long it is until the end of the fucking day. It's, if you tap it, let's say 4 times, let's say it's 4-type clock, it's, oh, shit's happening. It's really fucking happening. Oh no. We are at the end of the mystery. Shit has gone down. It is go time. I never understand how these things take like an hour to make character. Do not get it. Check in, review mystery, ask driving questions, drive back into the mystery for 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, then they kind of talk about the anatomy of mystery, how mysteries are supposed to kind of play out, who are people of interest, who's working there, how do we grasp keys, what keys are available for us to grasp. Flow of the mystery, this is the basic flow of the mystery. It is briefing, we learn the mystery, we grasp keys, we keep grasping keys, including investigating the context, to unlock Doom's door. Made hidden, we go back to grasping. We unlock Doom's door. If we door is revealed, we did it. We go confront the harp. It's like, oh, okay. Grasping keys. Ugh. Here's the thing, like, turn-by-turn combat is not, I'm not necessarily asking, like, this game needs fucking tactical 5-foot square combat. What I'm saying is, It's a weird game because it looks like everyone has cool weapons and everyone has like tools and you're all having superpowers. On the other hand, there is literally zero reason to use any of them. It's effectively an investigation game. If this was called Super Columbo Adventure, it would be the exact same game. Oh my goodness, everyone, it's Super Columbo Adventure 3. Grasp keys, unravel the mystery, which you could just fail miserably, and everyone just looks shitty at each other because someone rolled and failed, and it just feels like garbage. One of the issues is, like, you get keys like this, is a corrupted video recording, what little you see shows disturbing images and chilling voices. That'll be a key you get. It's about feelings, Anon. It's about feelings. It's not, though. It's about a fucking mystery. That's the problem. If it was about feelings, then we could work with that. It's about this shit. It's about investigating. And, like, one of the ideas is, like, how do you tie that to something? You get, like, this weird, obscure mystery key, and you're like, I guess it's tied to this? I guess? Maybe? I don't know. And either, like, you don't know, because you have to put a key with a facet. If you do not put a key with a facet, you don't get the +1 bonus. Because you tied it to nothing. It's just there. Something weird's going on. I get it. So it's like, we wasted that roll grasping the key. I don't remember Hellboy investigating. He just shot at something. Like, he did investigate. That was the thing with Hellboy. He did do investigation stuff, but it was always leading to a cool gunfight or him punching a bad guy in the face. It was always a means to an end. We are going to the evil castle to investigate it. Oh no, there's a giant Nazi super machine there. I'm going to kill some Nazis with my giant gun. Oh no, undead super vampire. Oh no, the monkey's got a gun. What do we do? That's what I mean. Like, if it was like a combat emotion game, all right, cool. It's a game about hardcore combat and losing our shit constantly. Fine, easy. But it's an investigation game with superpowers, but your superpowers are for a combat game. That's where things start getting really weird with this one. I'm like, fuck? It's like, where do you put this? Like, I don't fucking know. Like, oh, it's strange foreboding. And like, imagine 4 players sitting around a table trying to interpret clues, and you as a GM are like keeping notes rampantly, trying to make sure that you aren't going to kill yourself over it. It's like, oh geez, the more keys you use from the end of the list, the more arcane, esoteric. And more context, because yeah, you sometimes don't even get real context for a clue either. Like, oh, playing to find out, interpreting keys. Yeah, then it's like, oh well, you can connect it together. Even if you fail the roll, you might be stuck with it, kind of thing. Like, oh, it's an irrevocable truth now. But some characters, mind you, this is the fucky wucky thing. Some characters have the ability to not only bind keys and facets together permanently, but add new facets and change your ability and change keys. Apocalypse, kill yourself? Like it's, that's what I mean. Like, there's a bunch of weird things with this game, and I'm like, what's your goal here? Yeah, by rewriting, establish, like, it's like, we're changing it entirely. You know, it's like, oh, the Doomsday Clock. Doomsday Clock is about you getting on with things, because you can sit there and just debate for a very long time. So you need to sometimes click it. You need a ticket. And this is another one of those GM things where the GM has to sit there mentally calculating, do I tick it now to get moving, or do I wait for them to do this another thing, then tick it? Or do I wait till they miss a roll, and then they miss a roll, and then it's like, okay, now I get to tick it. But it's like, oh, I ticked it, but now they missed a roll, and I have nothing else to do, so I guess we're going to tick it a second time? No. Yeah, like, always... Yeah, always is what's going on. Just always making choices. And it's like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's really dependent on your group. And that's kind of one of the issues there. It's very dependent on your group. Especially when you do everything right. One of the worst parts is, if you do everything right, you can still fail. You can still reach a situation where you've done everything correctly, you've deduced the correct mystery, you know what's going on, and you roll and you fuck up, and nothing you did matters. That's the part that kills. That's like, oh. Like, the fact that it's entirely based on a roll rather than player input and doing things. Like, nope, you just make a roll. I'm like, but the players did all these things building it to make the roll. No. You can still catastrophically fail even if you do everything correctly and you piece together a cool mystery. You can still catastrophically fail, and you're wrong, and you reset everything. You can get a +3 to that. You've done way more than you should. You spent way more time than you should, but you failed, and now the bad guy wins because you deduced correctly, you just deduced wrong. Doopsy doopsy, fuck you. Yeah, I know, I'm like talking about, various ways to kind of interdo it. You can interrupt mysteries, generally speaking. You shouldn't. There might be collision states, usually when it comes to breaking points, or usually when it comes to the players being fuck-ups. When the players fuck up horribly, it's all about that. Scene-ending move. We gotta end the scene, setting aside the mysteries and various other things going. I almost called this game, yeah, Let It Breathe, Reveal Their Heart, take that as you will. Yeah, this is the final mystery is your big one, and you're not really supposed to play this game for too long. Craft the final mystery, do the final mystery, and generally they even say, like, don't make the final mystery, like, really difficult even, because you should already know it. And we're accelerating it. Like, we're doing something really fast, and if we ever fuck up, it's really bad. Yeah, we are ticking away. Yeah, like, we are ticking away, and we are going to die. Unlock the final door. We unlock the final door, and unleashing the apocalypse. Everyone dies. Sorry, you didn't roll well enough, and you just lose. Sorry. Yeah, it's like, everyone gets special, cool new moves that are completely unique and definitely not, odd. And then we got a couple pre-assembled apocalypses to kind of work with. Let me see if I can find, like, what. These are, like, some of the keys that you'd be working with, which is like, okay, like, oh, it's a filing cabinet, it's a scrap of paper, it's an ID badge, it's a library card, a small dusty journal. Like, some players are going to get this really easily, some players are not going to get these easily. It is, like, some players are going to get this, like, if everyone is on board, here's the thing, if everyone is on board perfectly, then everyone's going to get this perfectly. However, this is another thing you must consider. 20 minutes before session on the AP podcast we're doing. Okay, everyone, we all know what the plan is, right? You're going to be doing this. I'm going to be doing this. This is kind of the general outline of the session. You're going to be doing X, Y, and Z. I just want to check in. You know where your character's going? Yeah, okay. Just make sure you stay on character a little bit. it feels like you literally need to have like a pre-session to be like, okay, everyone, do we know exactly what we want to do this session and how we're going to do it? Because I, the GM, am going to write it a very particular way. Hee hee hoo hoo. Yeah, like they do kind of like there's a handful of different quests, kind of like adventures and stuff that you can do effectively as a full campaign, you might say. Some of them have a lot of them when it comes to I want to make my own keys. How do I make the keys better? How to make the keys better is just wing it. There's nothing more really to say. It's just wing it. Just be better. I think that's the best way of thinking about it, is be a better GM. That should never be a, how do I want to word it? That should never be a tip for people. Just be better. Like, why? Just be better. Found Abe Sapien. Yeah, Hellboy 2, Hellboy, Martian Manhunter, Superman. You know, The Fallen, it's Hellboy. Hungary, it's What If series. What if Doctor Strange lost his heart instead of his hands, and what if the Watcher broke his own? Yeah, some of them are a little. But here's the thing. Here's the 411. Is Apocalypse Keys bad? Is this game a dog shit, horrible, awful? I'll have to know how much this was. This was probably play tested pretty extensively. It was probably play tested pretty extensively by people who play nothing but PbtA games and were keyed in on how to play this game. If that makes sense. Nobody blind went into this game. These were people who knew about its development going forward and knew what they were doing, or had people who already knew what was going. That was a session tuber game. Here's the thing. I would say Apocalypse Keys is about 3 games in one. How much to get you to play this on screen? Yeah, it would need a very specific group, and I know what I would do with it. That's the problem. I know how I would run it, and it would not be the way that I would need to run it personally. It would be a lot more we're doubling down on the edge, because the thing is, you could argue Apocalypse Keys is a few different games. There's one, you have this investigation, which is arguably the core foundation of the game, is find keys, open the door, get it before the monster. You have this monster relationship ego game. I call it an ego, but it's just like, it's about you, it's about your problems as this character. You got this game. You also have the fact that it's fucking it's Hellboy, gun shoot, cool man. But you also have, in addition to all of these, you have the fact that it's all of them. Kind of a weird thing to think about, but even like, look at the cover. If we look at the cover, what do we see? We see a harbinger, we see someone with a cool like gun coming out of her hand, and someone reading a weird book. You should never encounter a harbinger, because the harbinger is going to kill you, but if under ideal circumstances, you never encounter them. Like, you can even see the tentacle of this guy. It's like, okay, like, oh, well, what's she doing? Well, this is what I say, like, it's a shame that there's no... It's shame that there's no, like, human character, like, human playbook, like, even canon fodder playbook to highlight the inhumanity of the character. The guy, like, it's like, here's an actual investigator. You are a real human fucking being. Like, you're a real human fucking being. You're very normal. You know you're very normal. On the other hand, you're very fragile. But you know what the benefit of that is? You're a regular human fucking being. You aren't, having to build darkness for everything. Why would you? That's not your thing. Why would you ever worry about that? You don't need to build inner darkness or worry about your fucking superpowers. Imagine Hellboy and two guys doing research stuff, which does happen in the comics quite a bit. Hellboy usually ends up going off on his own because he realizes he's 10 times stronger than most of these people. So it's like, the problem is you have this weird game that wants to be this. You want to be Hellboy, but you also want to be an investigation game. But we can't have that. Well, we can't have that, and we can't have this because you can't be shooting things. And this is what I mean, like, it's kind of like this weird mix-em-up of a bunch of different games that don't gel well together and don't want to gel well. Because if you were to say, like, let's like, Apocalypse Key's the investigation. Because ultimately, at this point, it would be, if we want to be really specific, all this game would be the Division, it would be Division, You're not encountering, oh wow, there's a supernatural nightmare creature. That, we have one guy, we have our one Hellboy playbook or whatever, who can actually fight these things. On the other hand, most of us can't. But that's not what we're dealing with most of the time. It's not the point. We're not really dealing with that. We're the non-SCP organization. It's like, having a gun is pretty valuable. However, you have Apocalypse Keys. Which is arguably, it should just be like a fairly lighthearted, Yeah, it's effectively, it's effectively more like Men in Black, the first half of Men in Black. When they're just kind of investigating little things and they're not really doing like a big, big world-ending threat or whatever. They're just doing little investigations, and the entire idea is building more about a relationship with Division itself. You're just guys at Division. Yeah, you're all a bunch of cool monster field agents doing monster stuff, and you're all talking with each other, and that's really what you're exploring. That's the main draw of the game. On the other hand, you have like Apocalypse Keys, like, which is, there we go. It's kind of like, oh, gun-toting superhero monsters kill their way through the apocalypse to save the day. All right, cool. That's a premise. That's something that we could work with here. But it's trying to be all three of them, and that kind of drags it down a bit. I bet you human kid, you're not a tech, you're emulating the story of being a tech. You're not a story of TRPG without including what makes TRPG interesting. I think, yeah, no, McDrussel kind of hit like what the Fox said the other night. Which was, the thing is, a lot of PbtA games have this very uncanny feeling to, you're not playing the game that it's saying, you're playing someone watching something play it. You're watching this TV show of a mystery. I hate to break it to you all, but Sherlock Holmes when you watch Sherlock Holmes, he already knows what the ending is. Because he's not real, and the TV and the fucking show writers already wrote it. Netflix games, things like that. Like, you already know because it's already been pre-written. And it's like, you're not playing a battle shonen, you're effectively watching a story, it's a story of a battle shonen. It's all the themes and tropes without actually just being it. It's like being that, but it's it's like Hellboy, except we're like the weird beats of Hellboy without understanding that people want to be Hellboy. They want to be Hellboy, and they want to shoot something with a huge gun, and they want to feel like it's cool to shoot something with a... What mechanics would it make it be that thing? I think all of these games have something different. Like, generally speaking, here's the thing. If you want to make it depends on which version of Apocalypse Keys you want. You want a solid super investigation game that's just really hardcore, just run it in Gumshoe. Honest to God, run that shit in Gumshoe. Probably use Mutant City Blues. And all you're doing is you have an investigation and you're trying to solve it. That's all you need to do. You got crazy monster powers, deal with it. Now, if you want a combat game, we're going to have to build around that combat game. We're going to build something around that concept. You want just a relationship drama role-playing game with monsters? That's very different. The problem is, it's like, oh, well, we put everything into together at once. Like the Battle Shonen game. At that point, just choose one thing that you want to do, and like we'll just double down. We want to make something like Naruto. We're doing the Naruto RPG. That's all. Cool. But Gumshoe doesn't have diverse Tumblr. You see, you see one of the issues here. But there's one phrase that I saw in that review actually that activated something in me that made me think about something. And you kind of see here, you know, this is him talking about. I once he mentioned it, it started clicking for me. I'm like, oh shit. But it's right here. It's Evil Hat has a business model these days of ripping off good games, not understanding how they work, and polishing it as a Frankenstein amalgam that doesn't really work. This is the latest example. Like, that's such a strangely accurate statement. And it shouldn't be. But it is an accurate statement. That's just what they've been doing. It's just like, let's take something that we know works, and we're going to just package it to be nice and pretty, and then we're just going to sell it, and then no one's going to give a shit about it down the road, but we already made our money back on it. There we go, like... Like, let me see, does he have the, let's see, does he have the, yeah, like, I've got my multiple complaints. But yeah, that's PbtA. I know what you fucking want me to say. It ain't going away. But yeah, no, it's like, Evil Hat, to kind of give you an idea of their house here, like, Evil Hat has been making this weird active push to, like, we want to bring out our own version of something that's vaguely popular. Because, like, TSL, the thing that annoys me about TSL is the fact that it's effectively masks. You can literally see the exact similarities to masks one-to-one, but TSL doesn't have a setting. There's nothing grounding it, and that's the part that annoys the shit out of me about it. That's why I fucking hate that game, because the only thing grounding it is the fact that everyone's gay in it. That's it. No, congratulations, that's your fucking theme. It's gay. I'm like, that's not a theme. That's fucking exploitation. Like that. This is not good. That is. I usually get very annoyed with things like that because I don't. It's very frustrating when someone just says, "Oh, we're just going to do this," and then make a brave claim and be like, "Oh, well, we're not doing anything." So let's see. Of course, we've got our. Oh boy, am I successful in understanding that DC-20? Oh, DC-20 might still make its $1.75 million goal. Neon Skies. Oh boy, it's made its goal already. Oh boy. The Deadbeats made it. SmackDown. SmackDown did that. Deadbeats did well. 13th Age did pretty well. Island of Dr. Moreau got its money. Killing Chimera. Everything. Nothing more you can ask for. All right, time for my least fun part of the stream, where we get to talk about. What do I tell a bad game apart from good? TTRPG video on YouTube is just a book review after purchase or unboxing. Their sponsors dipped in SmackDown at least looks interesting. Yeah, it's like that's one thing. Honestly, Halcyon, that's one thing I noticed. Even talking about like, there's a reason I do the way that I do things. Is the way why I just say this is what it is. This is what the game is. I don't bullshit around that often. Yeah, I make some crude jokes every now and again. But usually my philosophy is like, you gotta, what are you actually getting when you buy this game? When you purchase this game, what are you getting out of it? The warbling hum like a social anxiety thing. Poor Notepad. Like, honestly, if you're hearing like a warbling hum in my audio, I have a fan going. I have a fan going here. You might be hearing that. If I do the that's my that's just what I do. I hum sometimes. The thing is, like, there's a little warbling there. That is my fan going. Because my fan is, because it's fucking hot in my room. Hot. So I keep my fan on, and sometimes my mic will pick it up. So, yeah. So, yeah, don't worry. The humming thing, and just, when it's usually like just the humming, like, When is that? I just hum sometimes when I'm like looking at something or when I'm thinking. That's just something I do. Because I was told very early on when it comes to streaming that there should never be that much just dead air. That you should always fill it with something. So I developed anytime I'm thinking about something really intensely, just to hum. Even just make weird little noises. And that's just a habit I've. But now we get to talk about fucking. Oh no, STL 5e. I love 5e. I love 5e. I love 5e. 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 SmackDown. Wait a second. SmackDown already came out. SmackDown came out like a fucking month ago. Like, not even a month ago. This shit came out like, yeah, this was not long ago. Like, the game isn't even out yet. He's like, here's going to be a fucking adventure to, like, no. Okay, I know what he's doing. Cool. Lord one. Touchtone telephone. DC20 video. Yeah, DC20. DC20, when the video, when that game comes out alongside all of the other OSRs, you know, all of the other OGL slop that comes out, I will do every single one at once. We're going to talk about every single one, and I will make one video calling it the OGL Crisis Babies, and we will talk about every single one. And it'll be the funniest fucking thing in the world. I probably won't even make a video on all of them, because there's really, out of all of them, there really aren't that. I don't think we can do that. However, alright. Okay, alright, let's... Okay, board game. Italia, powered by the apocalypse. Powered by the apocalypse, I say. Inshallah. Let's see. Galactic Racers. What could this possibly be? I have no idea what these racing miniatures could possibly be. Huh. Let's see. I mean, there's gotta be something, right? Like, there's gotta be. We're working with something. Like, okay, punchline, not English funny phrases to guess the. Oh. I mean, there's gotta be something, right? Please, anything. The new zine, new IOSR zine. Yay. Oh no. Oh god, there really fucking is nothing. We went over that last time. Yeah, there's fucking Christmas Christ. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's heat. Heat's looking like it'll make its money. Yeah. Yeah, there's not much. I'm not seeing much here, kids. Let's see. Pokemon card collecting from Mexico. These are collecting collection. Get interested in card collecting. Why do you need 600? Why do you need 12,000 Mexican pesos? Mexico. All the same picture. So let's retell by me 4 different times in the video. Curious get OGL Crisis, baby. 17 hours. Buenos tardes. Galactic Racers. Wow. Hey, it's Bully Bullhorn. Who could this be? Attica. It's Attica, everybody. You know what? Attica. What, Galactic Racers for Attica? This is like me level naming. This is me level naming. Oh lord. Cross Sonic. Oh boy. I have that chunk chew. Man, this has potential. We can spin this off. We can make money off this. Let's see. Yeah, I've seen this before. It's like it's an OSR zine. You got some stuff. That's what it is. Branch Riders. 8 branches of perfect citizens from the Blight. From the Branch Riders. Game of battle and subterfuge. Foiling the Blight. The failed Branch Rider team started rebelling, so if Legend Super find their place in the world. Let's see. Like there's gotta be, what's the system? What making care? What's the progress of your current character? Oh, 5 approaches. Rate your skills. Choose your grit. All right, looks like it's a dice ladder system. All right, looks like there's a lot of cards involved. The track conditions. I'm usually not super fan of it, but I did like Dawnline. Here's the thing, I liked Dawnline. Dawnline did this, so it's kind of like, okay. Mm. Like, it made its money. It looks interesting enough. Comes out, I think I'll go over it. Let's see. What is overkill? It's overkill. Yeah, it's a card game. I like card game. All right. Let's see. What do you got there? Oh, what do you got there, Barbear? Overkill, action movie, role playing. He made his money. That's an old Kickstarter too. All right, easy enough to look. Anything else fun and exciting to look at? The official Planet of the Apes role playing game. Everyone likes. Reservoir cubes. Yeah, I'm not seeing too exciting here. Error. Ladies, 2133. Wow. Liberty, fully original rules system. I mean, you need 7 grand. All right. Yeah, what's deadly and fast HP system? Lore dump 1. That's not Lore dump 2. That's the wrong thing. Let's see. Combat system. We use cards rather than dice. Wait. Joey's wearing a flak vest with protection value of 25N, 5 SP, 2 different damage types. However, 10 points of damage. Normal damage, 3 points of piercing damage. So it's shot by an attacker who's 30 meters away wielding handgun. Joey's in cover, giving him an extra defense flip. Medium range, so difficulty gives 4 flips, because Joey's covered, the defense 5 flips. 2 pips, they have quickness of 1 pip. Attack will be 3 cards. Joey's good enough chance of not getting it, but let's see what happens. 3 of hearts, 4 of diamonds, 8 of spades, 4 of 5. Joey's defense 24. 8, 10, ace. 8, 10, ace of heart. Total of 32. If it hit, but it wasn't 50% over, needed this, so it isn't critical. Damage for Joey. And P, only 2P left, so 1P goes through. Toughness 2. Right, seems interesting enough. Do not know why you need that much money, though. I know why, probably. Pay a bunch of art. I've talked about a couple of these. Let's check out Itch. Of course, because we have to check out Itch every month, every day, because if we don't check out Itch, what will we do? What's new and popular? You're welcome. Let's see. What do we... You have anything fun and exciting this year? Eco Mofo. This is actually a JRPG that got this is a JRPG that got translated. The weird part is that it's a JRPG that was translated, and I actually remember seeing this, and it was extremely fucking weird because it's a letter writing game, effectively. It is a letter writing game in the most autistic sense of the word. Yeah, I mean, like, shine on, I guess. I mean, that's... Yeah, it's a GM-less, dice-less RPG of meeting your pen friend to talk about things. So it's like, okay. Out of everything you decided to translate, you chose that one. Alright, we're gonna just nod and say yes. Going to casually say fine. There's Knave. Everyone loves Knave. A Project Moon fan game. Another Project Moon fan game. Oh, goodness. Well, I don't think anything exciting is going to happen here. So, you know what? We're going to do our final thing. What I meant to do was on Saturday, but I chose not to because I got bored. And I forgot because yesterday was very hectic. So, so, let's see our let's take a second here and so let's take a second here and let's determine who wins the vote. Yes, we're doing the vote. It's voting. We love voting. Voting is fun. Cat in a hat with a magic wand. What more do you need? So let's take a second. So that's 10 right there. SRD Super Adventure. That's Spark for Corner Sud. So that's 4 votes. Votes. 10 votes. Ooh, well, we've got some. We got a split in the vote in a couple places. So let's see what it's. Let's see what our answers here are. So let's ooh. Everyone just wants to kill Solid. I don't know why everyone wants to kill Solid, but hey, I will not judge anybody. So, summary, we are starting with Mindbreak Corruption Gone Wrong, otherwise known as Bushido Blood for 3. We had literally 0 votes for Soldat Sans Identité. Melty Girls 2 Panty Explosion for 5. Throbbing Dungeons and Dungeons and Dungeons and Dungeons. 4 votes for Endless Horizons. Throbbing Demon Fist Adventures for 2. Baldur's Gate 3 3/4 for 5. And that time I got reincarnated as a what? For 10. So we're only going to be choosing the top 2. The top 2 today. So technically, congratulations. Fist of Chaos is actually going to get updated now by 1 vote. Here we go. You had you had to run one of the games you did today, which one would it be? Do I have to? That's the question. Am I being forced to run one? If I'm being forced to run one, probably Dungeon Bitches, honestly, because I think there's a lot more entertaining. There's a lot more amusement factor in that one than anything. What was some of the better responses here? So, according to all of you, if we go to our various responses, go to the summary responses, we had Tough choice. Voted for Dungeon Delvers. He decided to see a JRSD one out. No complaints or problems. Coming. Oji-san, 20,000 loan on your loan on your house. Kill solid. Here is kill solid. Solid. Kill the Fed. Going to, it's his 4-foot spiked vibrating baseball bat. The official Notepad ERP system. Also change server icon to ethical is a pedophile. I have no idea what any of these options are. Anything with gone wrong in the title has to be P content. Kill me instead. Dragon fighters. Not really. No, don't put him in jail for the rest of his life for stale bread and hard water. Kill solid. Head solid. Roundhouse kick solid into concrete. Slams tug solid into the trash can. Crucify fairly solid. Defecate on solid's food. Launch solid into the sun. Toss solid into an active volcano. Beat solid into the pigs. Curb solid. Tuna throw solid into a wood chip. Grind chop solid with half. Execute solid with an axe. Total solid death. We should play Baldur's Gate again. Also be hanged around a corner in Chala. Do more games about vehicles. Send solid to hell. Omega Men. I want to see that Kingdom Hearts game you have locked up in your ideas document. Fix the Maniacs and Schizo Den. Gumshoe. More gay wrestling. Old classic L5R RPG. More gay wrestling. Every single time. Oh, it's pouring outside. Every single one of these. Solid. Every single one of these. People want more gay wrestling. Every single time. But you want to know what they didn't vote for? They didn't vote for gay wrestling. Not one of them. Not one of you voted for gay wrestling. Seekers of the Locker Room could have came into existence, but you chose not to. Good job, everyone. Are there actually any good ERPGs? Depends on your taste. You denied me my autism. Now I must become an old man. Now it's time for old Oji-san supremacy. Oh, Kirsch is streaming. Dare we raid Kirsch? Dare we raid the fucking Yab woman? It would be funny. It would be very funny. On the other hand, I'm already on a danger list for multiple people. Maybe we shouldn't raid Kirsch. Do it, coward. Hags. Let's see. We've obviously have to have. There's got to be some desperate woman I can save. I can save her. Let's see, VT. Let's go to WVT. There's got to be a woman I can save. Ondla. Drow, dark elf woman. Let's investigate some voice. I don't know. Okay, maybe not. Let's see. I mean, there's got to be someone, right? There has to be someone streaming. Let's see. Let's see. There's got to be something. Got to be someone productive. Has to be someone desperate, productive, and in need. Who can I say? Who can I Shiro save? Oop. Well, he's barely seen hips on a new mod. Let's see. Fix her. Can I fix her? I can't fix her. Yeah. Got to be someone, right? Got to be something. Oh, that's a furry model. Let's see. No one big is streaming. Damn. Can't raid any of these people. You're not a VTuber. You're a white man watching a black man. That's not how that works. I want an anime girl. Or I want a Bara Fox man. Come on. Where do you think we are? It is fucking pouring outside, by the way. It is absolutely pouring. Let's see. I mean, there's got to be someone, right? Someone. Do we raid Kiers? Do we just say fuck it and raid Kiers? Do we just raid her? Do we just double down? Fuck it. Let's do it.
The study indicated when a neuron or neutral action clicking on Grindr is paired with a pleasurable response in the brain.
Oh no. I'm gonna scroll down. All right, everyone, get ready. We're going to say hi, Kiers. We're going to be really nice and friendly. We're going to say, everyone's going to say hi, Kiers. All right, 3, 2, 1, we're away.